What's up? What's up? What's up? What's going down? How you doing? Get on in there. What's up? What's up? What's happening? Sorry, Auntie was a little late today. Sorry, y'all. My bad. Life be lifing. You know, I could do better with my time management, but I showed up. I came through because we got a lot to uncover, a lot to unpack today. But I'm gonna let y'all get in, get acquainted, settle down, and we're gonna get this party started. Welcome back to Happy Hour on Monday. I think this is our groove, y'all. I think this is our groove. Meeting y'all, you know, right after work, before a late night vibe. I think that's where we are, right in this pocket. So welcome in. I see y'all in the chat. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, Rod? Rod Neal, how you doing? Brian Russell, how are you? New Marie, how you doing, beautiful? Thank you for being here. Rogue C, my girl, I see you. I see you've been holding it down on these panels too. Shout out to you. I think we should collab one of these days too. I really like your mindset. Shicey Bum, what's good? How you doing? Magnetar, he says, can I borrow your refrigerator? Now, what you need that for? You starting early with the antics, huh? What's going on? How you doing? My life in the building as usual. My dog, my friend. Make sure y'all do what my amazing moderator says. Like, share, run up the likes, do all of the things for your girl, y'all, please. Who else we got up in here? Yes, of course, Rogue C. Yes. Of course. He said he love how brave I am. What's there to be scared of? You know, these are my opinions. This is just commentary. But come on in. How you doing? How you doing, Raymond? What's up? How's your Monday? It's been going well. I just left the gym. You know, it's very warm outside. Getting warmer every day here where I live in the Midwest, you know. So I'm just doing my thing. I had a great weekend. I hope you guys did as well. My aunt, she got married yesterday, so shout out to her. Her and her man. Crazy wedding, fun ass wedding. And we had a good time. So yeah, today, y'all, we just gonna, how y'all doing? What's going on, Shep? What's going on? Mick D, Bozak. It's some new names in here. Welcome in all new subscribers. Y'all, we're trucking. We're getting there. We're getting to 3,000, you know. We've been a little stagnant, but shout out to y'all that has been subscribing and showing up to each stream. I really appreciate it. We'll get there. You know, slow and steady wins the race. You know, we're not thirsty out here. We're trying to build organic audiences and traffic. So I appreciate y'all being here. Shout out to y'all. We're almost at 3,000 subscribers, y'all. The goal is to get there before the summer is over. You know, I don't know how long it's gonna take. I don't know how much more work I gotta put in, but we're gonna get there, y'all. Let me take this. My camera's moving, and I'll move again. And I don't know if I like it. Let me fix that real quick. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Yeah, keep it in place. All right, that's distracting. But yes, thank y'all so much, y'all. So we got some things to talk about. I told y'all we were gonna do the updates and the recaps for the Karmelo Anthony case. When I first spoke about it, it had just started and they didn't even do the court date that day because there was some things going on with the jury. Since then, it's been so many different revelations, so many different things that have happened that are coming out about this case. And we're going to try to pack it all in tonight and talk about that all white jury that they have given this man, which I don't think is fair, because how is that you being judged by your peers? Let's be honest. We're going to talk about these testimonies and the lack thereof, and then also how weak the defense seems to be. But there are so many different updates out there. We're going to try to hit them all. We got some videos from Miss Lakeisha Keisha, from Miss Nick at Night. Nick at Night, I just discovered her. She is a content creator that's actually boots on the ground Hold on, let me turn this down just a little bit more. She's actually boots on the ground during the whole Karmelo Anthony trial right now. So I've been following her. We're going to play some of her content as well because she's been doing an excellent job keeping us up to date on everything. But y'all, I don't know. What do y'all think is going to happen with this Karmelo Anthony case? Because while I do feel that it was a form of self-defense with this all-white jury, and the way it seems like these witnesses are being told what to say and not actually being honest, I don't know what to think. I don't know if he's going to walk, but there is some evidence, that does say that he may be able to walk away from this. But we don't know. We're going to get into it. Before I give my thoughts, y'all run the likes up, get the likes up so we can get started. Let me queue up these videos real quick. Thank y'all so much for being here. Rogue, I will definitely let you know, my love. I will let you know. Yeah, I heard about that. We'll see what that's like. Not sure what that means. I don't know. What the evidence is showing what we thought. What do we think? And you guys, I don't want to do too many chats, showing any chats, but if you do want your chats highlighted tonight, make sure. What's going on, Virgo? Thank you for being here. Make sure you put some color in the chat. You know what I mean? So I can read you guys' thoughts. And if we have time towards the end, maybe I'll take some calls and invite you all on the panel. Rogue C with the first super chat. Thank you so much, girlfriend. She says, let's start the happy hour right, supporting beauty, intelligence, integrity. Thank you so much for being here, my girl. I appreciate the support. For sure. But yeah, everybody's been saying all of the things, y'all. And I don't know what to believe. What's going on, Rias? I see you in the building as well. So we ended my last live discussing the trial and what can come of it. We already know the situation. Track meet. Karmelo was in a tent that allegedly he wasn't supposed to be in. A fight ensued. He had some type of knife. It came out. He ended up defending himself in a fight. But we're going to go back a little bit because it's been days since that. And we're going to get updates. See what's been going on. Pull from everybody's oh, sorry, y'all. But yeah, we're just going to pull from Nick at Night and some other people. I think I got a video from House of Hypocrites as well. Shout out to him because he did a really great breakdown also, especially regarding that knife. So let's just get into it, y'all. Let me pull up the first video real quick. And we'll go to Nick at Night's first video because she gives a really great breakdown on the jury selection. And how crazy it kind of is, between the case with the child situation and Cyrus Carmack to this situation here, we're both dealing with two black boys in a system that was built against them. Always was designed to keep black men down, unalived, and unjustly charged with crimes. So it's so crazy how these things are happening back to back like this. And I'm just wondering when we will ever see real fairness being taken place within our judicial system, because between these two cases and the history of these systems, it ain't looking good, y'all. Unless we really get out here and really do something as a collective, we're going to always be in the streets. We shall overcome it. So without further ado, make sure y'all get those likes up. Let me turn this music down just a little bit more. And let's get into the verse video with Miss Nick at Night. Make sure y'all go subscribe to her. This was the first day of the jury selection, and she gives a wonderful breakdown on how they came about with selecting the jury. So let's get right into it.
I got here early. And every time you have any dealings with the court, if you've been trying to, establish yourself as media, you talk to the media correspondent over the trial, which is the public information officer, who is Steve Stoller. So he basically emphasizes every single day that we're coming to trial that it's first come, first serve. So what do? Try to get here as early as possible and get in line. So early this morning, I got here around 6 a.m. at like right on the dot, and immediately walked up the court steps, stood in line. Me and my uncle, we got over there. We were standing there. And then there were several people that were in the parking lot. They start filtering in and coming up to the stairs to line up. Now, we have to wait until about 7 a.m. to get into the into the courthouse.
And I want to play all of this, you guys. I know it's a lot of commentary, but all of these things matter, right? The way that they were allowing media in, or the lack thereof, the way that they were selecting people, how they were handling, especially this young lady, Nick at Night. As of today, the girl is in tears because of the way that she's been mishandled, just trying to report accurate news in the dealings of this case. So I'm giving a little bit more commentary than usual tonight, so bear with me. Make sure y'all get the likes up, and let's continue.
And then once we get into the courthouse through the screening, then we go to what is the ceremonial room, which is basically an overflow room where we can hear the proceedings of what's happening with the jurors, etc. So we go, we filter in, I make it in. I'm the first person that makes it in the building. And once we get in there, we all sit and wait on benches. So you have to sit and wait on these benches that is in front of the court, so that you're just not standing around for an hour plus until they open the courtroom. They opened the courtroom at about 8:30, and they asked us to start lining up. Once we started to line up, there was a woman who decided to, even though there was us that came before her, stand in the front of the line. And I just rightfully took my rightful position, which was first, and stood first. She made some type of wow statement as if she didn't know that she did not come.
Now just listen to the details, right? It's already tension in this courtroom. There's already tension. People are trying to line up. She's already experiencing some sort of racial tension and divide just from the media being there alone, or just people wanting to get into the room and see what's going on. And I find that to be very telling, because there's already like this energy of them versus us, even when it comes down to just people trying to get into the courtroom to see what's going on. Well, let's hear her out.
Before me, and that it was first come, first serve, as emphasized heavily by the public information officer. But that's neither here nor there. I'm sure it'll be a story made about it, a flip narrative, but that's what happened, in case, people lie. Anyways, moving on, we went into the courtroom at 8:30. We sat down and we waited just a little bit for the monitors to come on. Now, once the monitors came on and the TVs, the audio, everything came through, the first thing I noticed was Karmelo Anthony had cut his hair. He looked visibly nervous. You can like tell that he was like on edge, like he was just sitting in his chair and he was looking around. You could see that he was taking like heavy, deep breaths, like I can't hear him, but looking at the thing, you can.
Anybody would. This man is on trial for first-degree murder. Anybody is about to pull up nervous, scared, especially when you feel like the cards are stacked against you, which I'm sure that's what he's feeling like.
Can tell like he was nervous. So the setup that we saw on the TV monitor was the prosecution, their table was to the left, the prosecution's table was to the right, the defense was to the left. It was about 4 on each side. And the first thing, like I said, I noticed was Karmelo Anthony. He was shook. You could tell he was shook. Like he didn't know, like, oh my God, like what's going on? He had on a navy blue suit and he had a navy blue tie. And from looking at the screen, I couldn't tell if his shirt was either a light pink or a light lavender, but I could tell it wasn't white. It looked like it was like a very light pink or very light lavender. His hair was cut, so he has a very, very, very low cut. I don't know if you call it a fade, if it's not like faded on the sides. I'm not really.
She explaining his whole appearance. Let me fast forward just a little bit. Make sure y'all getting the likes up, y'all.
jurors said because he looks like a child, they would not feel comfortable
Okay,
sentencing.
this part I thought was very interesting because they were asked about basically like biases, right? Would they feel comfortable putting away a child, a black child, regardless, right? And I think that's like a setup. Oh my God, there's flying here. My bad, y'all. There's like a setup going on. Because of course your initial response is gonna be, no, I don't feel comfortable with that. But I think that's how they can infiltrate the jury and say, oh, see, if we invite all these black folks here, they're gonna automatically say that he's innocent. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, instead of just saying, no, I'm gonna put away who's guilty, period. But when they frame the question asking like, oh, young black child in jail, the natural response is hell no. You know what I mean? But let me go back. I want y'all to hear what she said.
And the prosecution wanted to know if, because of his age, would they have a problem with sentencing him child as well? Like, a lot of the jurors mentioned low cut all the way around, very low. He looks very little, like he looked like a child as well. And the prosecution wanted to know if, because of his age, would they have a problem with sentencing him? And a lot of jurors said because he looks like a child, they would not feel comfortable sending him away for the rest of his life. There were several people who made those statements. There were several people who made statements based on they don't know if they can send a brother to jail. It was a black man. I'm like, whoa. I mean, they want you to be honest, but good Lord, like,
right. And that's what I'm saying. Like,
what are you doing? They're gonna kick you off the jury.
Exactly. They're gonna kick you off. They're gonna kick you off if you be like, nah, he black. I ain't. That's an automatic exit, and that doesn't help the case. That doesn't help Karmelo. You need to like remove the bias and look at the evidence clearly. Obviously, internally, we don't want to put little black boys into jail, especially if they are innocent. But when you're being asked certain things, you need to say the right things to say and to stay in that room so you can be as helpful as possible to the case. But when you're like, I ain't putting a black man in jail, it's like, all right, okay, all right. So it's just like, let's continue.
But anyways, so there was like 2 African-American men that I remember basically saying that they wouldn't feel comfortable sending an African-American man to jail. And the prosecution was just vetting, like, even if you heard the evidence, even if, this or that, would you be able to decide based on facts? And there was a couple of people who were like, no. And then people who were not even African-American, I feel like the majority, I only heard 2 black voices that I can recall. But a voice is just a voice. It could have been other black people on the jury. By voice, I could tell that it was at least 2 that I heard speak. Every single juror did not speak. There was 449 people in that room. The prosecution made sure that we basically knew that, listen, it's a lot of y'all in here. Everybody's not going to be able to speak. And one of the first things he said was, I want you guys to speak up. And the people that speak up the most, just being honest, like, y'all probably ain't going to be the ones that make it on the jury, but I want to know how y'all are feeling. So he kind of came off joking. He was very likable. The prosecution, I'm talking about his charisma. Like, he had a lot of charisma. He was making a...
And see, I don't like shit like I don't like shit like that. This is a serious matter. I don't need the prosecution in here chummy, hee-hawing, trying to like butter me up or something, because that's what it feels like. I'm gonna get in here and get them to laugh and joke. This is not a laughing matter. This is not a joking matter. Let's keep it serious. You don't need to be likable to me. You need to just lay out all the facts so I can make sound decisions based on the evidence provided. All that chummy shit, I don't like that. But that could be just me though.
Lot of jokes, and it was a stark contrast from the judge. So the judge, when everything first started, I think he asked the jurors like if there was anything that they had to say those lines, and one juror stood up. It was I don't know if his race matters, but it was a white guy. he stood up and he said that he forgot that he had a subpoena. And he was like, oh, hey, I forgot that I had a subpoena. And the judge was like, I don't care about your subpoena. Sit down. And I was like, ooh, that was kind of rude. It was really.
So what that tells me, this judge is already impatient with this case. And there's been and we'll get there. Remember, guys, we're starting a little bit backwards and moving forward all the way up until today. Okay. There's been new evidence and revelations coming out about this course that judge and that white boy daddy. I need y'all to see me clearly. Like, I heard they may be buddies. And once you got a judge in your pocket, once you got camaraderie with a major judge over cases like this, and how often do we always hear and see that happen? Where the family is somehow connected to the prosecutor, the judge, the DA, et cetera, et cetera. So, but we'll get there. Let's continue. It's so much drama. I'm having trouble keeping up myself, y'all. But get the likes up. Make sure you share the video. Thank y'all for being here, and let's keep it moving.
It was real. He was rude. The judge was rude, and the guy was like, oh, he sat down. So when the prosecutor came up, it was a huge contrast because he came off likable. He talked about, his background. He was making jokes. He was coming off like understanding, and he was the type of person that, if you committed a crime and they get you in that interrogation room, oh, it's okay. Just tell me what happened. He gave off like, oh, tell me how you feel. Like, yeah, we just want to know. But it's like, you telling him exactly how you feel is going to get you kicked off, or it could be the thing that sends you to jail. But he came off like one of those type of people that, he can get people talking and warm up to him. And
that's why I don't like that shit. It's trickery. Why you being so nice? Why you being so chummy? Just be professional, be firm, be direct. But why you trying to crack jokes to make me like you and shit? That's a play. That's a play right there. I'm always wary of people that in serious moments that are part of certain serious situations want to come in being like, oh, the cool guy that you can trust. No, can't trust shit. Fuck that. But let's continue listening because she break it down. You do your thing, Nick, at night.
What he was doing, like getting a lot of the jurors warmed up and expressing how they truly felt. And I'm going to go over everything that I wrote later on, but just to point out some of what's happened today. Let's go. Okay, so the prosecution, I wrote a note and I said, the judge is extremely rude. I said, he's extremely rude. Karmelo is extremely nervous. He's breathing, taking deep breaths, and he's looking around. Then the prosecution came up. His name was Dewey Mitchell. He was at a table where it was 4 of them, including him. And he said that he was the assistant district attorney. He said he came from a little town in Oklahoma, says he's never been the smartest person in the room, and wants to be clear about what we're doing today. The judge spoke about being fair. He says that, and so basically he referenced a joke, or what the judge tried to make as a joke on Monday. The judge basically said, hey, I think everybody on the road should go 55 miles an hour, and I don't think anybody should go over 55 miles an hour. And he was saying something along those lines. And the start of it, the prosecution was like, he said, well, I just want you guys to know I'm fine with people going 70 miles an hour, So he was kind of referencing something that the judge has said the prior day. And he said that, he feels like that's fine being the speed limit. So he then goes on and he says that his job was to talk about, if somebody is accused of a crime, he wants to make sure that they have a fair trial. And he said that, the probability, he said, we got juror number 2 right here in the front, And then we got juror number 449 all the way in the back. He said the probability of juror 449 making it on the juror, I'm paraphrasing, by the way, because I was taking quick notes. But in so many words, he was basically saying, like, the probability of juror 449 making it on the jury is probably not going to happen, but you still got to pay attention. So he was just letting them know that even though all of you guys are here and there's 449 of them in that room from the 600 that they originally started with, and all of them are not going to make it, but they still have to pay attention. Another thing that he stated was that they are going to have alternates in the jury, and that they will not know who the alternates are. So each juror will act as if they are on the official jury, and they won't know until the end if they are select. Talking about a baseball game, and he was using this analogy of a baseball game to say, you know, sometimes he was basically saying, like, we are a community or whatever. And so he said that he asked if there was any baseball parents. He talked about his kids. He said that the team that his kids play for was bad. And he said that if they lose a game, they had to play early the next day. And he said that, you know, they're basically a community. We all come as a community. And he was wondering how age will play into their decision. He wanted to know, how does race play into their decision? And his fear is, he said he feared how he would approach age and race and all of those things. And he was like kind of nervous about talking to them about these things. And he said that he wants them to speak up. And he said that if they speak up, they got a better chance of not making it on the jury. And then let's see.
Let me pause it real quick. Magnetar with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. He says, on the flip side, how do we know the all-white jury won't be biased? I wonder if that was considered. It's hard to not. I believe that they are just inherently biased. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just feel like they're gonna hold it down and hold down their own forever, right or wrong. You know what I mean? It's like it's almost natural to be biased against non-black people, especially when you're surrounded. You're a white person surrounded by your white peers, and then if you don't agree with them, they may feel some way about you. I don't know. From what I can tell, it's hard to not believe that they won't be biased, but we'll see. We'll see. Exactly, bro. It just doesn't sit right. It doesn't sit right. My life with another super chat 499 says, right, the judge was ignoring the witness tampering by the dad. People there said he was coercing the student witness on what to say and what not to say. And I believe it. I believe it. It's been months since this whole situation happened. You don't think they have talked to all these kids, all these witnesses, and had them saying certain things and using certain words? We'll get into it. I'm going to play a little bit more of this and we're going to go on to the next video, y'all. Thank you for being here.
He said he has to be the one to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime that they say that they committed, and they have to presume them innocent until they are proven otherwise based on the law and based on the evidence. They also stated that basically, whether or not you committed a crime before, like, let's say you have a history of going around beating people up. And in this particular case, I'm just using my own analogy. This particular case, you go and you beat somebody up. That doesn't determine whether you're guilty or innocent in this case. The only thing that determines whether you're guilty or innocent in this case is if you're actually guilty based on the law and the evidence. So he kept referring to the pre-existing history, or, you know, like whether they had it or didn't have it, or whether they were innocent and never committed a crime before. That doesn't matter. What matters is the crime that they did commit, and that's what's before them today. So after that, and let me check hold on, I got to come off camera real quick. I just kind of want to check in with y'all. Just want to make sure, sorry. Also, if you don't want to donate to the Cash App, but you want to,
okay, I'm gonna go ahead and end that video there. Make sure y'all head over to Nick and Night to see the rest of it. This was just her jury day one. I'm sorry, jury selection. This was 5 days ago, right? She's been doing a lot of updates since then. But we're gonna switch over to Lakeisha Keisha, right? Her video was about 5 days ago. And excuse me, y'all. My bad. Oh yeah, and we will be also doing a recap on the Chow case as well, because as y'all can see in the thumbnail, Ton Dawg, right, Dirty Dog, him and his panel had quite a bit to say about the young man, the young boy that whose life was taken at that corner store for absolutely no reason, and we'll get into that. But let's move on to the next video with Lakeisha Keisha, who has been following the case as well, also following Nick and Night as well, and getting her information. So we'll have a double for this. Hold on one second. Let me change it real quick so we can share that screen. Here we go. Hey, what's up, the genius? I see you. Thank you for being here. So this was 5 days ago. Keisha is reviewing Nick at Night's video, and look at Keisha's title. Karmelo Anthony set up. The media is lying. He was jumped and beat up. Video proves it. So let's get into it.
Check her out. She's giving her
tried to downplay them. No, been said so far is said for a reason. I'm wondering if the reason why the defense stated that he loved camping is because there's going to be a link to why he had the knife or why it was in his bag or something like that. Now, today they showed that Karmelo Anthony takes a lot of photos, okay? He has several photos with this one student that tried to downplay them knowing each other. They were able to show, hey, look at you and such here. Like you and he, or Karmelo, he in your house. He, like, y'all together here. Like, y'all playing basketball. Like, the student tried to downplay, like, oh.
So what she's referring to is this alleged witness that was supposedly Anthony's friend, acquaintance, or what have you, the guy that was already in that tent that I guess Karmelo was going to speak to. They discovered that this boy, he got on that stand and tried to make it seem like he didn't know Karmelo. They're not cool like that. But then evidence brought up them hanging out together, being at parties together outside of school, hanging out at each other's houses. But now all of a sudden, he don't know him like that. That's why I'm saying, like, this is going to be some bullshit, because they're obviously putting fear in these young kids and forcing them to say certain things so that Karmelo can get hit with the fullest extent of the law, even if it's not, rightfully done.
Oh, I only seen him 2 or 3 times. It wasn't really nothing. But then you see that their relationship is much more intimate than that. So you see clearly he's lying about his association with Karmelo, which then proves that he's most likely lying about a lot of the details that he's saying that clearly show you that he was a big instigator in this. Now, Austin approached him. Austin was the biggest one. And what they thought from listening to all their testimonies, Karmelo is a little skinny black boy. You got these big linebacker white boys, and then you got all these black kids that are also vouching these big white boys. So they felt empowered to, like, oh, this is like, they thought that he was a buster, like, oh, like, you're a little punk. Like, basically, that's what all of their testimony proves at this point, that they looked at him, they prejudged him based on him being small, and they thought that they can punk him. And they thought that they was going to be able to punk him and he was not going to defend himself. Okay. I believe that he defended himself. However,
now what I want you guys to do is pay attention to what she's saying. Because the reason why I'm showing you her video first is real simple. She's there in court. Her being there in court, listening to these witnesses, which are in fact
these so-called witnesses, because I'll be honest, when I first heard about it, after hearing what I heard, I'm like, oh, they picked on the wrong one that day. You know what I mean? It all just seemed like he was there. Because my thing is this. What sense would it make for him to go into a tent where he knows there are bigger kids that are bullies, to try to provoke a fight with them by himself? That doesn't even make sense. What did he have to prove? Nothing shows that, oh, he knew what he was doing when he came in there with that knife or whatever. He had that pocket knife and he was going there specifically to go and jump a bunch of boys by himself? That alone doesn't make no sense. It seems like he was there doing something else. Them boys got on that with him and it was up and stuck after that. And according to other witnesses, Karmelo Anthony wasn't a super big dude. He was kind of scrawny. You know what I mean? Like they said, it seemed like he tried to call their bluff. Basically, they tried to call his bluff, tried to act like he was some little dude that wasn't gonna do nothing, that can't protect himself. And FAFO. I'm not saying that it's right. Not saying that he had to respond in that way, but in that situation, what would you do?
friends with the Metcalfs. But you guys know how witness testimony should flow. There's certain buzzwords that they all keep using. And, she'll get into the specifics, but in hearing the testimonies from these kids and even reading it online, it really seems very much coerced. Okay. So she is boots to the ground. And I want you guys to listen to this part. Karmelo Anthony has always stated that he defended himself. Now that we're getting deeper into this case, Karmelo Anthony was jumped. He was. If you guys go back to the first and only press conference that his mother and father did, because his mother and father are married, they're still together. There's no baby daddy, whatever you guys call it. They're in a household together. His mother is a nurse who stopped working to be a stay-at-home parent. The father is a finance manager somewhere. But at the end of the day, this kid was jumped by Austin Metcalf, his brother Hunter, and I'm going to show you guys more evidence that corroborates that story as this video plays.
Let us know, Keisha.
The fact that he had the knife too, like it's a catch-22, because it's like, on one hand, you defended yourself, but on another hand, you weren't even supposed to have the knife in the first place.
I like Neek, but one thing that I've learned from watching these cases, the fact and people keep saying a knife, it wasn't a knife, it was a pocket knife, if I'm correct. But there is a great distinction between a knife and a pocket knife. So the fact that he had it has nothing to do with his ability to defend himself. Let me give you an example. If somebody was attacking me and I was able to get to a weapon to defend myself, nobody cares where I got it from, okay? The fact that you attacked me, I want you guys to understand, they have it's not stand your ground, but it is self-defense. What that simply means is you do not have to meet force with force. It means you can defend yourself using whatever force you need to defend yourself, okay?
And these cases are so similar, right? Because even with Cyrus in the child situation, that Asian dude was on I'm defending myself because he pulled out a gun. But couldn't he have been defending himself because y'all chasing him down? So it just because if I, like she said, I'm going to defend myself however way I can. especially when it's several against one. So it's like if that carries out, then they definitely have to reopen this child case because they're not even standing on the real reasons of self-defense. That doesn't make sense.
Okay, so people are harping on why did he have they keep saying knife, but it's a pocket knife, which is very much different. And we also learned in his attorney's opening statements that having a pocket knife is perfectly legal. Now, if you guys want to get more into this knife, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you because I don't believe that.
It's so funny she said that because she did a whole video breakdown on the knife and the knife laws, and we're going to play it in just a second, but let's continue.
That is substantial enough evidence to say, oh, well, he shouldn't have had a knife. If that kid didn't have the knife to protect himself, he probably wouldn't be here. You have to understand his size, and I'm going to show you guys.
Right, because who's to say why he can jump? People have died from fist fights, concussed. You know what I'm saying? Completely, what do they call it? In comas from being knocked the hell out. If he's that small, has that small frame, and you got these big two burly, murly white boys running up on you, and you're by yourself, it's already an unfair fight on their end. It's several against one. So yeah, I might pull out a weapon if I got it. At that point.
Another video where it is stated that they were surrounded. We're going to also get into the video that they played in court, which I haven't spoke about. But what I've learned in court is they can't see the video because it's very blurry. Well, what I want you guys to understand, that video that they won't show it, well, they've showed it in court, but you can't really see what's going on. That's a setup.
That's a whole setup, because why can't you, and I don't miss me with the blurry shit. It's 2026. It's 2026. Y'all can redact information from files. Hell, in Illinois, they got whole camera systems where they can take a picture of you and your car, your license plate, you in that car, to see if you ran past a damn red light. I don't want to hear this, oh, it's too blurry, you can't. No, that's some bullshit. That video is what's going to determine everything, because that video, it probably does show this was self-defense, full stop. Blurry, as if you can't put that video through some type of system to get it pixelized, to get it clearer. I'm not going. And the fact that they play in our face like this, oh, it's too blurry, we can't. Y'all weren't planning to show that video anyway. Regardless of if it was blurry or not, you were not planning to show that video. And I want to know why. Because if we need all the evidence and we need all the facts laid the fuck out, show the video from beginning to end. And then there was another guy, y'all. There was another boy that was involved, that was there, that took the witness stand. I'm going to find that video. Took to the witness stand saying that he did put out his phone to record, but he didn't. Got up there and said, I did. Well, I was going to record. I was just taking it out. That's some fucking bullshit. And on top of that, we're in the era where everybody records everything, especially when it's something crazy and outlandish, especially if there's a fight. All people do is pull out their phones before they decide to help. All them kids under that tent and ain't nobody get nothing on video. But I also heard that they confiscated all these people's phones. That's what I'm saying. Like, they playing in our face. They're trying to set this shit up. So there's no, it goes beyond reasonable doubt. They're trying to hide shit. And it's like, it's crumbling at the same time because people are poking. It's too many holes in the story and people are taking notice to it. And that's why the defense, right? They need to get stronger with Karmelo's case. Because it seemed like they just a little lax and not, just not doing enough, it seems like.
Because the reason why you can't see what's going on, because the video shows this kid being jumped.
Exactly.
That is why the prosecution did not get the proper equipment to show this video. And I'm going to show you guys why, because there are witnesses that actually saw the video and they say that Karmelo Anthony was in fact jumped. Let me kind of explain to you guys what that means, because some people will say, how did they see the video? You guys, as well as me, can do an open records request for any record and we can see it. In this particular case, because it is an ongoing case, you can come in to see the video. However, you cannot record it. You can't come in there with your meta glasses on. You can't do any of that. So people have saw this video clear, crystal clear. But now all of a sudden, when they play it in court, it's grainy and they can't see it. And they literally have to point out to the prosecution, to the jury, who everybody is. Why would you bring this case to trial and not show a video that the people on the trial can actually see? I'm going to tell you why. Because the video shows that Karmelo was actually jumped, not even by Austin, but Hunter, as well as some other kids. Now, Neek is explaining it as being an observer in the court that she saw, and what she observed is that these kids are lying. I mean, I observed that, and I'm not even
flat
there.
Out.
Not only is she saying, that this is what her take is, these kids and these witnesses, well, they're probably adults now, some of them, they have been coerced by the prosecution.
What I tell y'all? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Of course. When you think about how this system is made and how it all started, was there ever any integrity involved in creating this system, these systems of justice that we all fall under, these laws? Did they really have, especially protections of Black people in mind when they are faced with dealings and situations like this? There was never any integrity and honesty needed for them to carry these things out. It's always make sure we get out this jam by any means necessary, even if we are the ones at fault. And by we, I'm talking about the non-Blacks. Yeah, I'm talking about the Caucasoids, the Caucasianoids from them Caucasus Mountains. Okay, they're on script, right? Well, maybe is it not on script, but like they're always on par when it comes to protecting themselves, to the point where they ingrained it in our judicial system. So of course they're going to take them witnesses, take those, especially kids. That's how they did the Central Park 5. Had them confessing to a crime that they didn't know, because they knew they were Black boys in a park at night, white woman, great. All they had to do was put the pressure on them to get them to say a thing to absolve any, to absolve any guilt from anybody else and put all the blame onto them. Of course they're going to coerce kids. That's a given. However, there needs to be better ways to infiltrate that, prove that, and then find ways to hold these people accountable that are coercing witnesses and children, et cetera, et cetera. Because who is sitting with these kids when they're being questioned, when they're being asked? I thought minors can't sit with law enforcement without like their parent, right? I ain't no lawyer at all, y'all. I don't know. All I know is that I don't know nothing, But what I'm saying is, it just sounds like they said, it's a setup. And it's easy because it's just like they're either getting paid off, they're being threatened, they're being incentivized to fucking lie. And there's nobody brave enough to be like, fuck that. That's why I'm like, if I was on that jury on a child case, we would have been there for a week. We would have been there for weeks. I'm holding up the whole jury. I'm holding everybody up. The nigga guilty, he needs to go to jail. I don't care what kind of money you put in front of me. I don't care what type of threats. And hey, I'll let everybody know, hey, they in here threatening me. What? It's just like doing the right thing is so fucking hard. especially when it comes to protections of Black people, when it comes to advocating for Black, it's so hard to just do the right fucking thing. And that's because we live in a system that they don't care about doing the right thing. They don't care about humanity. It's about power. It's about this bravado. It's about all the wrong shit. But let's keep going.
Defend yourself. You get what I'm saying? So it's like a catch-22 type of situation. So they've proven that, and all of the students that were called by the prosecution, they sound extremely rehearsed. A lot of the comments that they're making are not natural conversations that a teenager would have. And it's not natural that every single teenager would use the same buzzwords.
Right.
All of them are using the exact same buzzwords.
And when you clock this in real time, who's allowed to say something? Who's allowed to speak up? Like, this is supposed to be a natural response, a natural testimony, but everybody sounds the same. Nobody finds that weird. I would have been in there asking all kind of questions. You don't realize that he just said the same thing that he just said, but these are supposed to be different witnesses, different angles, different statements, but they're using the same words. She's right about that. There's nothing natural about that. And it should only be a natural testimony as it pertains to like bringing up honest evidence. It should be no rehearsed, no coercion. Let me know what's really coming off the dome. Because that's when you'll see the honesty come through.
And it sounds coached, it sounds rehearsed, and they sound like they're lying. Okay. However, regardless of them lying and regardless of them bullying him, because it's like, okay, he bullied you and they're wrong for bullying you. And
Now I have to jump in because I believe she's going to get to the part about the knife. Bullying is different. This kid feared for his life. Bullying somebody and coming to somebody, picking them up, thrusting them out of their seat, in which if you guys have ever been to any sorts of a game, you got to be careful when you're walking on them things, because if you fall, especially if somebody throw you, Karmelo Anthony saved his own life. So in this part, I disagree.
And you know what? That's a good point, Lakeisha, because you just don't know how you will respond when you are literally in fear of your life. You're trying to survive at that point, right? So that's something to consider. Excuse me.
Because this was not a case of bullying. He was jumped. And it could have been that he wouldn't be here. And
I also heard these damn little white boys, these little white brothers, they been bullies. They like, this is what they do. They go around bullying other people, talking shit, throwing their weight around and all type of stuff. So I'm sorry, these kids are not innocent. They're not. Not in this case.
Let her finish.
So, like, if they were bullying you, he put his hands on you, he pushed you, or whatever, you haven't, it wasn't equal force.
Now, equal force has nothing to do with self-defense, because you hit me, I hit you. That's not it. If I fear for my life, I need to eliminate the threat. So it's not the same thing. And I can understand, why people think that if you push me, I should push you back. But if I feel like my life is at stake, 4 people come at me, one of y'all got to go, or as many of y'all I can pick off, because I feel threatened and I have to protect myself. So I don't want us to mix up bullying with a threat of 4 big people jumping somebody that's damn near teen.
You get what I'm saying? But it's clear they bullied him. Like, that's not, like, that can't be contested. I don't care how much they try to paint it and say Karmelo was the aggressor. He tried to goad him. That's BS. Anybody with critical thinking skills listening to those can tell that that's complete BS. The only major hurdle above that is the reason why he had that knife.
And I disagree. Again, the attorney in opening statements already talked about that. There is nothing illegal about having a pocket knife. It's perfectly legal. So it is not up to the jury to figure out why a person had something when it's perfectly legal.
Everybody wants to know, why did you have the knife in the first?
Again, it's perfectly legal to have the knife. And I don't believe that that is something that the jury needs to figure out. And I'm sure that his attorney would definitely maneuver through that so that they can understand it, because it's simply something that they don't need to know. It's just not important. Now, one of the other things that I noticed, and we're going to get into this clip, and since we're talking about these witnesses lying, let's talk about Hunter and his lies. Because as I watch this case, I'm noticing, and some others have noticed, that his story has also changed. Now, let's get into it. Okay, Hunter's story has changed. It looks like he...
Now, I had to come back. I'm sorry, y'all. I had to pick up a call for a gig that I'm doing this week, and they was blowing me up, so I just had to take it. But I'm going to play another video of this goofy ass little boy and how he just flat out is lying because he says two totally different things between this and to the other one. So I hope y'all been paying attention and listening to everything that has been said so far, but get into this part right here.
He had an interview with the television station 24 hours after his brother had passed away. What he said in those interviews didn't match what this jury is hearing right now, okay? So let's kind of get into what Hunter is saying. Again, this is all going into that narrative that why are these people lying? What are they trying to cover up? I'm going to be honest, okay? I'm an OG. I can look at you. I know body movements. This gives lie right here, but we don't know. Like, we don't know these people. But let's listen to what he said. Listening to what he said, even if you go to, I think, CBS News, different news outlets, they are verbatim putting online what these witnesses said. No witnesses, none of them, which is another issue. Why is everybody's story so scatterbrained? Like, what is going on? It's like you made this shit up, or it's so made up that you can't really connect it with reality, that nobody's story is the same. Well, let's get into what this content creator put online, and it caught my attention because, again, at trial, witnesses testified that Hunter was not involved, okay? But let's get into what Hunter said.
Before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack. This kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about the rest. So just that's just what I saw. And I try to help him, but.
So what he has confirmed, remember, Austin is the brother that ended up losing his life. What he's confirmed is that he spoke first, but I thought he wasn't involved. Because if you were not involved, why are you speaking first? How does this make sense? Now, what this post says is
I'm so sorry, y'all. Did you miss me? My bad, y'all. The lines are bumping, humping, and jumping. All right, let me turn this back up. So let's just go back to this lying POS. All right. And I'm going to play another video of what was said. in another kind of sit down that he did. So let me go back because I want to hear it again too. All right, let's hear it.
Track. We asked him to move.
Content creator.
Before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack. This kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But
Full of shit. First of all, if somebody was in your motherfucking tent that you didn't want to be in your tent, why didn't you go to an adult? Why didn't you go to your coach? Why didn't you go to the chaperone or whatever adult over there that has authority over the kids in the tents that they're supposed to be in? Who the fuck are y'all to take matters in y'all own hands and feel like you could call authority over other people? If somebody is there and you don't like, go call an adult. But no, y'all decided to get aggressive with that boy. But let's continue.
then I look at my brother, and then I'm not gonna talk about the rest. So just that's just what I saw. And I try to help him, but
I tried to help him. I mean, I'm not gonna make fun of him. I'm sorry. Where's my empathy,
So
Lord?
what he
Help me with some empathy. Y'all, let's pray. Please, God, do not let me show my real feelings about an unalived young person, because I do not wish these things on anyone. But when I feel you are bullshitting me, ain't no tears coming out this man's eyes. You could tell he was rehearsed to say certain things. I'm calling bullshit, right? Hate that this happened to his brother, but the fact that he can't even really give a clear detail of what happened lets me know you're not being fully honest. So it's like, I can't be fully empathetic. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry.
has confirmed, remember, Austin is the brother that ended up losing his life. What he's confirmed is that he spoke first. But I thought he wasn't involved. Because if you were not involved, why are you speaking first? How does this make sense?
It doesn't, Keisha.
Now, what this post says is a defense witness from Metcalf's own school who didn't want to be there confirmed Hunter spoke first. Both brothers stood up while Karmelo remains.
Hold on, let me read the super chat. Sorry, I missed it. My life with the $9.99 super chat. My bad, y'all. It's normal for kids to have switch knives or spike keys on them during track meets. Oh, I didn't know that. Especially in Texas, because it's legal for them to carry them to change spikes. I ran track my whole life and seeing them. Interesting. Very interesting. You know, what's going on, Voice of Venus? I'm sorry. Let me catch up with the chats. Sorry, y'all. What's going on, Tequila Pisces? I see you. Thank you for being here, my girls and my guys in the building. What's going on, Moa? Thank you for being here. I agree. Karmelo's attorney, it seems like it's trash. Y'all not asking enough motherfucking questions for me. I would have got that video, gave it to somebody to pixelize it. Oh, okay, it's blurry. All right. Since I'm involved, since I'm the defense attorney, let me go ahead and get that video so we can fix it up for the jury.
Seated. Austin threatened to beat him. Let me make sure let me blow this up a little bit because it's a little bit small. It says Austin threatened to beat his climbed five rows, tapped Karmelo on the shoulder, then grabbed him with both hands. That's when Karmelo's bag came out. So let's just listen to what this kid is saying, because this story has now changed.
The fuck on?
Okay, let me blow this up a little bit because it's a little bit small. It says Austin threatened to beat his climbed five rows, tapped Karmelo on the shoulder, then grabbed him with both hands.
So like I said, these are some bullies. Because who and what gave them the authority to physically put their hands on somebody to remove them from a tent? And where were the adults when this whole thing was going on? If that was happening and you saw, because it's not like you're not just gonna see that. Somebody aggressively grabbing somebody and trying to remove them, you're gonna see that immediately. So why didn't any adult that was around intervene, try to break it up, try to resolve it? How did this whole thing ensue to the point where somebody ended up unalive? I just have so many questions.
That's when Karmelo's bag came out. So let's just listen to what this kid is saying, because this story has now changed.
I'm not going to talk about the rest. So just that's just what I saw. And I try to help him, but
It was just senseless.
it was really senseless. Really, I don't know why a person would do that to someone just over that little argument. It's
I don't know why somebody would do that to someone over just a little argument. Bitch, y'all came in there, talk about he can't be in here, grabbing his backpack, grabbing his shoulders, physically trying to remove him. And you want to sit here and try to say, I can't believe he did that. What the fuck did you do? You and your bro. Y'all got physical for no reason just because somebody was sitting under a fucking tent? What made you get physical? What made you get so motherfucking aggressive? Don't try to, I can't believe. Well, you should have believed it when y'all were the ones that did the aggressing. Like I said, it doesn't make any fucking sense for Karmelo to be as little as he was, to knowingly go over to a tent where people don't like him, where there could be a potential fight, to try to provoke an incident. Which is what they're trying to claim. He knew he was coming to do it. He brought the knife there for this reason, that, and the third. No, y'all saw that boy over there and wanted to throw your fucking weight around. Got physical with him first, and now your brother is dead. Unfortunately, hate to say that, but I can't stand when they try to this whole. I can't believe they did that, but you're not even. Who's talking about what the fuck you did though? For every action, there's a reaction, and unfortunately, this was an unfortunate reaction.
It's crazy in this world nowadays how people just up and do that. Like, a man has a family, that man has people that care about them all the time, and he did everything for our family too. He was a strong man. He was a strong kid.
Oh my God. He was a strong kid. Yeah, keep telling on him. Keep telling on him. Exactly. And it wasn't just the one kid, apparently.
Ways. And me
Oh,
and
this
my
one I want to
brother,
try to see.
a couple of kids were walking back from the field house of the middle school, because we attended that middle school when we went to middle school, and we were saying hello to old coaches and catching up with them. And then we're walking back to our stand. We put our tent up so all the bleachers were right there. We're not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life. I never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being,
Wait a minute, because first of all, he's a mumble talker. He can't articulate his words clearly, so I'm having trouble hearing him. Let me go back just a little bit. You know, them Neanderthals got them, you know what I'm saying? They got a thick tongue type shit. You know, it's kind of hard to hear what the fuck they got to say. But let's go back, because this story is way different than the one we just heard.
A man has a family, that man has people that care about them all the time, and he did everything for our family too. He was a strong man. He was a strong kid.
Ways. And me and my brother, a couple of kids were walking back from the field house of the middle school, because we attended that middle school when we went to middle school, and we were saying hello to old coaches and catching up with them. And then we're walking back to our stand. We put our tent up so all the bleachers were right there. We're not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid.
And look how the mama is looking at him. You peep that death stare she's giving him, right? She's like, you better stick to the script. It's like she was almost looking at him to make sure he was saying the right thing in case he didn't, so she can step in to say, speak for him.
It said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life. Never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and
I hate how they keep trying to say, I never knew who he was. I never knew his name. I never knew him. I never knew him. But yet, and that's another thing. You claim you didn't know this boy at all. Didn't have any, sense of who he was. But yet y'all got aggressive with this boy out of nowhere. Right? Out of nowhere. If it's a stranger, go tell an adult. Coach, I don't know if he should be over here. I don't know. Even though that still sounds like some hating ass shit. But if it was just a stranger that looked like they weren't supposed to be under your tent, why not go get an adult to handle the situation? Y'all knew what the fuck y'all was doing. Y'all wanted to take matters in your own hands. You had a fucking point to prove. That shit running y'all blood. Let's be fucking honest.
uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, how he always is with me, just brothers, just having my back. And things started getting more higher intensity. And the kid said some aggressive stuff, reckless stuff. Also try to handle the problem. And, yeah.
What? What the fuck did he just say? The other kid was saying aggressive. And did they ever ask them what were the aggressive things that he said? Because from what I heard from these testimonies, it was make me leave or do something and find out. What was all this derogatory statements that he was making while he was under that tent with you? You just keep saying he was saying crazy stuff. What was the crazy stuff? Lying ass nigga. Let me go back because this all sound like mumbo jumbo to me.
Some aggressive stuff, reckless stuff. Also try to handle the problem. And, yeah.
Austin was always one to step up. He always wanted to step up and be the person that would do the right thing. And he was doing the right thing by saying to this gentleman that you're not supposed to be in this tent. This is because they have personal items there.
A lot of stuff gets stolen, just like that, just precautions and stuff. And our coaches always told us don't let, other schools, mess with our stuff, just sit around our tent area. And we set that up for the girls' track every meet we had. So it's just he knew he wasn't supposed to be there. And it's just a tragedy what happened.
And then what happened, Austin? After your brother stepped up, what happened then?
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Somebody over their house talking to them in the background. Did y'all just hear that? Hold on. I don't know. I ain't tweaking. Hold on. Because I was listening to this earlier. I'm like, who the fuck was that? Who just mumbled something in the back? Because that was a great question. And it's almost like he had to be told what to say. Yeah, no. The defense needs to really get on their ass. For real. Just listen.
We set that up for the girls' track every meet we had. So it's just he knew he wasn't supposed to be there. And it's just a tragedy what happened.
And then what happened, Austin? After your brother stepped up, what happened then?
I know y'all heard that mumbling in the background from a man. And then he proceeded to answer the question. That's suspect as hell because it should come naturally. You shouldn't. If you are innocent, why you need all this fucking, say this, say that? Why you got to tiptoe around? If you're innocent, just speak the truth. Because it's some bullshit in the game, as it always is.
Stepped up over there, asked him to move, got aggressive, he grabbed the bag. And then I whipped my head around, and then all of a sudden I see him running down the bleachers, grabbing his chest.
Wanted to step up and be the...
All right. You know what's a little important here? The prosecution has wrapped in this case. Do you know what didn't happen? Hunter was not called by the prosecution. Why do you think Hunter was not called by the prosecution? Because Hunter is lying. Now let's get into what Docket Diva is saying. Hunter Metcalf gave 2 interviews after his brother, Austin Metcalf, passed away. We just watched that video. What he said in those interviews doesn't match what the jury has been hearing all week. Let's get into the timeline, Docket Diva. On April 2nd, in an interview with WFAA, Hunter said, and he stated that we asked Karmelo Anthony to move. We would indicate him and others, or even him and another person.
Oh, my bad. I'm missing some super chats. My bad, y'all. I'm trying to stay focused. You know, I got the ADHD. So my life, your entertainment, with the $9.99 super chat. He says, why is no one talking about the fact that the brothers jumped their dad? What? Wait, what? I didn't even know this now. Hold the hell on. Hold these to some. Okay. These are some what are those what Menendez brothers? Was these some little Menendez brothers? He says, why is no one talking about the fact the brothers jumped their dad in the past, yet the brother crime victim about an argument? Do you find that suspicious? And Dr. Umar voice, donate to the chat. Exactly. I didn't know they beat up their dad. Oh yeah. If they was whooping their daddy's ass, yeah, they don't give a fuck about nothing. They think they run shit. They think they are the aggressor. They think they are the ones that are in power, etc., etc. They clearly have never received any consequence for their violent actions. That's what it sounds like to me. Another one from My Life says, for the $4.99, he says, rain or shine, is normal to visit other school tents as well during track meets. Rain or shine, they're making controversy out of tradition as well. I didn't play track, and I agree with that. I didn't play track, but I definitely was a cheerleader. And cheer meet, different mats, we saying hi to everybody. You know what I mean? We going over here, we going over there. So the way they're making it seem like he shouldn't have been over at that tent because people be stealing, like, get the fuck out of here. If that was the case, then where, like I said, where were the adults? Where were the people that were in control, that were required to be responsible for these kids' safety? If it was such a big deal and that no other kid come over to other tents, why wasn't there anyone around the perimeter to say, hey kid, are you lost? Do you need to find your tent? We can't have you over here, etc., etc. It's all bullshit. And they're pumping things up to make these claims to lessen the actions of these brothers, which was them jumping that boy flat out.
We asked Karmelo Anthony to leave. Notice Hunter, who said he was there and his brother died in his arms, was not even called by the prosecution. Why do you think? On April 3rd, Hunter said he was the first to approach Karmelo, not Austin. Austin then stepped up and tried to handle the problem. Hunter also says he grabbed the bag. Do y'all see how this shit don't make no sense? These kids jumped this boy, they beat him up, and now they're trying to make it seem like he was some lunatic person who just came there whacking and played. Right. It's unclear who he refers to. He also just described his brother as not being aggressive.
Wait, y'all saying it was also raining that day too? It was raining that day, so it wasn't far-fetched for somebody to just take cover under a tent if it was raining. So what are we really talking about here? He over there chilling, trying to get out the rain. And y'all go and grab his bag, put your hands on his body. What's he doing?
Well, I don't know what you call aggressive when you put your hands on somebody. Maybe there's another definition that I'm not aware of. At trial, which is what we're in now. Multiple witnesses testified Hunter was not involved or part of the confrontation. One witness was asked directly. The answer was a flat out no. This is where we get into these witnesses have been coerced. I mean, let's just call it what it is. They are lying.
They are.
Defense witness testifies. A defense witness from Metcalf's school who made it clear he didn't want to testify said Karmelo Anthony was called over to the tent by someone he knew. He didn't just pop up. Now, this plays into the narrative that they jumped him. Okay? He didn't just pop up. Do you guys see how this story, even in, during the testimony, they keep saying he wasn't supposed to be there. We don't know why he was there. You're not supposed to be at someone else's tent. So what they want to paint to the public is that Karmelo Anthony came there with the intention to do something to somebody. But why are they not showing the clear video?
Right.
The clear video. Why are they showing a grainy video where they have to actually direct the jury and tell the jury what's in the...
Yeah, because if that was the case and he came there unprovoked, nobody called him over, he was there on bullshit, he was there to get violent, that should have been the first thing you saw. I mean, I'm sorry, the first thing that the jurors saw and that we all saw. If that's the truth, no. He wasn't, he came over here on that with us. Nobody called him over there. Nobody asked him to be over here with us. He came over there wielding a knife and doing all of that. Then show the tape. Show the very exact moment to where he entered your tent. And let's take it from there.
Actual video footage. And I have a problem with that because I don't know what his attorney's structure is for next week, but I don't understand.
Thank you so much, my life, with the $4.99 super chat. He says it was self-defense on the Metcalf twins' behalf because the attack due to the threat of his blackness. Guilty, right? Election year. The fix is in. Damn. And there's that. Like we said last week, like always around election, racial tensions always tend to rise. And my thing is, what's the end goal? When they do start to bubble up like this, what are they like? What is this supposed to do for society? This is like an ongoing loop of bullshit with no end, no conclusion, no end game, just racism. Like what?
Understand why his attorney, Mr. Howard, allowed this video to be played in court, knowing that it could not be, it's not clear. So
right.
If the jury is expected to watch something and dissect it with their own brain, why is it where you can't make out what's going on in the video to where someone has to tell you what's going on? That's a problem because what they're not seeing is what actually happened.
I'm gonna fast forward just a little bit, y'all. Thank y'all for being here. Get the likes up. I'm not sure where the likes are, but we have 93 people in the building. Shout out to y'all. Yeah. I appreciate y'all. You can be on any stream in the world on a Monday and you're here with me. Little old me, little old Jazz. I appreciate it. I hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. Make sure you hit the like button, share, comment, subscribe, do all the things. Let's keep it moving though.
The state never called Hunter to the stand. Now you know why. That's a question worth asking. Go ahead, Docket Diva. So, Austin died in his brother's arms, but the state never called him. I mean, that's your number one witness. The witness also said Anthony provoked the fight, which is the same theory the prosecutors have led since day one. They have been what, guys? What's that word? Coerced. What did Nick at Night say? They're using the same buzzwords.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you talking about? Okay. Now, let me get into my next piece of evidence because I want to keep this flow. Now, some of you guys are probably wondering, what are you talking about? You wasn't there. Like, you don't know. This is a jury. I want you guys to understand. People are convicted, especially minorities, Black people are convicted of things that, you know, that they would have probably gotten off on simply if we look at this case, no Black jury. Why is there nobody Black on the jury? Okay. Well, we know one reason.
And that was intentional. I'm going to play a little bit more of this video and then we're going to move on to the next. Thank y'all for being here. Hit the like button for the Chanel.
Is the population of Blacks in that town is only 10%. But the big reason is they let 3 people go. Okay. They said it wasn't for race. I don't know why the judge allowed that to happen. I want to get into a couple of videos before this video that I want to show you guys. What I want you guys to understand, the video that they played in court was a video that the jury couldn't see because they stated that I guess the TVs in the court are older and they don't have 4K capability.
And what the fuck is up with that? What is up with that? All this technology out here, all this AI, and you got old, grainy VCR having TVs being, pushed into the courtroom like how we was in school. Remember when a teacher would come in and play movies? That's the TV that they're using in these courtrooms in 2026. All these excuses are really irritating me because it's like an insult. Why aren't you upgrading the things needed to convey accuracy in a courtroom? Projectors, televisions, tapes, videos. Why are we still? And they're doing that shit on purpose. Let's be honest. There's no rush to upgrade when it comes to things in a courtroom because it'll be too transparent. And they always want to leave that sliver of fucking doubt for their sake. We're not fucking stupid.
Well, people were able to see that video because all you had to do was send in a request and you can come in and watch that video. And in that video, you know what it showed? It showed that Karmelo was jumped. What a coincidence. Now,
Keisha, you got the video, girl. How can I see that? I need to see the video. I need to see it. I need to see. I need to see. I might have to take a trip just to go see that video because it's baffling me. Because if this is true, the links that they're going to try to conceal the actual video is crazy to me.
That same video they're showing to the jury, and the jury can't make it out because they're saying they don't have the proper equipment in court. This is a setup, okay? Why would you plan for this case knowing the equipment that you had in that courtroom wasn't sufficient to show the jury the full video that they can actually make out? If I'm on a jury,
and they're going to show just bits and parts so they can control the narrative, so they can say, see, look at this is when he did this, but you're not going to show a clear video of what happened from beginning to fucking end. It was a setup to manipulate the situation, to coerce the jury to believe whatever story they want them to believe, not the truth. Because remember, in these courtrooms, the truth really don't fucking matter. It's what you can prove, unfortunately. And if they can prove a lie just based off of faulty evidence, this is how it ends up. Fucking crazy.
I don't want you pointing out what's happening in the video. I have eyes. I want to be able to see it. Well, people have saw the video. Last I checked, I think somebody said 40 people saw it. I'm not sure. In order to see the video, you just go in, see it. You can't take your phone, no meta glasses. You just sit in and watch it. If you don't believe me, believe this.
No, it was clear. It was clear enough where you can see the actual individual raindrops come by the cameras. Okay. That's how clear it is.
Okay, so this is somebody who's actually saw the video. He's going to get into letting you guys know just how clear the video is and what he was able to see on that video. Now, when I say the video,
and I was going to play a different video. Look, Keisha covered all of this. I didn't even go through this whole video, but I had this actual video she's showing right now. queued up because this is somebody that it says high school staff member who claims he saw surveillance footage of the altercation between Karmelo Anthony and Austin shares detailed account of events leading up to the tragic accident. So is this surveillance footage that the courtroom has, or he's a high school staff member that just saw surveillance footage that the school still has? Because if it's just what the school still has, why can't he show it? We can talk all day about what you can and can't show in a courtroom, but if it's a different, you know what I mean? If it's a different video that is not obtained by the court, why not show it? You know what I mean? But maybe it's the same video. I don't know. Let's continue. Oh, but wait, hold on, shawty, hold on. All right, my life with the $4.99 super chat says the goal is to put fear into Black people to vote Democrat out of racial fear mongering and white people to vote far right Republicans to vote to add to it. You know what's so funny about that? I was hearing another weird ass content creator who's Black that has so many horrible things to say about Black people, Black women, etc. in the way that we vote. I'm of the belief that neither party is the party for Black people, right? They have proved that over and over and over again. But it's so weird that you have so many Black people that think that if we just put our eggs in the Republican basket, all of a sudden, all of our problems are going to go away. All of our dreams going to come true. Everything that we've ever wanted, we're going to somehow be given. But when have they ever shown? When have they ever displayed that they ever gave a damn about what Black people needed as a collective? They were able to pass an Asian hate bill. Asian hate. And we're going to get into the real Asian hate. Oh, we're going to get into it. Because the Asians, oh my God. Oh my God. The way that they have been responding to certain things. But it's just like, what would be the reason to vote for Republicans now? Because on this particular content creator, he was like, his chat was saying like, why would they ever do anything for us if we never voted for them? And my rebuttal is, what have they ever done to earn our vote or our trust? I'm not just gonna vote for you just because and just hope because I voted for you that you like me all of a sudden and give me what I want. No, I need tangibles. I need things that I can actually see that you're consistently doing to try to make positive change for my community specifically. I don't give a fuck. We need specifics for our community because we have a unique and specific experience in this country that no other group of people can ever relate to. Endured the longest, struggles the most, redlined, railroaded the most. Ain't nobody else dealing with this shit. Even when they tried to redline Asians, they gave them incentive. They said, hey, we'll go ahead and give you these loans to build these businesses, but only where the niggas be at. We're going to only let you build your own, not give niggas loans and grants to build in our own communities. No, we're going to get, if you want to be the good Asian, the good moral, citizen, the upstanding one outside of these niggas, here's how we're going to play it. We're going to give you the money to make money in all these communities, but it got to be in alignment with us. These motherfuckers were able to get bills passed for them, all type of shit. And that was what, I think that was under the Democratic Party, I think, wasn't it? Or wait, the Asian hate, no, that was during 2020. That was during COVID. Trump was still around. But I feel like, I may be wrong about that, but I feel like, that was a mutual, like, between parties type of bill that came out. You know what I mean? We can't get nothing. So why would we just up and give our votes to the Republicans and just hope for the best? We've been doing that shit forever. The only thing we haven't done yet is remove our vote. Take back our vote. Y'all don't get shit until you show me why you deserve it. Vote for the Republican for what? Vote for the Democrat for what? For what? Let me see your track record. Let me see what you're on about. Let me see what you believe in. Let me see who you've actually helped. He's one of these motherfucking parties and help niggas. No, we should withhold the vote. Withhold that shit. Voting is important, and on a community level, knowing who your judges are, knowing what's going on in your community, absolutely show up to those polls. I'm never here to say we should not be voting, but we can't just be voting blindly and just saying, well, we need to just go over here because we noticed that the Democrats ain't do it, so maybe the Republicans will now. So we're just going to be doing the same thing over and over again. That's insanity. They want us to be insane, is what you're telling me? So yeah, I don't know. That was a bit of a rant because it's just like it's two wings on the same fucked up bird, gang. Like we're fucked either way, you know. Until we really make a stance and say no, fuck y'all, fuck your voting. Until you give us what we need, and or remove ourselves completely for the system and start trusting each other enough to build and create our own systems. Fuck all this. Fuck all of this.
I mean, the video of the incident.
The video was on 2 hours. Was it clear enough, or was it fuzzy, or what?
No, it was clear. It was okay. It's clear enough where you can see the actual individual raindrops come by the campus.
Okay.
That's how clear it is. You actually see them walking up. You see that Karmelo is already up under there.
You see them walking up. Back to my narrative, Karmelo Anthony was jumped. Them. He didn't say him. Them.
Come on, contest.
Dodging the rain, or
yeah, it was still raining. You know,
right.
I'm familiar with them. So that day we were under tornado watch.
Right.
And we were under thunderstorm warning, and we know we had already had some light rain then, and it started raining again. Then it was over with for the day. Okay. So that's kind of what happened on that day. But they were at a rain delay already, and so during that time when that happened, the twins, their two buddies, and a few other kids, because there was a few kids involved with it. They were all coming from the direction of the middle school, coming walking back up.
Right.
On the video, you can see those four that actually was involved, and maybe about 3 or 4 others that was with them, skipping up, trying to catch up behind. One veered off probably toward his way.
Pay attention, guys. This is
school is in session. Come on, Keisha, break it down. Keisha
is someone who saw the video, and apparently he works at a high school. I don't remember if it's that high school, but he is telling you guys what he saw on that clear video. But now the video is so grainy that the jury.
And you know what? Thank you for the $1.99 super chat, my life. And I think that's what turned me off. I think that's what turned me off when it came to Kamala, because I'm like, bitch, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Getting your black looking adjacent ass in this VP seat, looking at a country full of niggas that were willingly and in full total support of you, and slap an Asian bill in our face. And then to also say, I'm never going to do anything for specifically a group of people, but here we are. With an Asian hate crime bill, specifically for the Asians. That don't benefit niggas. And that's what they try to say. Oh, well, you know, this is going to benefit all. How? When we all don't have the same experiences. That doesn't make sense. But thank you for the super chat. Thank you for letting me know, because I knew it was like close. It was like close together.
Can't really make out what's really going on. Why do you think that now that clear video is something that they can't make out? Because why? Because it's going to paint the picture of what really happened that day.
To go to the coach and kind of distract them a little bit. And then the other that happened, the twins, their two buddies, and a few other kids, because there was a few kids involved with them. They were all coming from the direction of the middle school, coming walking back up. Right. On the video, you can see those 4 that actually was involved, and maybe about 3 or 4 others that was with them, skipping up, trying to catch up behind. One veered off probably toward his way to go to the coach and kind of distract them a little bit. And then the other 4 came.
Did you guys hear that? They went to distract the coach. All of this you can see on the video. We're not dumb. We know what we're looking for.
Walking together, one went in front of them, went past. Right. The other 4 went and they surrounded Karmelo. You know, if you're Karmelo.
And they showed that on that video.
surrounded Karmelo. So they was all in on this shit. Hold the hell on. Hold the hell on. One group of these kids went and distracted a coach so another group of kids can jump Karmelo. Okay. Let me make sure I heard that right. Also, fair usage. I got to start putting a little sign. I'm going to put this banner up real quick. There we go. I don't know nothing. I don't know these people. I'm just talking. All right. Disclaimer.
The other 4 came.
Did you guys hear that? They went to distract the coach.
Hold on.
There 2 buddies and there was a few kids involved with them. They were all coming from the direction of the middle school, coming walking back up.
Right.
On the video, you can see those 4 that actually was involved, and maybe about 3 or 4 others that was with them, skipping up, trying to catch up behind. One veered off probably toward his way to go to the coach and kind of distract him a little bit. And then the other 4 came.
Did you guys hear that? They went to distract the coach. All of this you can see on the video. We're not dumb. We know what we're looking for.
Walking together, one went in front of them, went past.
Right.
The other 4 went and they surrounded Karmelo. You know, if you're Karmelo,
and they showed that on that video.
It's on the video.
Okay, come on.
You can see him walk.
I'm gonna say, look.
It's on the video. He's telling you that they surrounded Karmelo Anthony, and everybody wants to know, why did he do what he did? Imagine being surrounded by a bunch of people that set you up. One, go to the coach to distract the coach because they're trying to do, I don't know what they were trying to do, but it doesn't matter. It only matters what he felt in that moment.
I'll put it this way. Okay. They actually tell you when you're watching the video, pay attention to this corner right here, because if you look anywhere else.
I see y'all in the chat. We're going to get to Anton, little dirty ass. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, all right? Take my time. I want to keep up with this case, okay? I need to know all the information. Thank y'all for being here. We're going to transition in just a little bit, though. Make sure you hit the like button.
You might miss different things.
Okay.
So watch those 4. Here they're 4 right there coming up.
Right.
That's exactly what they say.
Okay.
And so you have no way to be confused that it's those 4. Okay. So they come up, they surround them, and this immediate moment of not even a few seconds of pause, then that's when they jump.
Now you see why Hunter is not called. Y'all, this is some bullshit, okay? They are painting a false picture for us. Black folks, black men, black people, period, has been railroaded in this country, and yet they're doing it again. This video, the clear one, paints the real picture of what happened. But in court, they don't have the equipment. That is some straight up bull crap.
And so
they actually did jump him.
Yeah, it wasn't just no touch. It wasn't just all that moment. Yeah, it was a push. It was all kind of things. But Austin pushed, Hunter hit, and then everybody swung. But at the same time,
so it's more than the twins that got some licks on. 4. So it showed that in the video.
Oh, it was 4 against 1. You got dang on right. If I got a blade, I might pull it out. The hell? 4 on 1? I'm gonna reach for something. That's a clear case of self-defense. So this makes perfect sense why they hiding that video, why they're trying to act like they can't play it. The nigga's overly guilty. Overly.
Yes, in the video. So again, you got Hunter and Austin.
And by overly guilty, I mean those twins are overly guilty. Those other students that were involved are overly guilty.
In the middle.
Okay. And
you have the light bright boy here and you have the darker boy here. Okay. I think that's where I remember. So I have to go back and think about it. But that's where they were. One was going up and down while they were talking and kind of pushing or whatever he was doing. Austin and Hunter was in front. So where they're talking about grabbing bags, Hunter actually said that I grabbed his bag.
Right.
And then later on,
Hunter is such a liar that his own brother's prosecution team, they not even calling him to the stand. Come on, y'all. We got to think with the brain that we have. You can't.
My Life with the $4.99 super chat once again says Biden and Kamala made Pride Month during the month of Juneteenth, which pisses me off to this day. They finished Obama's LGBTQ agenda and rights Right. F both parties. And it's so crazy because there's people in this space that will tell you, swear to you up and down that I'm a Democrat, that I voted for Kamala, and it couldn't be further from the truth. Like, it couldn't be further from the truth. I'm not like, I never said I was the smartest person. I ain't claiming to be no super degreed up and very intelligent, all this, but no, I can see the bullshit. I have common sense. That lady Kamala was never for us. And when I saw them doing the things with like LGBT, and my thing is, live your truth. Pride is all right with me. But to make this particular month about that, when it was just like a day of it, it just shows kind of like where the priorities are. And it's not about uplifting niggas. And it never has been, And I could never get behind an administration that just constantly slaps Black folks in the face every single time. Every time.
Just believe what people are telling you. You need to grab all of these pieces of evidence and put it together. Your relative, your brother passed away in your arms. You were there to witness everything, but the prosecution don't call you. Why do you think?
He said that Austin threw the bag. Okay. Jeff also said the same thing. And so that's them both antagonizing. And
Pisces. You already know what time it is when it comes to these white boys. They're born. It's like that jealousy when it comes to Black men. It's already in them. I know it's irrelevant, but I'm curious as to why they jump in. Sometimes the first thing I always think of is, what else could it be? Karmelo was handsome, melanated, nice hair, wasn't super, muscular. But see, that's all they got. That's why these weird ass manosphere, red pill ass niggas be like, hit the gym, rah, rah, rah. Hit the gym and be strong, because they're overcompensating for that little ass dick. Okay, that little powder puff. Okay, they don't even go past that ball sack. All right. Go be strong, hit the gym. And the thing is, I'm always in the gym. I'm all for vitality and being healthy and all of that, but it's overcompensation, right? They know Black men are just better. They're just better. We're just better. That's just what it is. They know it more than we do. And that shit, and that's when they be like, well, Jasmine, not all white people are racist. Yes, the fuck they are. They are all inherently racist because racism is passed down by generation to generation. That is their culture. That's literally their culture. To oppress and suppress other people that don't look like them. That's their culture. You are racist until you do the work to unlearn your racism. You are inherently racist, even if you don't realize it. You walk through life with biases as a white person unknowingly because it's inherent. It is taught down to you. You got to prove it. I'm going to assume it until you prove me otherwise. And even if you do prove me otherwise, I'm still going to give you a side eye because it's devil shit. You know what I mean? But let's keep going real quick and then we're going to move on.
Well, under Texas law, I just have the fear that you're about to do something to me and you can get up out of here.
I just have to fear. Do y'all understand? There's not self-defense in this state. Or is it? I think it is self-defense. I'm getting confused. I know some states have the stand your ground and some is self-defense. Stop saying it was just a push. Whatever he thought in his mind is what it was. And he acted accordingly. Now, we also have learned that Karmelo didn't try to unalive this boy. Karmelo was trying to get the hell out of there. And you're
right. He only stabbed him one time. That was it.
You'll learn in my next video that he was restricted. They wouldn't even let him move. Isn't that like false imprisonment? Do y'all understand? They set this kid up. We don't know what they were going to do to Karmelo.
Yeah, so you ain't have to touch me. But at that point, he still stood there and stopped there. And whatever they say alleged was said, you don't know that until they get to it here. But once they did that, they started hitting him. Karmelo actually was able to back out and try to get away. So he was actually trying to get away the first time. Austin grabbed him, and you can see his hoodie coming out like this, and they brought him back in. Okay. And when they brought him back in, that's when you can see Austin put him in a headlock. You can see that all the rest of them are still hitting. That must be when the poke happened, because
that must have been when
he tried to get away, got away, was pulled back, then put in a headlock. Then put in a headlock. If that ain't no way to try to defend yourself and fight for your life, I don't know what is. You tried to get away from the situation, was brought back to the situation, and was physically being choked out. Yeah, anybody that's fighting for their life would have picked up the nearest weapon and did something to it, did something with it. This should be, y'all, this is gonna get real nasty, because they're gonna reach far and wide to cover this up. Not only is this it's a setup, it's a cover up. It's clear as day now.
The poke happened. Imagine being in a headlock, which means somebody is restricting kind of your ability to breathe, because you are thrusted up against them and your head is down. He said that is probably when the poke happened. This kid believed that these folks was going to do some real bad stuff to him. Again, he did not try to unalive anybody. And I can say this because the evidence reflects that. And one of the coaches said that if this kid passes away, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. They said Karmelo said he's not going to pass away. He was remorseful. He even cried. So this kid fought for his life.
He was able to get out again. He backed out. He looked to the right. That's where the other little kid was filming, because they got some cell phone footage too. But that's where he was filming. He looked directly.
So they filmed this. Cell phone footage. These are some low down, dirty ass kids. I don't believe shit that they say. These are some low down, dirty kids. Teach your kids not to put their hands on people. We live in a world where people are afraid for their life. I mean, we got a Looney Tune president in the administration that is on his soapbox daily, telling people how they should not like Black people. And because of that, people are paranoid.
And they're listening. That's why I be saying, like, when some of these people be having these really like harsh perspectives that are very in alignment with Trump and like right-wing Christianity and all this other shit, that's radicalizing people, especially these young people. They want to go out and avenge their culture by way of harming Black people, disrespecting Black people. Chuck, the fucking goofy ass builder, is in jail right now because he wanted to go out of his way to provoke Black people, get a response out of them, to film them chimping out. When we look at the origin of the chimp and how they are developed, them lips, that nose, that skin, baby, that's you, baby. I'm gonna need y'all to find something else to describe the Blacks, because chimp ain't it. But anyway, this administration has emboldened a lot of hate-filled people, a lot of races that have been regressed, that felt like they couldn't come out and, speak up for themselves. Trump has put a battery in their back and pumping them up to be radical and do all of the things to make a statement, right? To prove themselves, to prove that they are the superior culture, not realizing. That's why I don't understand any Black person that can really sit here and try to defend Trump. And it's too many in these spaces. Try to defend Trump, try to defend this administration when it's fueled with nothing but hate and divisiveness. We already know it's both bad, but can we really say that the Democratic Party radicalized so many people that all of this hate and all of these killings and all of these things that are racially charged happens? under that. I mean, they definitely have their flaws. Can't trust them either. But I'm saying, like, there's a difference. You can see a difference there. Well, let's let me play a little bit more of this and we're gonna move on.
And I don't know if this played into, you know, Karmelo Anthony's consciousness, but you put somebody in a headlock, you are restricting their ability to breathe, all while being surrounded by people that are hitting him.
We had him in his camera, and then he went this way to the left, he went down, he fell, and that's when they realized he was gone.
Remember, this makes sense too, because they said Karmelo ran away. Now y'all see why he was running. They also said he fell. So he ran, fell, got back up. So he wasn't running to get away only from them. He never left out of this, you know, this area that they were in. He just left from them and ran to a coach.
He'll punch him. And when he fell, that's when they all turned around. They started chasing him. Austin tried to go chase him too. But
remember, they said we were chasing him because we wanted to catch him because he had just stabbed him. No, they were chasing him because they were trying to put hands on him, because that is where it all started from.
Exactly.
He grabbed his chest. I guess he realized that something happened to him. And that's when he went down a little bit and he fell down. But all three of them were chasing him. But Karmelo was so fast, he got away and went around to the coach. And so you could see them on the video pointing toward Karmelo and the coach.
Doesn't that make sense now? I knew that there was more to this case. They was chasing him, not because he had, you know, did this horrible thing, because they were in a conflict.
When Hunter said he whipped his head around, that's a true statement. He just wasn't sitting with you. He whipped his head around, you see him on the video, and that's when he walked over to where Austin was, but he never touched him. So all that stuff about him rendering aid and holding his heart, he never did that because the coach grabbed him and he was holding him. So at the end of the day, that's kind of where the moment went.
Now you see why Hunter was never called. I mean, he's a liar, including the rest of these kids.
But they did assault him, and we'll just play the game. Even if it was just a push, you still assaulted him because it was unwanted.
It was assault. You putting your hands on somebody, they didn't invite you to touch them, you assaulted him. And it seems like a bunch of them assaulted him.
By your own definition in your word of him saying that leave me alone and I'm not going, you assaulted him, period. But they did beat him. And if you look at the, not the photo that Fox 4 put out, because that was one that they actually edited.
Now get into this. He's stating that Karmelo did have visible injuries. But what they're saying is that...
Wait, what? What are you saying? Who's a predator? Who's a predator? Oh my God. Y'all be coming up with all type of... How you know this man? Who's a predator? The man that's talking about what he saw? Like what? Where's your proof of that?
What they put out was an edited shot of him that did not show those injuries. I believe it. I believe it. I believe it.
I have the emails to prove it, but the actual calling period. But they did beat him, and if you look at the not the photo that Fox 4 put out, because that was one that they actually edited. I have the emails to prove it. But the actual Collin County one, you can see the webs and stuff on his eye. You can see the bridge of his nose is swollen. You can see the webs under his neck. And so that's the reason why they edited the one from Fox and kind of airbrushed it. And you can see they put the locks of his hair that got taken out as well.
What do you guys think? This is serious.
Thank you, Miss Keisha, for that update. Y'all, we are making it through. We just hit the 2-hour mark. Thank you for being here. So basically what we've learned today is that they have played in our faces when it comes to this case. They're going to continue to play in our faces when it comes to this case. The witnesses are already lying. They're being coerced. They've confiscated cell phones of the so-called witnesses. They're bringing grainy, inaccurate video evidence to the court to try to manipulate the jurors. Nobody black in the jury at all. And more stuff is coming out. More stuff. It's on what? We're at day 5. And then apparently the they have rest. Like the defense has rest so far. Like, you know, they have come to rest. That language that they use. But it's more stuff coming out. And I'm trying to find. It's just so much, y'all. It's just so much. Let me find this one video. All right, I just want to speak a little bit to the defense resting, and then we'll move on to the main event.
We begin with the defense resting its case in the Karmelo Anthony murder trial. Closing arguments are scheduled for tomorrow after testimony ends this afternoon without the defendant, who claims he stabbed Austin Metcalf in self-defense, taking the stand. JD Miles is live outside the Collin County Courthouse with more on the trial. JD.
Karen, the defense presented only 3 witnesses today before resting. There was a lengthy break stretching from late morning to mid-afternoon when we thought that they might be prepping Karmelo Anthony to testify. But in the end, he and his attorneys chose not to have him speak directly to the jury, which will begin deliberating his fate tomorrow. 4 days of testimony in the Karmelo Anthony murder trial ended with 2 high school track athletes testifying about what they saw on the day Austin Metcalf was stabbed to death in a Frisco stadium. They both backed up defense claims that Anthony's decision to enter the Memorial High School tent was normal. How is the culture around a track meet different than a football game? They're really social, so everybody would know each other, see each other, say hi, really social. Is that only on the field, only in the bleachers? How would you describe it? It's all over the place. One of them told police they saw a punch, which contradicts more than a dozen prosecution witnesses. Did anything happen that you took particular notice of in the stands? Everybody was standing up, and I saw somebody get pushed or get punched. I don't know which. But under cross-examination, prosecutors showed video that captured the witness on the field stretching and not even looking in the stands until after the stabbing. A lot of what you said, you're kind of guessing. Yes, sir. Do you remember seeing the video I showed you? Yes, sir. It showed that you didn't see what you thought you saw. Yes, sir. The other witness also tried to bolster Anthony's defense. Do you remember telling the detective my teammate might be in trouble and maybe I need to go help him? Yes, sir. I thought there could be something wrong. I wanted my teammates to see it too. But under cross-examination, the prosecutors got that witness to also admit that what he saw on video was not what he saw in person. It's anybody's guess how the jury will react to these witnesses or the state's case. The jury is not allowed to consider, or it's not allowed to hold it against Karmelo Anthony that he chose not to take the stand. With closing arguments scheduled for 9 a.m., it's very likely the jury will get this case around noon. And also at this point, we don't know if the jury will get to consider any other charges other than murder, which carries a 5 to 99-year sentence.
Oh, child. Y'all, this one's going to be tough because like you just said, like these people are lying constantly over and over again. Somebody is hiding something. Lakeisha Keisha has another video coming up with involving more evidence of hold on, wait a minute. Yeah. And now they have been it has been proven that they have been messing around with the evidence, but we already know that. Make sure y'all go check out Lakeisha Keisha. She's keeping everything up to date. We're gonna go ahead and transition, y'all. As of right now, this case has just been going fast as hell. It seemed like they're trying to do away with it very quickly. And it also just seems that way just because there's a lot of incriminating evidence that can prove that Karmelo Anthony actually did act on self-defense, right? So, all right, y'all. Y'all ready for the main motherfucking event? I mean, we can still talk about Karmelo's case, but it's just so much out there, y'all. It's just so much out there. I hope I gave y'all a little update on everything, how they're playing in our faces about the prosecution, about the jurors, about the witnesses. Everybody lying, everybody hiding something. So as more evidence comes out, we'll break it down a little bit more, but let's transition into the next subject, right? And I don't think it was premeditated murder. I don't think so. There was no premeditation there. According to another witness, like homeboy was in that tent and invited what's his name over there. That was the video I was trying to find. But anyway, y'all, let's get into this next video. And I hope that actually, let me play this real quick, y'all. Real quick. Hold on. Make sure y'all hit the like button, please. Let's watch the amazing movie.
Oh my goodness.
Real quick.
So let me just say, first things first, I've been permanently suspended on X. I applied an appeal, but the reason for my suspension is that I defended Karmelo Anthony. I kid you not. I essentially said what I said here is that, hey, don't put hands on people. That's what people need to teach their kids. And maybe this whole scenario would have been avoided. X flagged that as violent speech, mind you.
Wow.
Violent speech. They told me to remove the post. I removed the post. Then they still suspend my account. I've applied for appeal, but y'all know how that goes. So we'll see what happens. I'm creating a new account. That being said, when it comes to this case, this case has been just I don't know, overwhelmed and flooded with misinformation. And I mean, it's typical of any case when there's a black person, a white person in here. We saw this with Ahmaud Arbery, if you all remember, when they were saying, oh, he had a hammer in his pocket and everything, and he was robbing the place and stuff like that. But when it comes to this case, I feel that this is the prosecution's case to lose.
Damn.
And what I mean by that is that I haven't come across any information or any evidence or any testimony that really is the nail in the coffin. By that same statement, I think the prosecution, they may not have much of the facts, but they got the sizzle. And from what I've been hearing, because I've listened to other people who've gone to the cases, there are a lot of black women who are following this case, and many of them are just saying, hey, they're making emotional arguments here. They're putting on a show for the jury. There was one scenario when they were asking, I believe, the autopsy specialist, whatnot, but the prosecution was like, hey, in victim scenarios, don't they usually have their hands up like this when there's a weapon? And, the person was like, yeah, that's usually what happens. And was, Austin, did he have his hands up like that? He's like, no, that did not, from my understanding, did not have his hands up in that position. And he turns to the jury and is like, that's because he never saw it coming.
Damn.
And, that's powerful, right? That may not be truthful, of course, but that's powerful. That's emotional manipulation. That is what's going on. So from what I've heard of the defense, of the prosecution has a bunch of sizzle. They have no stake, right? They have no facts. When you
Exactly. That's why they are avoiding releasing the original tape, tampering with evidence, all type of shit. They're trying to lean into emotional responses to try to come to a conclusion on this case, which is completely unfair. That's all bias at that point.
Look at the witnesses that are coming on. All of them are being untruthful. Okay, I would go so far as to say lied. And the reason why I'm saying that, it's not because I'm just pulling it out, out my butt. It's because there was one point in time where it was this friend of Karmelo, and I believe his name was Eddie. And this kid was trying to act like he didn't know Karmelo. It was very much like, how they, denied knowing Jesus. I don't know the man. That's what he was doing, right? He was saying, I don't really know Karmelo like that. Like we hang out sometimes. And the defense was like, you want to act like you don't know this kid? Y'all didn't have like a double date at one time? Y'all weren't friends before this event? Y'all didn't hang out, prior to this? Y'all weren't, buddies like that? And this kid was like, nah, not really. The defense shows him a picture of them hanging out, right? Shows him a picture of, them being buddies. And the kid is like, oh, okay, now, yeah, I think I remember. Yeah. So, it's clear that these witnesses are lying. They're all saying that, I had multiple witnesses say that, oh yeah, it was Karmelo who tried to initiate the fight. It was Karmelo who said, I forgot, it was something so ludicrous. And he was like, y'all are, P words and everything. Y'all gonna do anything. I'm not moving, F you and all this, right? And it's like, let me get this straight. Now, albeit this is a witness. Do I think it's a credible witness? No, because it doesn't make any sense, and it's not coherent with other people and what they have said. But mind you, this is what the prosecution witnesses have been saying. So after you hear this so many times, it's an all-white jury. If you don't think the all-white jury in Texas is going to be racially prejudiced, I don't know what to tell you. You're a better person than I am in the faith of humanity.
Come on now, dog.
So when they hear someone fit the typical black, the black criminal narrative. Oh, he was aggressive. He was hostile. Oh, he said, F you, he's not doing anything. Oh, he was intransigent. Oh, that fits the bill. Now, the reason why I say that that's foolishness, and it's very difficult for anyone with an IQ above room temperature to believe, is because Karmelo is 5'8", right? Usually, right? Typically, 5'8" people, all right, who are track stars do not pick fights with 6'1", 200 plus linebackers. All right. That's not what happens. So to try and act like Karmelo's the one that instigated the fight, that Karmelo's the one that wanted to get into this brawl is ludicrous. It's nonsensical. In addition to that, it contradicts their testimony, because many of the kids at the time, and the defense even brought this up, was like, hey, you said that it was a Metcalf who was the aggressor. You said that it was Metcalf who was going to be intimidating. And every single time, the defense attorney had to remind them of their sworn statements that they had relayed to police at the time. So what they are saying on trial, on the stand, is night and day from what they had testified to previously, to what they had sworn to officers, law enforcement, previously. Now, that being said, I get it, all right? What you have to take into account, these are all kids, bruh. They all have to go back to school. With who? The brother, right? Of the slain football player. That's who they have to go back to school with, right? So obviously, when it comes to politics in schools, you obviously don't want to be the person who gets, the alleged, murderer off. Right? You don't want to be labeled as that kid going back to school with all these kids that you're all buddy-buddy with. That's what you have to understand. So I get that dynamic of them lying on the stand and contradicting their statements at the time. In addition to that, you had one of the witnesses' defense come up and it's like, hey, Austin Metcalf said, I'm going to beat your ASS if you don't move, something to that effect. So we can clearly see that Metcalf was the aggressor. Metcalf, we see that.
Hold on, I want to read that statement.
I'm going to beat you.
The witness recalled telling investigators that Anthony said to Metcalf, "Nobody has a problem with me being here but you." He also told investigators last year in an interview that Metcalf said something to the effect of, "I'll beat your ass," in a moderate tone. All right, so I'm at this point, y'all, we see what it was. The boy is being set up. He was set up. They wanted a fight to ensue. It did, and it went wrong. And now they're trying to build a case against him without any real evidence, any hard evidence to prove that he had malice intent, that it wasn't self-defense, and that he was the aggressor. But all this other evidence shows that these boys were the aggressor and have been the aggressor. At the end of the day, exactly, they let him go. They let him go and then brought his ass back in there. Well, he left. You know what I mean? He was able to get away. And they brought his ass back and put him under a damn headlock. We're going to keep up with this case, but at this point, everybody's kind of saying the same thing. Hold on, let me fast forward.
Fully open and how it wasn't easy to open.
So the headline, I think, of when we talk about the weapon in this case, was the fact that it was a folding knife that was not completely folded. It was maybe at a 45-degree angle, and it's got a locking mechanism, and they took the jury through what that means. And I think what I took away from that was that Karmelo Anthony probably didn't have this weapon in position to utilize it during this confrontation, meaning that it was more emotional, meaning he was potentially fumbling for it. He had a cut on his finger.
It wasn't locked.
It wasn't locked. So I felt like that really supported maybe self-defense, maybe manslaughter.
So that means ago that it was more of a panic as opposed to like, let's rumble, let's get this on. So I don't know if the defense's arguments were convincing enough to overlook or to, I guess, supersede the emotional, baggage that the prosecution came with. I don't know, because you know how people are. You hear cries, you hear tears and everything. Now, that being said, they also showed Karmelo Anthony, who was tearful, who was remorseful, and who was crying. He's like, I told him not to do that. So it also goes to show that, hey, he wasn't intentionally trying to yeet this kid.
But that's obvious. That's so obvious, man. But shout out to the amazing Lucas. Y'all go check him out. I'm ready to move on because we already know what's going on. We already know what's going on. I am curious to see what the final verdict is going to be. They're ready to rest and end this very, very quickly. And I'm hoping, there is a greater good force working out there to bring forth the justice that is justified in this case, and not framing Karmelo as the aggressor, and actually show the evidence that reveals he was acting upon self-defense. And if they come out with proof that the evidence has been tampered with, as well as the judge and Metcalf's father being in cahoots, we can't be quiet about this. Burn all this shit down. Burn it all down. Hey, sometimes you got to meet people where they are. All right, so let's go ahead and move on. Let me see. Look at what he did to the kid because he's guilty. I don't know about that one, Dark Blade. I don't know about that one. He says, is misinfo does not contain vital witness testimony from today, and that tearful criminal refused to look at the autopsy pictures of what he did to the kid because he's guilty. He's going to die. Oh, you tripping. You tripping. Anyway, let's go ahead and move on. It's getting a little heavy now. Y'all, I was just scrolling the internet the other day, and I see a video from the one and only House of Hypocrites. And I don't know if y'all noticed, but House of Hypocrites also did a hit piece on me, y'all. He did a hit piece on y'all auntie, y'all. He said that I was not right for calling 2K and them PDF house, which we all know I did not, right? But he has a right to give his commentary and his opinions, but y'all should go check it out. He basically is saying like I was wrong and unfair to them because they were just explaining things, they were just talking about it. And it is true that the girls be at the club, and it is true they be wearing makeup. So, it is true that, grown ass men can get tricked. That's his stance, and that's cool. That's his opinion. We still cool. It's all love. But after that, I saw another video pop up that he did, right? And it had a familiar face. It had a familiar face in the thumbnail, right? I want to play this one because I really enjoyed his commentary. But if you go to the original video of this, it might make you throw up. I ain't gonna hold you. The shit that Anton and Mali and another person that was on this panel talking about Cyrus Carmack and how he deserved what happened to him, and that Asian man was all the way in the right. There was no way I wasn't going to talk about it. There was no way I wasn't going to talk about it. So, House of Hypocrites put it on blast. We putting it on blast over here on T-House. Thank y'all for being here. Hit the like button. What's up, Sherelle? I see you, girlfriend. How you doing? Thank you for being here. I look like a man? I know. I'm way cuter than you, know, right? I understand. I look like a man. We get it. I'm built like a boy and I look like a man. We get it. We get it, babe. Good one. You got it. You got me. So anyway, let's get into the video. The store that boy was, and I want y'all to hear the disgusting things that these losers on this panel had to say about this 14-year-old child being wrongfully unalived, and their reasoning, and then the narratives that aren't even in this case, but the narratives that they're reaching for to then believe to justify the unaliving of a 14-year-old child. And y'all tell me, am I tripping for being outraged about this? But let's give it a listen.
In that store for at least 20 minutes or longer before he even ran out. Why was he in there? He looked suspicious.
And so the familiar face was this little bitch here, Mali. Yeah, I'm calling her a bitch because I never liked her, right? And she never liked me. But that was who was in the thumbnail. And I was like, damn, what the fuck did Mali say? You know what I'm saying? How she make House of Hypocrite thumbnail? And here's what it is, y'all. Y'all let me know your thoughts in the comments.
He was in there far too long.
Well, just because somebody looks suspicious don't mean that that's a crime to look a certain way.
When you look like you're casing an establishment that
said Anton Daniels displays his anti-blackness, and the chick Molly, I guess she auditioned to be his side chick because she is on his coattail, helping him push this agenda. You know what's crazy? When Chud the Builder was raining hell on the black community, trying to provoke black men to chimp out, Anton Daniels had nothing to say about this white man trying to provoke these black men.
Respectfully.
Pussy.
You don't ever have to mention this builder guy ever. I don't see it. I don't watch it. I'm not interested in finding out what's going on with him. He's nobody to me. I will never ever watch a stream or a video of this builder guy. I don't know why y'all tell me. I don't care. I do not care about this builder guy. He's not relevant to me whatsoever. I don't watch stuff that I think is not aligned with what it is that I want to enter.
Yeah, you don't watch things that are actually harming the black community because it goes against your narrative that the black community is just making things up, that we're just victims. We're not experiencing social injustice. We're not experiencing racism. We're not being unalived at large by other non-black people for absolutely nothing. Yeah, you don't want to touch on that because it'll go against your narrative. You're a phony ass fraud. You're a liar. You're a goofy. You're lame. You're a clown. You only want to align with hatefulness. You only want to talk about things that bash your own people. Like you're a bitch, G. You're a bitch ass nigga, and you always will be. And that's why that karma is coming. It is. And I ain't wishing no physical harm on you at all. But that ego is what's gonna be your demise. And you always be on the wrong side of shit. Talking about your own people as if these white folks would ever give a fuck about you. If you was really a nigga that stood 10 toes, you would have all the smoke for Chud the Builder. All of it. But it doesn't align because you're going to piss off your little white ass audience or your anti-black audience. You're goofy, G. You're goofy.
I will never watch it. Coach Chris says
he'd even give these black men credit for not reacting towards words in a physical way. But when it comes to a black kid getting his life taken that supposedly had this gun, Anton Daniels is full throttle condemning the 14-year-old, trying to say that the Chinese man was protecting his store 130 yards away from it. He's trying to focus on the fact that this kid had a weapon, but not focusing on the fact that this kid was retreating, running away from the actual threat that took his life. Anton Daniels is anti-black, and he is bought and paid for by the Republican Party. And he has to appease his white audience.
Absolutely. I'm not here to be anybody's type, by the way. I don't know why y'all look at women that do content and be like, I would date her, I would hit. Like, can you keep your dick in your pants for once? Like, I'm not up here trying to be chose by you niggas. The fuck?
While knowing he has a black audience that's going to be emotionally engaged in charge over these topics. He don't like his wife or his daughter. If it was up to him, he'll be married to a white man. But let's get into the video. Hey, real quick, check to see if you subscribe, because a lot of folks in my comments saying that somehow YouTube has unsubscribed you from my channel and other people's channel. So check to see if you still subscribe.
Guilty verdict of Rick Child, for those of you that may just be joining. I'll give you all a quick synopsis, and if people want me to, I'll also, well, since we're gonna focus 100% of the day, or 100% of the conversation on this, I'll also pull up the actual footage of what happened. Give me a second. One second. And this is a few minutes. All right, one sec. Gotcha.
Body camera and store surveillance video from the day of that shooting. We want to show you one of those moments right now.
In this video, you see Cyrus wearing a red jacket, telling Rick Chow's wife he does not have any water in his pockets before picking up his backpack and walking out of the store.
And shortly after, Cyrus was chased by Rick Chow and his son, Andy, before the teenager was shot.
News 19's Kiki Gushu was in the courtroom for all of today's testimony and the moment these videos were shown to jurors.
She is joining us right now from outside the Richland County Courthouse with the latest update. Hi there, Kiki.
Some other details was that he did have a gun. He was 14 years old. He did not have any money. And he did not take any water. He didn't take any water, so he did not steal the water, even though he had went in and grabbed the water, put the water back, and then he got confronted by the mother, ran out the store. And these are just some of the clips and it's quick details. Then he went.
Already lying, bitch ass nigga. He didn't run out the store. He actually walked very calmly, very chill. They saw on camera of him walking out of that store, hitting the corner calmly. He didn't start running until he was being chased. But you see, this is the narrative that they want to run with already. He ran out the store. Okay, lying ass bitch.
You see how he has to frame it first. Some other details, he did have a gun. He didn't have any money. How do y'all know if he had money?
I see this comment here. Yeah, and we'll get to that. We'll get to that. That's a different episode, and we'll get to that because I just was made aware of these comments that she made and that he made because for some reason, over there where the millionaires at, where the big dogs at, they keep bringing up my name, right? They keep talking about me out of nowhere, just throwing my name out there, right? But we'll get to that, and because I really don't know what the hell Kim is talking about, because I never said anything bad about her. I actually cracked up at her because she had sent Anton some boxing gloves when all that shit first started happening with Corey Holcomb and shit, and she sent him like some boxing gloves, and I thought that shit was funny. You know what I'm saying? I ain't say nothing negative about her, but we'll get to it. Let's keep going.
I Apple Pay every day with my phone. I tap it. I tap. This is 2026. How can you definitively say this kid did not have no money? Some details Anton Danger left out. They chased this boy 130 yards and then shot him in the back.
Exactly.
Shot him in the back.
No justification.
Him having a gun has absolutely nothing to do with this situation. It has absolutely nothing for him showing this Asian lady, I don't have no goddamn water, I put it back.
And that's another thing. Imagine if he did pull out that gun when she asked him, what's in your pocket? Imagine if he stood there and took out that gun. You know what I mean? Imagine if he really did comply and said, all I have is a gun. Imagine how that would have turned. He still would end up dead. But of course, he not about to pull that shit out. If he ain't got the water, he ain't got the water. But imagine if he would have pulled that. That would have been more of a justification for them.
Or calmly, he just walked out. A natural reaction if you look back and you see people coming at you, you gonna run. In my case, if I had a gun, they might get their ass popped. So him having a gun has absolutely nothing to do with why these Asian folks ran and chased him down and took his life.
Exactly.
But Anton Daniels is about to paint this kid as the YN, as the degenerate, as a thug. But he was running for his life, literally.
Literally.
Obviously getting about 130 yards away. There was something that happened where a gun fell out. He wound up getting killed. What are y'all initial thoughts on this whole conversation?
Yeah.
can't have no gun. He probably didn't have no gun. There ain't no way to prove it either. There's only one witness. And you see this dude grab his gun to go chase a kid out of your store. Like, once he out the store, like, why you ran the length of a football field for some water?
Exactly.
Seem a little bit deeper than that, but who knows, man? That shit was weird. I don't understand how you run that far off your premise for some water. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And then you shoot a kid in the back. That don't make no sense.
None at all.
Like, none of this adds up. And then supposedly he was giving them mouth-to-mouth resuscitation.
Man, I'm gonna tell you that Asian had 55 incidents at his store within this black community. He is not giving no black boy mouth to mouth. No, he is not giving that boy mouth to mouth. All the times he have shot at folks, we don't know if they always black, for these little small petty crimes, petty thefts, and he escalated to shooting. This is his third shooting incident.
Crazy.
He shot at a woman 6 times. She was in.
See, that's why I wanted to play House's video, because he had all the information. I didn't even know that. So this is what this store owner does. You know what I mean? He's in, like they do, Asian store, predominantly black neighborhood, probably a neighborhood that's a little impoverished. You know what I mean? That's not as you know, as advanced, or not as wealthy. And so they're over there throwing their weight around, exalting their power, and then assuming the worst out of the community that they're building businesses in. This is what he does. You already shot at some people before? Oh, yeah, he was looking for a kill.
The car, she was leaving. He shot at another man.
She was leaving. Shot at a woman that was leaving. What's up? My Life with the $1.99 super chat. He says, shout out to Slimmy for keeping it 100. Listen, Slimmy, I know he got a random ass issue with me. Random ass issue with me. I don't know what it is, because I ain't never did nothing to that boy. But lately, from the things that I've seen on that panel, he getting a little fed up with Anton's bullshit. But we'll get onto that later. Well, let's continue.
Actually hit him in the leg. He was leaving. Everybody that is leaving his premises, he is shooting at their ass.
Right.
If it's petty theft, it's petty theft. Let the officers take care of it.
I don't know, man. This shit sounds weird. I feel like he should be in prison, though. Like,
let me give her one more detail, just to
I'm not guilty.
Just to refute that, Slimmy. The fact is this is the gun that they saying that actually fell out of his pocket that he also had also posted on social media. So
okay.
So
I don't give a damn if the goddamn 14-year-old boy got a gun that he didn't use.
That's what I'm saying, yo, and that's what they do. That's what they try to do in the media. Well, look at this picture that he took with a gun. These white boys got guns and take pictures with that shit all the time. We talked about this already. I don't give a fuck. There was no relevancy with him having that gun in that store. He never pulled it out. He never threatened anybody. He never tried to rob anybody. And we had a conversation. Me and my homie, we had a conversation where it because in this case there should be 2 guns, right? Because who's to say that they didn't use his gun to shoot him? Because where's the ballistic report on Cal's so-called gun? Somebody brought that to my attention the other day. Like, where's the other gun? Where's the bullet from that gun? Because that would prove that there was no gun lifted towards them, and that you picked up the gun that fell out of his pocket while he was running away from you and used it to kill him. The fact that we don't even know what the other gun was, what type of gun it was, what type of shell casing that was found, nothing, that brings a lot of suspicion. But what we do know is that that young boy never pulled out that gun to address anyone at any moment in time. I don't give a fuck about this picture. That has nothing to do with it. And the lengths that they go to try to believe this narrative, to try to justify it just because he took a photo of a gun that wasn't even used in the actual case. But we're supposed to think this group of people, this Anton scam your ass nigga, is the most intelligent nigga on YouTube, when he can't even come to that conclusion just based off the evidence alone and just draw from that. Okay.
That is not see what they try to do is divert from what actually happened and try to paint our young boys as a goddamn criminal. This could be a goddamn BB gun. The same way they tried to paint Karmelo Anthony having a gun, and it was a BB gun. This could be a goddamn BB gun that look like it's real. This right here, this is not no goddamn.
That's what happened to Tamir Rice. He was playing with a little BB gun. Looked like the one that House is holding up right now. And they shot that boy on sight. Before he even got out the car, they shot that motherfucker through the window. He wasn't even shooting at nobody. Wasn't doing nothing but playing in the park. Then shot him dead before they got out the car. Then when the sister came over, body slammed her ass to the ground. So yeah.
BB gun. That can be a goddamn BB gun. But you know, Anton, he has to set the stage. And, oh, he killed, but he had a gun. The black boy had a gun, so it was okay for them to, you know what I'm saying, take his life.
Okay, cool. So you got a gun. Cool. Don't change shit.
Exactly.
It ain't illegal. It ain't illegal for him. You know, technically, they didn't know he had that gun. So
exactly. Talk your shit, Slimmy. He right. And anybody that can look at anything objectively can see that. You don't have to be biased. You don't even have to be pro-black to come to that conclusion. The gun has absolutely nothing to do with the situation at hand, especially once he left the fucking store.
He didn't stick the place up. He didn't pull the gun out and was like, "Hey, I'm leaving." Like they chased him.
I'll play the testimony later of the defense lawyer that also says that according to the evidence, what the police said, what the interrogation was, and all of that, that they did say that he did technically pull a gun out and point it at somebody. So
they did say that he did technically pull the gun out and point it against somebody. There are the witnesses that actually saw the incident take place, even once they left the store, all said that that boy never stood up to shoot, to point a gun. And how the hell, you dumb motherfucker, how can you sit here and conclude that after he faced them and pointed a gun at them, that at that very same time he ended up with a gunshot to the back that killed him? I don't understand how you can sit here and try to go that far into an alleged accusation of him pointing a gun when there is actually no evidence or no witness or anything that can confirm that. Of course, the defense is going to say that dumbass shit. Of course.
His defense would never say that shit. This is how Anton Daniels is a liar.
Yeah.
His defense will not say he technically pulled the gun out
in that
when
way.
He's fighting for a dead kid. Anton Daniels might not know what defense means.
What they said, this is not my opinion. How does it fall? And then he's aiming a gun at somebody.
He fell. He tripped and fell.
No. They said the gun fell. They said the gun fell.
Right. At some point, he tripped and fell while they were chasing him.
And the gun fell.
And the gun fell.
And the gun fell. So all of a sudden the gun fell, and he's aiming the gun at somebody.
But in the beginning of everything, just the fact that he was being racially profiled, like if we're being honest, like he went into the store, because in a few instances, two things can be true. He went into a store with no money. He started picking up water bottles, and then he put them down. He had his backpack on them. In the neighborhood that store's in, it seemed to be kind of more of a hood neighborhood. They're probably used to people of our skin tone coming in there stealing. Got that. But the way that the mother was following him around the store, she already suspected him of being ready to do something. So when she provoked him and said, probably something to the fact that he put water in his hoodie or whatever, and he's sitting there showing her that I don't have any water. So he grabs the bag and he clearly leaves the store. At that point, I just don't understand the following him, you getting your son, you guys running after this boy outside of the store. If he started running, I don't think that was probably the smartest thing to do. But I can't say what his mindset at 14 years old was in that situation. He started running, and you guys decided to chase him down the street.
Exactly.
Even if you thought it was for a water bottle, I just don't see the point of that. Exactly. They didn't show in the beginning of that video that there was a gun that was shown, or that he flashed a gun to that old lady that was approaching him. So if that was the case, I can understand him, the dad, having his gun, because he probably was like, wait, this 14-year-old boy probably pointed a gun at my wife. But that was not what was said. It was stated that he had tried to steal a water bottle. So I'm just a little confused at the fact that a store owner is chasing someone out of a store all the way down the street.
Exactly.
Well, where's the son? The son was the one who went out the door first.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was the whole family. I don't know why they would all just leave while customers are in the store, but it was a whole family. And my thing is, Where are the parents? Where are the parents? Because from the surveillance footage, it looked like he could have possibly had some type of weapon in his hoodie when he walked into the store. I watched footage from all.
Okay, bitch, but they didn't know he had a fucking gun. You old dirty flat-foot ass whore. They didn't know that he had a fucking gun. What do you mean, where are the parents? I would argue that boy has a good set of parents. He came in there politely when they gave him the when they gave him the direction to set his backpack down. He did it politely. Didn't give no pushback. Didn't say anything. Followed directions. Went around the store. Went around the motherfucking store. Picked up some water bottles. Put them fucking back. And then left, bitch. What the fuck are you talking about? Where are the parents? Who raised you? Weird ass bitch. Who raised you for you to even have this type of fucked up ass mindset when it comes to a child being unalived for no reason at all? Get your stupid ass out of here, man.
Different types of angles, body cam footage from the police. What else was it? The 911 call. It seemed to be self-defense. But if he's defending his son, he was defending his son from him getting shot when the boy pulled the gun out and pointed it at his son. When he shot him, he told his son, call the police. He was trying to save the boy.
And where is the evidence, you dumbass bitch, that proves your theory right now that you're just running with? Just running with it. He was trying to Hey, you fucking weirdos. Hey, Anton, room 9. Yeah, that's a perfect name for y'all because y'all slow as fuck. I know y'all trying to say, oh, Jasmine's so dumb, she's so slow. But here y'all are well into your 30s, into your 40s, some of y'all into your fucking 50s. Sitting here trying to say that man had a right to chase this boy down 130 yards over a bottle of water to then try to avenge his son off the potential of him being unalived by this young boy. After the evidence already shows the gun fell out, hey, they didn't never have to even leave that store. They never had left that store. They could have stayed their ass in the store, used the technology that they have to take a picture of the so-called thief and put it on their wall of shame like they did everybody fucking else. But they didn't this time. But you want to look past all that and say, where are the parents? If somebody was doing that to my son, if the son's stupid ass ain't never ran outside to try to unalive somebody over a fucking bottle of water, you dumb bitch. It wouldn't have been nobody to defend from. I would have been mad as fuck at my son if we own a business and his stupid ass ran out and chased after somebody for anything. Your store is insured. You will get your merchandise back. Anybody that's a business owner or has worked in management, you know what the protocol is. You don't go chasing after no motherfucking thief and then try to turn around. Well, he didn't pull out the gun in the store. He didn't pull it out until 130 yards after I was already chasing him. Make it make sense.
Boy, he was trying to resuscitate the boy. You could hear it. I think it was self-defense. I think there's something there. Why does he have a gun on?
And there's nothing for you to even defend your claim that it was self-defense from him. How was it self-defense? How? Once a motherfucker run away from you, dirty ass bitch, once a motherfucker run away from you, the threat is gone. There's no longer a threat. You now become the threat. Once you start chasing somebody that's trying to get away from you, you're the threat now. And that's why I said last time, if he did somehow take out his gun while he was running and pointed at him, at that point, you got a right to. You're being chased down by two big ass motherfuckers. You're 14 years old. And again, there's no proof that he did that at all. But there is proof that that gun fell several feet away from his body. You dumb bitch. I do not like this girl. I can't stand this bitch. I really don't. Just imagine me being on these panels with this girl, having to listen to the nonsense that's coming out her goofy ass mouth. Constantly lying about shit, making things up just so she can look as anti-black as possible. That don't make no fucking sense to me.
Him in the beginning, he should have. He was.
Man, Molly, you stupid. Like, shut the fuck up. I don't even know why you.
Exactly.
She don't know no better, man. She don't know no better.
She does know better. She does know better. But she want to stay in Anton good graces. She want to stay in that audience good graces. So she gonna say the most egregious anti-black thing like she always does. Like you always have. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a second. My Life Your Entertainment, Room 9. I'm sorry, $1.99 Super Chat says Room 9 is the special ed class. Send me and Q get out. But I know this ain't a super chat from who I think it is. Look at here. Look at this. Here she is, y'all. We summed up the devil. We've summoned the devil. Jazz, thank you for the $19.99 super chat, though. Jazz, you're so broken, dusty. You need to use my name and image for some clicks and views. Let me bless you with some pocket change, boo. You like that YouTube plaque behind me, don't you? Girl, get your little corny ass out of here. Yeah, you could come over here and pay to talk to me, bitch. Yeah. Should I drop the link, ho? $100. You want to come defend yourself? Talking about I need you for clicks and views, bitch? No, we putting your goofy ass on blast. That's what we doing over here. We're showing real intellectual audiences how dumb you are, how lame you are, how corny you are, how much you ride Anton's little ass dick, bitch. Need you? And who do you need? Who do you need? Who you constantly running up under and running after and agreeing with every little thing with? Who do you need to stay relevant? You're not even brave enough to start your own channel. At least I did my own motherfucking thing. All you got is a panel. All you got is a co-host position. Not even a co-host. Just somebody on a panel. What do you do? What do you do? Get your lame ass out of here, girl. Let me know if you want to pull up, though. We could talk about it, bitch.
I don't know how old she is, but she hasn't been thinking for a long, like critically thinking, she hasn't been thinking for a long time, right?
No, you can't critically think on a panel that's ran by Anton. He gonna cut you up every time. And he putting enough money in her pocket, apparently, allegedly. From what I know, don't you send that? Do your husband know you be sending money to this nigga Anton, Mali? Do he know that? Because that's what Anton always saying. Constantly disrespecting you and your motherfucking husband, which you probably don't have respect for anyway. Because ain't he a white man? That's why you so fucked up now. Taking too much Caucasian dick. You don't know what's going on in the world. You're confused. You're lost in the motherfucking sauce, bitch. Coming over here. Magnetar with the $5 super chat. We're seeing in real time that the justice system thinks it's okay to be unalive for a bottle of water, but don't defend yourself if you're getting jumped. Exactly, Magnetar. Exactly. This cornball ass girl.
She said it was self-defense. You're 130 yards from your place of establishment, chasing someone. How do you plead self-defense when you're chasing someone? She's gonna adopt the mentality of Anton Daniels. She's trying to get chose. She's trying to be Mika.
No, that's what you don't know, how this been a thing. Before Mika was a thing, Miss Molly was the thing, okay? That was the first baby. From what I could see, because when I came around, that's when Molly was his sidekick, little chihuahua. Long neck llama looking ass bitch, right? Every time I would speak on that panel, she had to come in and cut me down and cut me off and say some weird ass shit to get hee-hees and ha-has out of Anton goofy looking ass. Girl, you're a puppet, muppet looking ass bitch.
Just ain't as cute, ain't as built, but she gonna take the talking points. I think it was self-defense. She don't know no better, y'all. In the comments, don't do nothing. I think she autistic.
Stealing. He was.
He said, I think she autistic. No, that's something else, house. That's something else. There's something else going on. We got to find a word for it. Because autistic kids are actually smart. Them kids actually be knowing. You know what I mean? That's why the world's so sensitive to them, because they be knowing. She don't be knowing shit. Okay? Let's not disrespect autistic children like that.
He probably did put them. He probably put them back, but it did look like he was trying to put some waters in his hoodie. Again, I think if you
nowhere it did look like he was trying to put some. Where in the video did that show up, Molly? Where in the video did it show it looked like he was trying to? Where's your evidence to back that claim? Little lame ass, just saying anything, creating narratives against your own motherfucking people. You proud of this? You proud of this shit that you be saying? You think this shit is cute? You think you helping people by being so anti-black and a liar and running off of narratives that aren't even true to try to prove a point? This what you made up? This all you got? You ain't got no real thoughts of your own, huh? Okay.
It looked as if that's what his intentions were if you came into a store with no money in the first place. Cool. But when you leave the...
You don't know if he came...
And I wonder if you went over to House of Hypocrites page on your ass first, little bitch. That's another thing. Motherfuckers be on y'all heels first, be way ahead of me. But as soon as Jazz say something, now y'all want to come over here. But baby, you can say over you want to pay to play, and that's what you got to do to come over here. Yeah, know that. Run it up.
Into the store with no money. Like, y'all need to stop saying that. We this is a digital age. Cash App me, Apple Pay me, Avail me, Venmo, PayPal. This is a digital age. Stop saying he didn't have no money.
Store and you have nothing on you. At that point, the store owner should have called the cops. If you think someone's stealing, call the cops. Why are you chasing down self-defense after you're chasing after somebody? To me, just doesn't make any sense.
That's because it's not self-defense anymore.
It's not exactly, Lex. Talk to him.
Once you close the distance on somebody, they're not a threat anymore. They're not that scary that you can't close in on them. And I understand that what happened to the little boy was tragic, and I completely understand why people are hurt. Morally, I think that is probably the worst thing that you could do over product. It's not nobody.
Hold on, I got more super chats that I missed. My bad, y'all. Hold on. All right, Magnetar, thank you again for the $5 super chat. He says, hold on, let me turn this up. Okay. He says, I'm still a little confused on Texas because that's the same state who let affluenza kid go when he unalived 4 people while driving drunk. Oh, wow. I didn't know about that. That's crazy as hell. Thank you so much. And then another one. My Life Your Entertainment. He said, shout out to Slimmy for keeping it 100. He was keeping it 100 this time. My Life Your Entertainment with the $4.99 super chat says the video doesn't even show him pointing a gun. Exactly. Where are y'all getting that from? Never took it out. Never pointed it. The witnesses even said they never saw no shit outside the store. Where you getting that shit from? What the fuck is he talking about? He doesn't have the capacity to have this conversation. Neither does airhead ass Molly. Exactly. Room 9 is special ed class. Slimmy and Q get out. Exactly. And we already read what the fuck this bitch had to say. And then you come over here and it's like, you don't even have your own thought. You need to use my image for clicks and views. Girl, come up with something better. Magnetar $5 super chat. We're seeing in real time that the justice system thinks it's okay to be unalived for a bottle of water, but don't defend yourself when getting jumped. Exactly. But let's just continue to what these disgusting ass humans have to say about this 14-year-old child being unalived for no reason.
His life should be taken over a bottle of water. And legally, I think that they got the charges wrong. I think that when you have first degree murder, you have to prove every single element. If they would have went for manslaughter, they probably would have had a chance. When the prosecution had to prove
this is most definitely true. The charge that they try to give to the Rick Child dude was premeditated murder. That is hard. That is so hard to prove. That was when you shoot somebody in the back and they're running away. That's why they wanted to get premeditated murder, first degree. So I can understand why the nigga got off.
Right.
It's the same reason why Karmelo Anthony is about to get off. If they charge Karmelo Anthony for involuntary manslaughter, he's gonna get charged. But it's gonna be hard to prove first degree murder. It always is. She has a point here.
Every element of that offense. And when you have manslaughter there, that's saying, something totally different. That's another theory in a lesser homicide offense that you can actually prove, like, based on his actions in a totality. But morally, this takes us back because this isn't the first time that something has happened with that particular store owner. You've had multiple encounters where you are overly aggressive, overly use of force for what?
It wasn't 3, it was 55 incidents. 55. Now you could say, yeah, you in a terrible community, or that very first time wasn't warranted and the community does not respect your store no more. Does not respect you. Is it right or wrong? I don't know, but you won't have no respect of the community, which is probably why the little boy ran.
Exactly.
Because
that's what I said earlier. They're in a community that they don't respect, that they don't revere, and they want to always be on guard and in an authoritative position when they engage with people in that community, and they feel they have the right to, which is why they move the way that they did, which is why they have the rules of putting the bags down. Now, I know a lot of stores, there are stores in malls and stuff that require you to put your bag down if you have a big bag going into the store. But they're doing certain things, walking around, following you just because they're in the neighborhood. I guarantee you, if it had been a white boy walking in there, the same age, same height, same hoodie, looking like it's something in the pocket, he would not have been spoken to at all. It would have been nothing.
they knew in the community that y'all shot at somebody before 2 times before him. So he was scared. He knew the reputation of the Rick Childs. So he took off running.
Have no authority over but the protection of you and your family. You lost that chance once you stepped out of that door running after someone. Secondly, this isn't the first time when we as Black people feel some type of way, because this has happened before with an Asian store owner and an African-American child. So at some point, I'm not going to look at you being Black or you being white or you being Muslim, you got a hijab on in my store or whatever. I'm going to see where your hands are and if you're a threat. And if that threat is going to present itself at the time where I need to take actions, not because I'm emotionally erratic, because that store owner, I'm sorry, crazy.
Crazy as hell.
Something wrong with you. It's never that serious. But I don't know if that's just my opinion.
And I understand how people don't think it was self-defense. Like if you actually heard that
because it's not self-defense after you leave the store, dumbass. That's why. He left quietly, literally. What are you defending yourself from? Where's the threat? Where's the physical danger? Just an airhead ass bitch.
was presented in court, it seemed like it was a spur of the moment, heat of the moment. Clearly, they're saying he had the gun that was in the photo on him when it happened. And I don't know why they ran out and chased him. I wouldn't have done it, but I can understand why they thought.
But what? What do you understand? If you're saying that you have some sense, because we know you ain't got a lick of it. But if you know in that situation what you would do, and that would probably be the smartest thing to do, how can you understand this dumbass shit that these people did to this little boy? You can understand why. After he left, what would be the point for you then leaving and pursuing him on foot? What would be the reason for that, Molly? I know you still lurking. I'll drop the link if you want to come up and talk your shit like a big girl.
He stole something because it was something in his pocket.
Okay.
And then I'm sorry, you have a gun pointed at my child. I don't care how old you are. What is somebody supposed to do in that situation? Let him kill his son in front of him? Why does the little boy have a gun?
That never happened. What are you talking about? That never happened. Are you slow? Are you dumb? Yes you are. The answer is yes.
Why are the parents in jail?
This whole keep trying to say the little boy had a gun pointed at the Asian boy child. Nobody said that. The witnesses said, no, we did not see Cyrus point any gun. How the fuck are you pointing a gun? You're running in the direction.
Why am I so angry, Machine? Because a black boy was unalived for no reason. There's no justification for this murder. Why aren't you as angry about this? Don't come in here with that bullshit. Don't come in here with that bullshit, for real.
Where you can't see these folks, you're tripping, you're falling, you get shot in the back. How are you pointing a gun? Just keep trying to I can't respect nobody that don't respect the life of our goddamn children, bro.
Right.
And y'all know I don't be on here trying to insult goddamn women or call them out their name, but this bitch
call it like it is.
Make it seem like this kid actually pointed a gun at another child because he had one. Fuck out of here.
Right.
So they had the son of the store owner stayed on the call with 911 the entire time until the police got there. You could hear the father in the background saying, call the police, and trying to save the boy. I don't think he was trying to kill the boy. He was trying to defend his son.
Why did he say in the store? I guess that's what I'm trying to have a heart. Like I'm trying to understand.
What was he trying to run down him to do then? So once he got up to him, what would have happened after that? What would have happened after that? They met up with him after chasing him down 130 yards. Then what? Give me the water back. The point is, there was no fucking reason for any of this to have happened.
It's his store, it's his merchandise. If he wants to chase after somebody he thinks stealing, I mean, I wouldn't do it, but
and you protect it. If you want to say it's self-defense, you don't run after
exactly
what you think you're in danger from. Like you're not running after danger. If you're, you know what I mean? If you're scared and you're trying to protect your family, I can understand that. If you see the gun in the store and he leaves the store, I can understand you shut the door. Put it like this. I grew up in Northern California. There's a lot of Asian stores, a lot of Asian markets, all of the above, okay? There's a lot of hood neighborhoods that they like to be in and open their stores in. There's always crime. There's always something going on with their stores. What I was always taught by some of the owners of those stores, if something like that happens where you either think someone's robbing you or someone robs you, you shut the door because they're going to run out. They're not going to sit in there and stay in there. They're going to run out. You lock the door behind them and you call 911. I don't understand.
That's literally the protocol. That's literally the protocol. Now, I understand protocols may vary when you are an owner, but even still, for the safety of your staff, for the safety of yourself, you don't care. The only thing in those situations that matters is people getting out of there alive. People, there's no bodily harm or injury. Well, my man coming over. Wait a minute. Hold on, I got a text message. I didn't know he was coming over here to see me tonight.
And the point of you running.
I'm sorry, I got distracted. Let's keep going.
After them, even if that boy stole 20 bags of chips, why are you running after him? Why are you running after what you think is a threat? I'm not running after him.
Why is he walking around with a gun casing the store? That boy was in that store for at least.
And listen to this bitch walking around casing the store. I want to fight. Because these are the narratives that cause this destruction in our community. This is why we still face all these racial injustices, because you're sitting here framing this child as to be casing. Do you even know what the fuck that actually means? Do you even know what that means? Casing the joint? This 14-year-old kid is casing the joint. If he was actually casing something, why would he walk in there with a gun? If that was the intent, right? Which we don't know why he had that gun, but it wasn't because, oh, I'm gonna take this gun to potentially case this place, then to potentially rob this place. Like that's really that's the conclusion you come up with, Mali? Okay.
20 minutes or longer before he even ran out. Why was he in there? He looked suspicious. He was in there far too long.
Well, just because somebody looks suspicious don't mean that that's a crime to look suspicious.
How many black people have been unalived, have been murdered because of, well, I thought they looked suspicious? That's the fucking problem. That's the problem. There's too many people being killed, unalived, without justification because of simple suspicion, with nothing else to stand on.
When you look like you're casing an establishment that
said he looks suspicious, he was in there for too long, it was a lie. I think he was only in there for about 2 or 3 minutes. This is why I say do not respect anything he's saying. Why are you trying to paint this boy as if he was on some criminal behavior? He seen them, man. Let me show y'all the video because a lot of y'all haven't seen it, right?
Put on your backpack. Backpack needs to put on the ice chest. Yep.
Again. It says he casing his little dumbass gas station as if it's a goddamn bank. You know what I mean? A dang on, museum that's holding crown jewels or some shit. Casing a goddamn gas station for snacks. That's your stupid ass up, Molly. Right. We just walking in that bitch. And it's like, do you know how many times I walk up into stores and just be in there? Just be in there going up and down aisles, picking up shit, putting stuff down. You know what I'm saying? Like just in the store. I like sometimes just going to a TJ Maxx, a Home Goods, and just strolling the aisles is fun to me. Does that make me suspicious? And this baby wasn't in there longer than 10 minutes. I might be in there a good 30 and not buy shit. So that's what I'm saying. What are we saying when we say the things that we say, Molly? What are we saying? At him, putting them back, and he probably look at the lady. Look at the fucking lady though, because see, I'm an ignorant type of black. I would have turned around and said, "Can I help you?" I would have turned on their accent and everything, bitch. What can I do for you, ma'am? Are you okay, ma'am? Do you want to come help me? Not, can I help you? Do you want to come help me? So I can hurry up and buy? Come tell me everything about this. I would have had telling me all about these products, how much shit costs, everything. Now I'm finna get on your motherfucking nerves, bitch. But anybody, as a black person, when you feel an Asian or a white person hovering over you, when you know you're not doing anything wrong, you're going to want to hurry up and get up out of there. And him probably feeling her energy, he probably like, man, fuck this shit. Put all that water back and left. Not even on nothing. You ain't even got to have sinister intentions or trying to get over or trying to steal something. It's just like, you know what? I'm uncomfortable. I don't even want to spend my bread in here. You see, I'm a petty bitch. You know what I mean? But I would turn around like, hello, how are you? Can I help you? Does it look like I need your help, ma'am? Listen to him. In your pocket. And look at the lady coming up to him, chest out. First of all, this bitch, this woman was the start of all of this. She was the one that hyped up the son. She was the one that hyped up the husband. Just like the bitch that shot and killed Latasha Harlins while she had money out to pay for her orange juice and was shot in the fucking head. You know, I'm getting fed up. I'm getting real fed up. Look. He looks at them, position, says something in their language, and they come running the fuck out. That was so unnecessary and uncalled for. He kicked all this shit off.
Now, when you look at this,
and then on top of that, when did they even have time to even find the gun? Right? I'm sorry, not find the gun, grab the gun. Unless they was already holding. That's why I do believe the theory that there was only one gun and it was his gun and they used it to shoot him.
This video, does it look like anything what this anti-black woman Mali is saying to be true? Oh, I got the water, boom, boom. He probably hearing or seeing them like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just go somewhere else.
Right.
Get his backpack and leave. The boy was complying when he came in the store. She said, put the backpack down. Okay, all right. I'm gonna walk over and put it down. I'm gonna respect what they're saying. Okay, boom. What do I want? I might want this. I might want that. Okay. Sometimes I go in the store and be like,
just be in there.
Oh, let me. Oh, no, I don't want that. Let me browse around. And sometimes I just leave. Maybe I didn't want that particular item. Y'all, we don't go in the store and always buy. They call it window shopping. Right? And if I see something, I might, you feel me?
That's a good theory, Angel.
Probably passed by the stove, came in, oh, let me get some water. Let me get 4 water bottles. Okay, boom. He got a mama. He got, you know what I'm saying? He got a daddy. How much water bottles is? How much this water bottle is, bro?
I can tell you right now. And that's what I'm saying. Like, this is what also pissed me off about this conversation that Anton and them were having, because they were putting so much value on a motherfucking wholesale price bottle of water of 67 cents. If you look at the wholesale price, because you're only reselling it for what, $1 and some change, depending on the brand of the water. Let's just say it's just like, you know, the most smallest off-brand water that's being sold for like $1.25. They didn't buy that to sell it in the store for $1.25. That means it was actually less than that. 50 to 67 cents, guaranteed. They value that shit over a human life. And that's the part that I don't fuck with. But we'll get into it. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit of your commentary, House, so we could get more into them. But shout out to you for breaking this shit down, gang.
You don't think he can call his mama or dad and ask for $2? And what if the boy was thirsty?
He have a gun. Are we overlooking the fact he got a gun on him? Why does he have a gun? Why did he?
Because he had one and he didn't use it. So it's irrelevant. So what? So what? He didn't use it. And then where are the other questions? Did they even do like, what do they call it? I think it's forensics or something. When you check like for fingerprints on a weapon. Because if it's true that he picked up that weapon and pointed it and pointed that gun, then his fingerprints would be on it, right? Both of their, well, we don't know. Because like, again, if there's 2 guns, we're only talking about 1 gun. Where is their gun that they apparently shot him with? That's number 1. And number 2, why didn't they prove without a shadow of a doubt that he picked up a gun and pointed it with his fingerprints on it? And maybe the fingerprints would have been on it already because it was in his pocket. I'm just thinking through this. I'm mining through this in real time. Maybe so. But even still, there had to have been something that showed that at that moment that they say that he pulled out that gun, there's some type of forensics that can actually show that, whether it's the grip, the pressure, you know what I mean? I don't know, but it would just seem like there's more to look into than to just say, oh yeah, he pointed a gun. How can you prove it? Is their word against his now? Well, he's deceased, but you know what I mean? Like, how do you prove that? Of course, that's what you would say after you just killed somebody. But how can you prove that? Beyond a shadow of a doubt. I don't get that part.
Pull the gun out. Why did the little boy pull the gun out for his own life and
But
death?
there's no evidence that he pulled the gun out. Even the investigator that went and watched all the footage that wasn't shown in the trial said that there was no gun that he saw that was pulled out on the son. I'm with Brittany in the beginning, where I feel like he was racially profiled from the moment he walked in that door.
Everybody in that store was black.
She made him take his. Who was black?
Everybody in that store came in the store to buy something.
He made her. As soon as he walked in, it was take the backpack off. She didn't even give him a second to get in there. He didn't get an attitude. He didn't get smart. He didn't do but typical YN and cuss her, call her out her name. He put the backpack down and proceeded to go look for whatever he was looking for. Cool. She followed him down every aisle. If it was me and it was one of my kids, and I would tell him, listen, if you feel like somebody's following you in the store, you feel uncomfortable, get out of there. To me, it could have been many reasons he put that water back. He could have opened up that door, saw her, that lady's shadow in the back of him watching, and like, let me get.
He probably did. You can feel it. You can feel it. You don't even have to. You feel somebody. Like the way my senses are set up, I can feel somebody looking at me when they're not even standing close to me. I could just feel the energy.
Up out of here because something ain't right. He could have remembered he didn't have no money, but I don't think that's the case. It's 2026. This is our money. Just because he's 14 doesn't mean he doesn't have Tap or Apple Pay on his phone.
Exactly. Digital pay. Exactly, Miss Sanchez. Talk your shit. Shout out to Miss Sanchez. I hope you're doing well, sis.
They also said when he took off running, that stuff fell out of his pocket. How do we not know the money did not fall out of his pocket as he was running? No,
because they found 2 phones. They didn't find any money on them.
Saw him pull the gun out.
This bitch dumb. Miss Sanchez just explained to this idiot that this right here, this is all money right here. Let me. She might be stupid. You see all these,
yes, very dumb.
These cards right here?
Very dumb.
These are cards. You see all these cards? These are cards that you can use to tap and pay. He had 2 phones on him. He didn't have any money. It's stupid. Stupid as fuck. I don't have no respect for Mali after this conversation. No respect.
Oh, House, do your deep dive, sugar. Do your deep dive, babes. There's this ain't nothing. Go and do some research on how Mali really feel about niggas. Babe, this may be the most egregious because it's involving a child. Oh, but baby, if only you knew. If only you knew. All right.
Fan Ton Daniels after this conversation, because y'all had every opportunity to create a show.
Shout out to My Life Your Entertainment. He said, shout out to Slimmy, Miss Sanchez, and ATL Brittany. Yeah. And Lex too. Because she was she was very sound and very clear on her perspective in this segment too. Shout out to them. It was just Mali, Corn Dog, and even Q was saying some weird ass shit. But let's continue.
About Chud the Builder and condemn this white man for trying to provoke these black men that had a level of discipline that didn't react to this white boy. But when it comes to a black boy and running for his life, getting his life taken by somebody non-black, and a gun is involved, all of a sudden this black boy is the criminal. Y'all want to do a full show about this.
Right.
Like, and then he left the store so calm. Like, I feel like if I was in there doing something and they were, whatever to me, I would have hurried up and got out of there. He took his time until, he hit the corner, and then here they come. And then my question is, where did the store owner, did he have a gun on him the whole time? That's my question.
Because I didn't see him pick it up.
I didn't see him go behind the counter and get the gun. I saw the son staring him down the whole time. Did he have the gun?
Exactly, Miss Sanchez. And that's why I want to know, where's this other gun that shot Cyrus? What kind of gun was it? Was it the same gun that was in the photograph? There has to be some ballistic report somewhere, no? It's all smoke and mirrors right now. All smoke and mirrors.
I question. Like, because he's the one that took off running before the dad did. The mom came saying something in her language. He took
The son most definitely killed the black boy, and the father took the blame like a father would. The son most definitely killed Cyrus. He if y'all go back and watch the trial and they was questioning him, he was more flustered than the father. The father kept the composure because the father didn't have the guilt of killing Cyrus. The son did.
off running, the son did, and then the daddy did. Y'all, to me, I don't know. I really think the son may have had something to do with it. He probably
I've owned restaurants and stores, and I've worked them, and I stay strapped the whole time. I don't have to get a gun because I got one on me.
Yeah, that's perfect. Every owner I know has a gun. He was far behind.
I don't believe shit Ton Dawg you saying.
Before the son ran out. The son ran out first, right? Then he said he didn't see a gun. I listened to his testimony, a whole almost 2 hours of him sitting up there talking to him.
The son said he saw a gun. He pointed it at him.
He said what the gun looked like.
Well, what else is he gonna say?
He described what the gun looked like when he pointed
Are
it.
we just completely ignoring the fact that a 14-year-old had a gun?
We're not ignoring the fact that
we are.
Yeah, bitch ass nigga. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. We're gonna ignore it. We're gonna ignore it because it has no relevancy to what happened. You dumb ass nigga. Why should we give a fuck? Why should we can talk about it if he pulled it out, if he actually threatened, if he actually did something to put other people's lives in harm's way with that gun, but he never did. So why are you bringing that up? It's literally irrelevant. We don't care. We don't care that he had the gun. No, we're not saying, 14-year-olds should be carrying the guns. But when you go over to them whites in that white community, carrying guns is their thing. They got their 10-year-olds carrying them. Look, Brandon, send a super chat, Brandon, so I can highlight more of your comments. Exactly. In South Carolina, 6-year-olds have guns down here. Do you know what I'm saying? They literally, like, their lineage is all about hunting and using guns and you know, shooting animals and shit. And people. And babies. So it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter if he had a gun on him, if he did not use it, and if it wasn't a part of this whole story, which it was not. So why are you? I don't even know why I'm asking that. You are an anti-black man, so you're going to make sure you say everything that is anti-black as possible to appease your goofy ass audience and your weird ass panel members, except for the ones that was talking real shit on this particular episode. Why do they have a gun? Why did they have a gun? Why is that relevant?
Absolutely ignoring the fact that 14-year-old had the gun because there was no intent to use it.
Exactly.
You don't run 130 yards away when 3 people chasing you and you have a gun and you don't decide to actually use it. Like most definitely. We are ignoring that. All these white boys and these kids be having these fucking guns. The Metcalf brothers. You feel me? But since he's getting
I ain't even peeped that. He just threw the Metcalf brothers in there. Cause were they photo with some guns too? I can believe it.
Chased down, you feel like that's some type of point. Oh, we're going to North and the 14-year-old boy had yes, nigga, we are 1000%. Because that's not the conversation. The conversation is why are these people chasing him over some goddamn water bottles?
No. The reason that I'm saying this is because if y'all want to go in reverse, right? Because y'all not focusing even on the final conclusion of what happened and have the gun coming out, none of that. Y'all go back and say, well, they should have never chased him. Well, we can keep on going back all the way to the point to where we can say, why are you 14 years old and having a gun? Why is it that the store owners have called the police over 200 times from different people taking stuff?
Now look, this is so disgusting to me. Because now you want to make it about, okay, well, Why did he have a 14-year-old? Why was a 14-year-old with a gun? Okay, and let's take it a step further. Why did he have all these complaints in his store? He wants to make it about the community now instead about the loss of a life over a $1 bottle of water. That's how sick this man is. You want to just look past all that and talk about disenfranchised communities and people that may. And here's the thing: this isn't the first time this store has been stolen from, and this isn't the first time that this man has shot at people leaving that store that wasn't stealing. Then there are plenty of people that were stealing that were able to live to tell about it, to live another day, because their technology took photos and put them on a wall of shame. But they had something to prove with Cyrus. Why don't you talk about that? You talking about all this shit that it has no relevance to the actual situation. It's mind-boggling.
They didn't call the police on Cyrus over 200 times. He's trying to conflate their actions with the community and justifying their actions on why they did what they did to Cyrus. Listen to this nigga. I ain't gonna pause it.
Robbing them, doing all kind of stuff, and the police never showing up, or the police always showing up in the aftermath. Why are we only putting the onus on the person that defended their property, defended their stuff, and we're not putting any onus or responsibility?
Because his property wasn't damaged. None of his stuff was taken. That's why the onus is on him, because what the fuck was his motive? When he was never in danger, he was the one doing the motherfucking chasing. So what are you even trying to come to the I can't.
On the parents, on the 14-year-old, on the person having a gun, and the people that continue to tear up their store on a regular basis. Why is it that we in our culture and in our communities are the only ones whose stores be fucked up all the time?
I think that this is bigger than culture, Anton. I think that this has to do, once all of those elements of him having a gun, him being young, and I'm with you all day, but that goes out the window when you have.
Why are our community and our stores be fucked up all the time?
And where do you be at? Because the Black-owned businesses that I know of, they're not all just run down and fucked up. When there is a lack of like financial help within certain communities, you may see rundown neighborhoods and rundown businesses that are still trying to make a way. But when they're deliberately pushed out of financial support, that's what you get. But if you go to other areas, it's like y'all always be so honed in on this hood shit. There are thriving Black communities out here with thriving businesses. Do you ever frequent those? Do you go to those? Can you name any? Stop putting this blanket on us like we did it to ourselves. Like we just are a people that just enjoy being run down, enjoy tearing shit up. When we had our shit together, it was the people that you like to defend that destroyed our communities, nigga. But you won't ever talk about that. Okay.
When he just said he owned the store, he owned. So, see, what niggas like Anton and anti-Black people do, they always take the degenerate image of Black folks and highlight it as a whole. Exactly. Especially when you bought and paid for by the Republican Party. See, what Anton Daniels is for the Republican Party is what Roland Martin is for the Democratic Party. They are both dangerous operatives of a political party that ain't gonna do shit for Black folks. That's what they is. So why are our stores? It's not why are our stores. Why in our communities you have non-Black people treating us a certain type of way? Bro, does crime happen to Black stores? Yes. It is unlikely because we are part of the community and we know our communities that we in. When the last time y'all seen a Black owner at a convenience store that actually owns one racially profile anyone?
It doesn't happen. It doesn't fucking happen. It doesn't happen. Like, it just doesn't.
Just a thought.
And then to this comment, you saw the video. You saw the video when that mom approached that boy and was accusing him of pulling something out of his pocket, and he said, I don't have no water. All he said was, I don't have any water, and he walked out. What else was said? The key in the back is that boy was black. That's what it was. And they thought that boy was about to get over on them, and they couldn't have that. Oh, no. Not no little black hardy R in our store thinking they're going to get over on us. Not today. That was the key in their back. Nothing else. And even still, whatever he said to that mother still should not have resulted in what it resulted in. What's going on, house? We got the big gang in the building. He says 1,280 black neighborhoods, only about 300 or below poverty line, and high crime rate, the other 900 plus above the poverty line, and low national crime rate. I do the independent research. Exactly. Talk your shit, house. They want to continue to push the false narratives about black people, because like you are saying, he's been bought. He's been bought to say these things. He's been bought by the Republican Party, by white wingers to continue to perpetuate false narratives about black people because it makes him money. He is driven by money. He'll do anything for money, Fleece Johnson. All it takes is $1 to get that boy to holler. And that's all it'll be. And he'll never take $1 to speak highly about black people because the dollar ain't that thick. He don't even know how to be pro-black. He don't know how to sit amongst other black people. He got to sit amongst black people. He needs black people on these panels, though. Need black people on his panels to do something, because you ain't never got a whole bunch of white folks up here in agreement with you. Right? You need black people to say and spew your wild ass shit to argue with. But you'll never align with black people to do some positive shit. And I think that's sick as hell. And I think that's fucked up. And I think that as much as you talk about God, see, I know God for real. I'm gonna tell you right now, he don't like you. I'm not even gonna put a gender on God. God doesn't like you. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You should probably stop talking about God. He don't fuck with you.
See a human life in your hands. As an owner, you have to understand risk management. As a person, you have to understand risk management. I'm not just going to be trigger happy, and I'm not going to place someone under a box. I could be reasonably suspicious. Yes, I can be. You have that right. That is your property.
I got a right to defend. If you take a piece of bubble gum out of my store, you don't get no. The death was not premeditated. So it ain't about this. No, hold on. Let's back up.
You see how he switched it up? But listen to what he's saying. If you take a pack of bubble gum, so a pack of bubble gum is worth more than human life? Anton Dumbass Daniels? Is that what you're trying to tell your audience? That's your message? That's the hill you want to die on? A pack of bubble gum is worth more than a child's life? That's your stance? A pack of bubble gum. Why does that matter? See, you're driven by your ego, like these Asians were. It wasn't about the water. It was about a black boy that they thought was stealing from them, and they couldn't allow it to happen and go down like that. They wanted to reprimand. And your ego will have you in a fucked up position too. Only difference is your black ass wouldn't walk away easy. No, they're throwing your goofy ass in jail. Had it been the other way around, if your black ass chased down another black boy, any boy, had that been a white boy, what? Wouldn't have been no self-defense case over some bubble gum. You're going to jail. This y'all friend though. I'm the crazy one. This y'all people though.
Let's back up. Let's back up.
The emotions overruled him.
It doesn't.
Over water.
The death is not premeditated.
It wasn't over water.
The death is not premeditated. It was a reaction after all of the things happened and they found out.
Which
And the
makes
gun
it manslaughter.
once the gun comes out, you can't start talking to me about the sanctity of human life.
Hey, the gun never came out, bitch ass nigga. That's what you're failing to acknowledge. The gun never came out in that store. Once he left that store, it's over. It's done. Call the police, if anything, which could have turned out even worse. Because now you calling the police on a 14-year-old boy that's carrying a gun. Ain't no telling how that would have came up, how that would have ended. Probably the same way. What are you saying?
Because I see a motherfucker that got a gun. Everything beyond that is a completely different conversation. This is
Look at the facts.
hold on.
Shout out to Lex. She said you have to look at the facts. Exactly, Molly and Anton. Look at the facts. Fuck how you feel. Y'all the ones that be like, get out your feelings. Get out your feelings. You need to. And look at y'all, all in y'all feelings. Talking about you'll kill somebody over some fucking bubble gum. And it doesn't. And I would argue it was premeditated, because what the fuck you run out of there to chase him for? To do what? Exactly. To do what? To do what? Once you start chasing me in an aggressive way, my only conclusion is that you're trying to harm me. You're trying to hurt me. You're trying to physically do something to me. It wasn't about no fucking water, idiot.
This is segmented. You can't tell me.
Which is that? Thank you so much, my life. He says that's a whole fact. Roland Martin is a paid Democratic boule extremist, and Anton is a paid Republican extremist. They're two of the same kind on opposite ends of the same fur. Damn. I thought Roland Martin was cool. What do he do? Shit. You can't trust none of them. You can't trust none of them.
You can't tell me that I can't defend my shit. You can't tell me that. I don't care if it's for $1. Y'all can't put a value on what I'm defending from my store.
But he didn't take anything. But he didn't put it out in the store. They didn't see the gun until he.
Y'all missing what I'm saying. Y'all missing what I'm saying.
You can't tell me how to defend my stuff in my store, but what you're telling us is you're supposed to be a leader. You're supposed to be a professional. You're supposed to be somebody people can trust to keep them safe. And you're telling me that the best line of action for you, if you were in that situation, is to do the same thing to defend bubblegum and bottles of water? And you want us to believe that's the best way for you to defend your store? Mind you, left the store unmanned. Nobody in the store anymore because they running after a little boy on foot, 130 yards. Ample opportunity for that, bad neighborhood or bad community that they were supposedly in to rob their ass. But you're sitting here trying to down this hill like, I can defend how I want to defend. You think this is a flex, and it's not. It just reveals how ignorant you are and how much of a slave to your ego that you are, that you're willing to unalive somebody over something that's so minuscule, over property, over things that can be replaced. You cannot replace people. You cannot bring back people once they're gone. To think, well, at least I got my bubble gum back. At least I got my water back. Something that you can file an insurance claim on. But what was worth more than you was taking somebody's life. Okay, get your goofy ass out of here.
I think there's separate issues that plays out in this. The suspicion of you stealing is completely separate from our interaction and your gun falling out of your hoodie. Bro, if I trip over, if me and you get into an argument, a basic argument, and I'm thinking it's gonna be fisticuffs, and a gun pop out, I might kill you, nigga. I didn't mean to kill you. I wasn't looking to kill you. And once I seen the gun pop out or you pull out, you did.
But that's not the case. That happened. That wasn't what happened, though. Why are you making things up, you weirdo? That's not what happened. If I see, so you're saying if you see a gun fall out of my jacket, I no longer am armed, and I'm still running away from you. So you mean to tell me even after I am now disarmed and still running. That means you're going to pick up the gun to then shoot me while I'm still doesn't make sense, Anton. Still doesn't make sense. And where's your training bra? Them titties are getting bigger every time I see you. Get it together, baby. I can refer you to somewhere. You need something for them little A cups.
You're arguing something.
What I'm saying is, I don't care about what happened before that. Once I see you pull out for any reason, I'm gonna pull out. It's
So why are you facing him if you're leaving your
You're dead. If somebody typically pulls out their gun, they're gonna use it. You dead.
What up, Classic?
Now he's trying to conflate this argument to neglect the fact that this kid wasn't a goddamn threat at all. He's speaking gun. He does what the white folks do and the cops do. We know when white people say, when the white cops say, "I thought he had a gun,"
right?
And when they actually have a gun, like what's his name, Castillo.
I think you were trying to think of Philando Castile. Philando Castile was the man that was in the car with his girl, got pulled over. He had a gun on him, never pulled it out. He just let police know that there was a gun in the vehicle, and they shot his ass anyway, unprovoked, like they always do. And of course, because he had a gun, that was just enough. But let's keep it moving.
What was his name? The guy that he had a gun in his hip a long time ago. I know it's like Castillo Castasto. Dang, I can't think of his name. Well, he had a gun, and he handed the officer his concealed carry license to say, "Hey, I am armed. It's on my hip." He was sitting down in the passenger seat. He didn't reach for his gun. He handed his Do you know the cop knowing that he had a gun and knowing that he had a license took that man's life?
Yeah, exactly. That's
This
what
is
they do.
the same argument Anton Daniels is having. Just because you black and you have a gun, they can kill you.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
Talk about
because
it.
you black and they see you have a gun, Anton Daniels.
Or it's the excuse. It's well, he had a gun, but did he point it at you? No. Did he use it? No, but he had it. Okay.
Think it's okay for them to kill you, especially if you're running away. If you're running away, you're black, you're 14 years old, you're supposed to have a gun, and somebody see you have a gun, and the people that's chasing you, they have the right to kill you. This is what Anton Daniels is saying.
Let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask you a question.
Why are you taking
Hold on. Let me ask y'all a question. Once they out there, right? They wherever they are, who fall, trip, fall, or whatever. How would y'all have suggested? Because they defending their story, they think he stole something, whatever, right? Right, wrong, cool. They out there.
Slimmy is not having it. He is. Slimmy ain't fucking having it. He was like quiet this entire time. I think he was in fucking shock. But to answer your question, goofy ass nigga, the best thing to do was to have stayed in that store after he left. That would have been the best thing they could have done. Let that boy walk out calmly like he did not run out. We saw it on video. Walk out, then lock the doors, call the police if you need to, make a report. That would have been the best thing to do. But not only did he put his store in danger of being robbed, he also put his son and himself and his wife in danger by going out there and running after a young boy with an alleged gun. And I'm not putting quotes around young boy because he was a young boy. The best form of action, the best line of action was him to have stayed in that store. Point blank, period. Everything was downhill after that. There's no excuse after that. After you chase down someone, trip over their gun, and then proceed to shoot them in the back as they're running away from you. That's the best way. I thought you were so fucking smart. I thought you were such a fucking genius. I thought you were a fucking saint. Bitch ass nigga. Thought you was a saint. I thought you was a Christian first, head ass. But we already know that's full of shit. You not of God at all. You ain't God-like at all. Nothing of the sort. You're the damn devil. I said it.
The tussle, fumble, gun come out, all of that. How would you give me a suggestion of how you think that Mr. Child and son should have handled it once the gun came out?
Based on what you're saying or based on what I think happened?
No, the gun pops out. How should Mr. Child and son react?
You want to answer? Because I mean,
my man came over here and bought me a drink, y'all. I didn't even know he was coming over here today. He just came and said, "Let me give you one of these." That's a good man, Savannah.
But once the gun comes out, everything changes. But up until that moment,
no. I'm not talking about up until that moment. Y'all can talk about up until that moment till y'all blue in the face after this question. When the gun pops out, how should Mr. Child and son handle it?
I can't know when the gun pops out.
What the fuck is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Forget everything that led up. Why? That matters. Forget everything that led up to that moment. Let's talk about the gun popping out after he was running for his life, came out one of his shoes, and the gun fell out. He didn't pull it out. It fell out after he fell to the ground. All the context matters that leads up to that point. Why are you trying to hone in on the one part of the situation that is completely irrelevant? This guy's an idiot, bro.
Once the gun comes out, what would y'all suggest that they do?
How do they know that? I don't think that happened.
If the gun came out.
See, the thing is, once the gun popped out and fell on the ground, the Childs should have either picked the gun up or stopped their retreat, not to continue chasing him and shooting him. Exactly. I wonder if this is what I wonder. I wonder if they shot him with the gun. I wonder if they shot him with the gun that fell out of Cyrus' pocket. Does anybody have that gun?
Exactly. Look at his face. Exactly. Where's the gun? That wasn't even brought up. That wasn't even brought in as evidence, was it? It was all about Cyrus' gun that he allegedly had and he allegedly used. Where's the gun that the Childs used? Because that's what I'm saying. That's why I hope this family appeals, and please get a new fucking lawyer. We're gonna also talk about Child's lawyer, that black lawyer that they deliberately got. Made sure they got him a black lawyer. Obviously, we already know the reasons why. But his response to all of this, we're gonna get there. Let's keep moving. We're at 350, 96 people in the building. I hope y'all getting them likes up. Thank you so much. Thank y'all for being here. But yes, I want to know where the other gun is at this point.
Does anybody did they do a forensic to match these particular the shell cases and the ownership of this particular gun? What gun was used to shoot Cyrus? Because I didn't follow the trial completely to get all these different forensic evidence.
It was good.
So if I'm chasing you, even if I'm in the wrong,
yeah,
right, and
yes,
you point a gun at me and I got a gun, I'm gonna shoot you. Even if I'm in the wrong. See, Anton is trying to walk them down into an argument or in the corner to try to justify what he did. Because I'm chasing you and I see a gun and I shoot you, my initial reason for chasing you was wrong. I thought you stole, you didn't. It was a water bottle 130 yards away from my store. Even though I see you pull the gun out and you trying to protect yourself from me, I'm wrong. Even if I do shoot you. So he's trying to make the argument, well, he pulled the gun out where what y'all wanted him to do? Not chase him, not shoot him, retreat. This nigga anti-black, and he's going to go to any length to prove that black folks are the degenerates when everybody on his goddamn panel is black. Anton Daniel is using all these black folks to connect with the black community as well, and he uses anti-black talking points to refute anything they say that has anything to do with uplifting or taking up for black folks, even when it's a righteous cause, because he has a large white audience from the GOP.
Talk your shit. We see you ain't low, Anton. This ain't authentic. This isn't genuine. You were bought to play this goofy ass game. And now your integrity and your character is being revealed because you're willing to play these goofy ass games for $1. It's sick.
And they like the fact that he is getting these niggas in line. They like the fact that he's correcting these niggas' mentality. Y'all don't see it? These are pawns. Slimmy, a pawn. Molly, a cooperating pawn. Lex, a pawn. Q, a pawn. Miss Sanchez, Gemini, and Brittany. These are pawns. For Anton Daniels to stomp on their parades when it comes to anything black. This is why he didn't give the topic to this panelist of Chud the Builder, because he didn't want to show his bosses. He didn't want to show the GOP that pays him. He didn't want to show the white anti-black motherfuckers that he has a group of black people that will speak against what white people do. He didn't want to show that shit. That's a fact.
Bendy fact.
You know why y'all can't answer it? Nobody up there.
If the gun pops out, you made the decision to run out.
Don't say nobody. I don't want to be like the rest of these people and
I don't think it is fair to dismiss what happened. I just don't. I don't see how you can dismiss.
Y'all know how to answer it. None of you are going to answer it because you don't want to dismiss your own argument of the fact that he shouldn't be guilty.
No, I want to finish. I want to put my whole statement out there because we don't know what I'm going to say.
I'm gonna let y'all cook up and do your thing. I come in after about 45 minutes, an hour, and then
once a gun pops out, yes, that is something. We're not gonna act like we.
A 14-year-old does that. No, and this is what, in my opinion, this is exactly what's wrong with the culture. Is because instead of putting ourselves in a better position to not only be alive but to thrive, we make excuses of why it's okay for us to do the most shit, and then we'll pick a issue. Motherfuckers is dying every single day in the streets, killing each other. The only time that we pop out is because it's an Asian man. If a black man had owned a store, this wouldn't even be a conversation.
Yes, the fuck it would. If it was a black man that owned a store and a black boy came in there, the exact same scenario, and he ran down, it would be an uproar as well. What are you talking about? I hate when they say shit like this. Like, well, if it was a woman, Jazz wouldn't say. If it was this, Jazz, like, no, stupid. It's still wrong. It's still wrong based on the evidence. Nobody is going to make excuses based off gender, based off race. Right is right, wrong is wrong. And this situation was dead ass wrong. It's clear as day. If that would have been even more, that would have pissed me off even more if it was a black man that did this shit to a black boy. Because what the fuck are you thinking? But guess what? You'll be the type to do it. You'll be the type to run down on a little black boy over some bubble gum. You'll be the type to run down a little black boy and use a gun and shoot him in his back to defend your stuff. Right? That's what you say. How you gonna tell me how to defend my stuff? How to defend my sword? I don't care if it's a bubble gum. You'll be the type to do that. Yeah. I'm gonna put that on you just because of what you just said. Why the fuck do y'all think they like to say these things like, oh, like when we were talking about that weirdo conversation about the underage girls with the older men, they were in my comments like, but if it was an older woman and an underage girl, older woman and an underage boy, you wouldn't have no. Yes, the fuck I would. What's wrong with y'all? Some of these people. The reach is like, do you need a ladder for that reach? Because it's about what's wrong and what's right. If you are a black man that did this, oh my God, the way I will be on your ass. The way you think I'm mad now, I would be even more pissed. It's not about gender. It's not about race. It's about doing the right thing when it's time to do it. But you want to make it about all these other things other than the unaliving of a 14-year-old child over a bottle of fucking water. You want to walk glaze past all that. And I'm wondering, what if there was no gun ever found on him or near him? What would you say? What would you say? Because it's very convenient that you have the opportunity to use the gun as a way to justify this. I want to know, if there was no gun, then what? Then what? What would the language be? I would love to know what that would look like for him.
If a black man, because everybody keeps talking about profiling and shit, if a black man had owned this store the same way that black people kill black people every single day, black people kill cops and they don't even give this type of visibility.
Now, I keep hearing this. I need y'all right now, drop 5 police officers, white police officers that have been recently, let's just say within the last 3 years, that were unalived by black men. Please, quickly. Because they love to pull that up. Black people are killing cops. Where are they doing that at? Niggas avoid cops. They're not on some vigilante shit going out their way to kill. Where are they doing this at? If it's happening, if it has happened, 9 times out of 10, it's in a situation where it's a pursuit. But to say that black people are killing cops, like cops are killing, because I can name 5 people off the dome right now that were unalive unjustifiably by cops, white cops at that. Should I start the list? Tamir Rice, Sonia Massey, Trayvon Martin, Sandra Bland, Philando Castile, Oscar Grant, Eric Garner. Can you name me 5 officers that have made headline news that were killed by black people? Stop spreading this weird ass propaganda, because it's not true and it disgusts me. You should not be able to have a platform this big and perpetuate such ignorance, lies, and nonsense about your very own people. It's sick. It's sick.
But if because it was an Asian man, and I already predicted that this dumb shit was gonna happen.
I told you.
Not alcohol. Al Capone. I didn't even think about Al Capone. He was the one out here killing cops. What? I'm just trying to understand. Where are the black people that's out here just unaliving people like that? I just want to know. Yes, there is a disparity within our communities, in neighborhoods that lack funding and resources. So obviously they resort to street and gang violence or what have you, even though that has been decreasing significantly, especially in my city. But that's another just lie from the pits of hell. But my life, your entertainment with the 1999 super chat says the child is a natural watchdog that are naturally wary of strangers. Early socialization is absolutely critical so that their protective nature does not turn into aggression, except in this case, the child was the aggressor. Thank you so much for that.
It is Anton Daniels' job to revert the rhetoric and the message back towards on black people behavior, no matter what it is, even though this is a small percentage of black people behavior that always get highlighted and framed to the media and pushed to the masses as if this is the ongoing issue in totality. White people kill more white people than black people. Asian people kill more Asian people.
And that's another thing they like to say. Black people going around killing white folks all the time. Where are they doing that? Niggas be trying to avoid white people. What? We already know the system is rigged. Why would we go out of our way to go into a neighborhood like they do? Right? Go out of our way to go into a non-black neighborhood and terrorize them and unalive them for unprovoked for no reason. We don't even have a history of doing that at all. Now, I might have to start a members only because the things that I want to like, what I think we should start doing to protect our communities, I don't know if I could say out here out loud. But that's what they do. They stick together and terrorize people for no reason. We've never been known to do shit like that. However, I think we are coming to a time where we can't continuously meet violence with peace. We can talk about that another time, though. I'm just leave it at that.
With them black people, you know what I'm saying? Mexicans. When you are in a community, most of your good and bad is going to happen inside that community. He's trying to revert the point of us having an outrage of somebody else coming inside our community and killing us, and we think it's gonna be okay. It is our.
You go to these ghetto ass trailer parks. You go to these ghetto ass areas where these ghetto ass white folks be. Ain't nothing but crime going on. Incest, robberies, violence. Okay.
House. You cannot come wipe your muddy ass feet on my motherfucking carpet and think I'm not gonna say something about it because a black person did. You stupid. So this is what anti-black talking points is, because they always try to revert back to a scenario to try to hold black people accountable because something has happened in our community that might not have gotten the same publicity. Nigga, let's focus on this old ass white nigga, Asian nigga chasing our 14-year-old kids down. And even with in situations like not like this, Anton Daniels is gonna have the same talking points for Tamir Rice, for Trayvon Martin. He's gonna have the same talking points, even if there isn't a gun.
Exactly.
But then he gonna go support a Kyle Rittenhouse. He gonna go support a George Zimmerman.
Wait, is that on record that he supported Kyle Rittenhouse? Is that a thing? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Let's keep going.
He's gonna go support a Derek Chauvin. See, these niggas don't have dialectical thinking, meaning I see the issue and I don't agree with this particular person's behavior, but let's talk about and address the nuances on why did this Chinese man feel so comfortable killing his boy. This nigga anti-black. I don't respect it. I don't respect none of you. I don't respect none of you that's on this platform with this nigga when he don't give white folks the same smoke.
Exactly. And this is a self-proclaimed equal smoke giver. We have yet to see it. Lying ass bitch. Goofy mog.
He didn't do a show about Chud the Builder. But when it comes to this little black boy losing his life,
he proclaimed it. I ain't gonna ever talk about Chud the Builder. I ain't gonna ever doing it right. We know. But just like all these tokens out here, your little homie Myron getting cooked by the very people that he was defending. You're next. If it's not already happening. I don't know why you think you are well respected and well connected in these streets. Them non-blacks, they laughing at your goofy ass, using your dumb desperate ass. Imagine having absolutely no talent, and this is the only thing you can do to gain popularity, to gain notoriety, to gain any type of respect or following, is to be anti-black. Imagine just being so talentless. Excuse me, that this is what you have to resort to. You don't find that troubling? You don't think you should pivot
to another person? He want to say, well, we don't have this smoke when black people. We don't. And we never will.
I said it. I said it on the Millionaire Morning Show. I have the exact timestamp of when I said it and the day that I said it. I said leading up into the 2026 election. I said it on this panel. I said leading up into the 2026 midterm elections, right after the primary, you're going to see some race shit pop out, and it's going to be conveniently anybody other than black. I literally predicted this shit that was going to happen right after the primaries in 2026 leading up to the election. I said it. It happens every single election. Every single election, we pick some dumb shit to stand behind so that we can get distracted from the shit that really matter.
You don't stand behind shit. So even though there may be some truth to like increasing racial division close to elections, because I've definitely have picked up on that, you don't stand behind anything. You only stand behind the things that are most destructive to this country. So your stance means nothing.
Because we cannot hold ourselves accountable for our kids walking around with guns at 14 years old. This is so. And this is normal. This is normal for YNs to walk around with pistols. Every teen takeover, they arrest a bunch of people and it's a bunch of young kids that got guns and we don't trip about it. We don't say shit. We don't have no conversations. Every time I even bring up a teen takeover on this panel, everybody is whisper quiet. I stopped even having those conversations. But now that it's an Asian,
you don't bring up no white teen takeovers. You don't bring up the opioid addictions. You don't bring up how white men is leading in pedophilia. Go on.
That's a good point. I mean, shit, he didn't even have anything to say about them damn Epstein files, did he? Did he? You know what I mean? He didn't say anything about that. In fact, he thinks Diddy is innocent. In fact, he said he loves our current president. He don't care about these kids. We saw that. We already know that. He don't even give a fuck about his own kid. He'll never speak on that shit for real.
My community post and see what I'm talking about. Even if it ain't in the video, go on my YouTube community post and see what I'm talking about. Like everybody getting the smoke. You wrong, you are wrong. The issue is he can't go call out his white counterparts and their behavior. They'll start supporting them. You see, Anton don't do no numbers no more. Go look on the videos when he's speaking about white folks and appeasing to white folks. Those are the videos today that do numbers. He get 100,000, 200,000 views on that. And if Anton ever talk about black unity and black prosperity, nigga will stop getting views. His shit gonna be lower than mine. He be getting 7,000 views of video. But when he go against the grain and say shit like this, oh yeah, he a rich man. He's a rich man.
Got another super chizat, and he's right. But it's just, and that's what irritates me about this space is that it's too many people willing to just jump on some shit just to make some money, bro. And it's just like, damn, you'll do anything for that dollar, huh? What does that say about you? How can you ever be trusted if you can be bought? It shouldn't be no amount of money that can be put in front of you for you to, remove your integrity out of the decisions that you're making. But Anton is proof that that's what happens, right? My Life, Your Entertainment with another $10 super chat says, so Anton is a Republican supporting Biden and Kamala for the Asian hate crime bill. He puts Asians over Black Americans like the Democrats seem like. Hypocritical logic sounds like. Make it make sense. Exactly.
Owner that tried to defend his property and you got to, so now we got to justify.
Defend his property as if that boy came in there trying to take over his property. None of that happened. None of that ever happened. Defend his property after leaving his property? You think the best way to defend his property was to leave his property after the fact? No. Doesn't make sense.
To send this nigga to jail for life because we can't get ourselves together. I'm not going for this shit. I'm not going for it. Because we got different energy when it ain't an Asian owner, but when we talk about this shit all the time, we need to have a heavy hand, send to jail, change the laws, everybody all of a sudden become conservative and Republican. But then when some shit actually pop off and the nigga said, nah, we not having that shit no more, all of a sudden we turn back liberal, then pro-black again. This is some bullshit.
No, I don't believe that happens. During the team takeover, I think the West said send it to the military.
You're trying to make a cultural argument, but I'm talking about a gun ownership argument and a responsibility.
Exactly.
When his daughter experienced racism or anything close to it, he gonna tell her the same thing. You're not a victim. Hey, Leslie, we not gonna do the victim mentality. You feel me? I don't even wish it upon them, but at least once we're gonna be stereotyped or have some type of prejudice against us. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully she don't get her life taken in the process.
If that baby girl come to her father saying that she's a victim of anything, he's gonna clown her. He's gonna clown her. He's gonna blame her. 100%. 100%. We already know what time he is when it comes to that.
Of it. But it's gonna take Anton Daniel's daughter to experience the shit these kids experience for him to goddamn understand. And then again, he probably disowned his daughter. He's so loyal to the white man. He's so loyal to the Republican Party. He might disown his daughter if she come out gay or a Democrat.
Have when it comes to people's lives, period. You
the hardest one on the shit.
Okay, I hate
that. Hold on. The hardest one on the YNs and getting aggressive and doing all of the real shit and defending ourselves and the Second Amendment and all of this shit. Lex is the biggest, heaviest hand on the panel. And when some shit finally happened, all of a sudden it's like, well, wait a minute, hold on. Let's be more responsible.
Because that wasn't no YN shit. He wasn't being a YN. He wasn't being a degenerate. He followed directions. He was calm. He never raised his voice. He put Waters back in the refrigerator, walked out of there calmly, hit that corner calmly, minded his business. And he does this a lot. He'll frame it like, you go so hard this any other time. Why are you not going hard in this case? Because maybe Lex can see things objectively and realize, actually, no, this was wrong. Whether he had that gun or not, he didn't use it. He didn't portray YN situations. He didn't hold nobody hostage. He wasn't threatening anybody physically. No, this is wrong. But because she may have had hard stances on how YNs may behave in other situations, he's upset now because she won't go as hard on this boy now. He wants her to be like, yeah, he was a YN with a gun anyway. He was a YN with a gun anyway. But she like, nah, fuck that. The facts are the facts. That man child was wrong. That boy was innocent. And he like, well, any other time, shut your bitch ass up. It's not the same thing. And it makes my stomach hurt. If you go and you watch this live without the interruptions, you're gonna get very uncomfortable. Guaranteed.
14-year-olds
because I don't think that
had a gun. I think you guys
people care about the details enough has no bearing on whether the shooting was just. Two things could be true at once. We have a community that wants to have serious problems with violence and they have selective outrage, but this is not one of them. I think that this is coming from both sides trying to, like when you get into a car accident, now you got lawyers and people calling your phone like, because they're pulling reports. People try to weaponize situations like this for reasons like you want to have a cultural argument. Then there's people over here trying to have a Black Lives Matter argument. Why can't it just be calling people out on their crap? Because now this is stirring a controversy when you got Asian people saying you can't live without us, Black people. So be outraged, basically all you want. Then you have people. Where's the justice to just say, you know what, I mourn and I sympathize with this family because this is actually went kind of wrong.
Because the reason why you're wrong,
we cannot say that he wouldn't have still been shot.
No. The very first thing that was said after we came off, because you're saying, why can't we just call people on their crap? The first thing that we leapfrog off of is Brittany saying that he was being profiled. He was being racially profiled. So I
can't answer. Hold on.
He was flat out. He was. The following around, that's profiling. That's profiling. Full stop.
No, stop. You can't say
he most definitely was being racially profiled. Once the bitch asked the kid to put his goddamn backpack down, you were basically saying, put your backpack down because I don't want you stealing shit and putting it in your backpack. Why he can't understand this?
Right.
Wait. You can't say that we're not just calling people on their crap when the foundation of the argument that you're building was based off of being racially profiled. It doesn't make sense because
racially profiling has been the name of these fucking games. That's how Latasha Harlins lost her fucking life, bitch. Now I'm getting mad because you want to make it seem like racial profiling, we just pulling that shit out the air, that we're just making it up. Like it doesn't cause the deaths of so many innocent Black people because they are racially profiled. They are looked at as criminals before they're looked at as humans. Our little boys, our young girls. It's a thing. It's a thing. Latasha Harlins had money in her hand. And that Asian lady came across that counter and tried to grab her bag. And Latasha, bang, 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 as she should, because now I'm being assaulted. Turned around and got shot in the back of the head. If you don't think that was racially profiling, it's racially profiling because she up there with money and you're still accusing her of trying to steal from you. You wouldn't have had that energy if that was a white boy who probably really is in here stealing shit. And that's what also blows me about these conversations, because these white folks been the crooks and the criminals. They've been the thieves. Everything that they have ever gotten or obtained has been by way of thievery. Taking, killing, raping, pillaging. This is what they be on. Now we got some people that happen to be white that don't fuck with that shit. And those are the ones that I ain't talking about right now. But these white folks, I'm not talking about folks that happen to be white. Remember, boys and girls, there's a difference. But these white folks, this is what they do. They lie to get by. What do you think the president is doing? Good job. Let's keep going.
Because you put us at a disadvantage because you throw race into it before we even have a conversation about what's right and wrong.
They threw race into it. That's what you're not realizing. They threw race into it the moment that boy walked into that store. Fuck is you talking about? They wouldn't have had that energy if that boy was white. They wouldn't have had it.
No. Because now, and this is exactly why I said that it was going to be a race-based conversation, and it only matters because it's an Asian man. Because now, before we even respond to right or wrong, we're focusing on the race aspect of it. If we just wanted to focus on what Lex is talking about, then Lex would have a leg to stand on. But that's not the conversation that y'all let off
with. That's what Lex is saying. I said that because I also stated that the neighborhood that store is in is more in a hood area. So most of the people going in there are going to be Black.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm stopped being objective when it comes to Black issues. Like, it's no objectivity. I'm biased for the rest of my life from this point on. I don't give a damn. Don't give a damn. Black people are not guilty. Ever. If they ever put me on a jury, I had this conversation. They was like, oh, it seemed like you're gonna be biased without the facts. I was trying to argue against it because I didn't have that sentiment. Ever put me on a jury and there's somebody Black, and depending on what it is though, he innocent, she innocent. I'm gonna play the role the entire time of the case until it come down to the verdict, and I'm a switch. I'm a flip.
House said, we all innocent. Fuck it. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong, gang.
I don't give a fuck what it is. A Black man stole $2 million from a Asian white community. We gonna get down. Is he guilty? Nah, he ain't guilty. I'm gonna cause the mistrial because that's what they do. That's how they treat us. That's what they do to us.
Facts.
But we want to be neutral. We want to be fair. We want to have a goddamn heart. You know what I'm saying? We got souls. But it's niggas like this.
I be telling my man all the time. I be telling my mama this. Them people are not all the way human. You hear what he said? We have souls. That's why we move with empathy before anything. We move with understanding. We're collaborative. We're not looking to, we ain't plotting out the gate like these motherfuckers be plotting. Because we're humans with a soul and want to give people the benefit of the doubt until you give us a reason not to. But these motherfuckers, they don't move like that. They're soulless. They're literally.
You know what I'm saying? Championing the behavior in this bitch Mali. Disgusting. they disgust me, bro.
Same.
I really don't even want to finish this shit.
So when I said they racially profiled him, it's because he had a backpack on and they told him to put his backpack down.
That's not racially profiling.
That's not racially profiling.
That's not racially
profiling. A lot of places do that.
That's not racially profiling.
If they cared so much about the merchandise and all of that in their store, they wouldn't have left that man standing at the register by himself where he could have taken the register in itself, all of the stuff in the store, all three of them ran out, but y'all concerned that he might have
That's
taken
their business. That's literally the whole family.
You somebody in here unattended to do any and everything they want to do.
How you gonna tell me how it is that I need to care about my shit?
I'm telling you,
if I leave my car unlocked, if I leave my car unlocked, they don't give you the right to go in there.
You care so much that you left somebody in here unattended to do any.
Now we getting into the feeling aspect of it. If we gonna deal with the reality of what was presented in the trial,
You're not dealing with the reality, coon ass bitch. You're not dealing with the reality. You're not dealing with the truth. You're pulling stories out your ass to run with to try to villainize a 14-year-old black child, black boy that was killed for no reason. You're not dealing with the reality of the trial. You're not dealing with the reality of the evidence. You are running with narratives. This is why I put on the thumbnail, facts versus narratives. The facts were the facts. You're running off of a narrative. So who's really running off emotions? Who's really running off of feelings when you can't even stick to the motherfucking facts, nigga? Just clownery, buffoonery.
Oh, then we can do that.
You can see Slimmy has lost all respect for
Look at
Anton
his face. Look at Slimmy face.
But he gonna stay there. Get that little free money from this goofy ass nigga. Like you're a loser. Q hasn't said anything. Q is usually typically opinionated. This is the goofy nigga.
I don't know, because we almost done with this video. I think this video does have what's her name, Mali, talking about the little YN deserved it. But Q was also on their side as well. In this episode, he was very much so on Anton and Mali's side, trying to villainize that boy too. So, sucks for him.
That think he's some type of leader or have some type of voice. Anton Daniels has reached the peak in media that he's gonna reach. Like he goes no higher than this. Now, come election, primary election, and there's another white man for him to get down on his knees for. Yeah, most definitely. But up until then, he has peaked into these algorithms.
Mm-hmm.
It's done for. It's a good thing that he made his money while he and put it in certain investments and properties. But when it comes to this media shit, he
allegedly
done. He is no longer a credible voice to black people that are goddamn conservatives either, though. You know what I'm saying? Because if you ain't gonna go call out the nigga that is provoking black people, Chud the Builder, but you want to come call out this degenerate shit by this Asian man, he has lost. Anton, this is his downfall, bro. That money ain't that good, bro. It might be, but it's gonna dry up. That shit gonna dry up.
Exactly.
You gonna have to
no money and good money, and guess what? God don't bless no mess. I don't know what God you serve, Ton Dawg, but the God I serve, God don't bless no mess. And God is always watching. You might want to straighten up. We're in the end of days. You know, we're in the last of times. You might want to get on them knees and repent instead of getting on them knees for that white dick. You know what I'm saying? You're fucking up your destiny, my guy.
Hey, make some more investments, Bob. But this Anton being anything that comes to media, it's over with, bro.
Cooked.
He better go the Officer Tatum route and just talk strictly about race baiting and black on black this. That's the only voice that he'll have for white people that don't like niggas.
But you can't tell me how to feel about my shit. Don't tell me whether or not I care, how much I care, or if I care.
Again, mister, I ain't never in my feelings. Why do you feel so much? Why do you feel this strongly about merchandise over protecting someone's life? Protecting your own life. That's how I know you really don't have any value for human beings, sir. It's all about, you know, bravado. And you ain't gonna, I'm gonna show you can't take from me. I'm gonna get you back. You're vengeful. You're evil. You know what I mean? Like you're a very dark person.
So much. It don't matter if I don't care about none of it. Don't touch my shit.
If we're talking about the reality of what was presented in the trial,
Wait a second. Something just came to my brain. Anton, didn't you get robbed once? Isn't there a story out there? Isn't there a story out there where you got robbed at gunpoint? Somewhere in your city, some niggas robbed you. Did you chase after them? Did you get your vengeance? What happened there? Mister, don't take my shit. Well, according to you, your shit got took before. What you do about it? Buster ass nigga, what you do? Because if you ain't get down and lay down like you acting like you would, chasing down a little boy with some motherfucking bubble gum, I don't want to hear it. What did you do when a motherfucker pressed you in real life, allegedly? Because we all know you a lying ass bitch. You probably was lying about that too. Your soft-served sorbet swollen ass, all right? You ain't do shit but call the police. You file that police report. That's what you did. That's what I want to know. Don't take my shit. Your shit ain't got took from you in real life. You ain't do shit about it. Shut your goofy ass up. Just dumb. Just loud and wrong.
Didn't steal. Two, that witness said he got, well, forensics said he was shot in the back. The witness said she saw him.
And 3, he had a gun
in the back. And it fell
and 3,
out
he had a gun.
his cell phone. So
Throw that in there.
Saw the gun and they were able to describe
I noticed how y'all conveniently leave the most important detail out of it.
Because
every single time y'all try to argue because y'all want to make it out to seem like it's not innocent.
I'm not saying he's innocent, not innocent, but
he is innocent. He is innocent, regardless if he had that gun. He is innocent in this situation. You only want to highlight him having this gun to criminalize him, to villainize him. When he was running away, he was no longer a threat. He never was a threat. What are you talking about? This shit finna irritate
what
me.
I'm saying is his life.
You fuck around and found out because you thought that having a gun and carrying around a gun was cool. But guess what? Guess what? The only people that need to be held accountable is the parents. That's the only thing. The only people that need to be held accountable in this conversation is the ones that's gonna probably benefit off of his death with a GoFundMe. That's the only people. Because if your kid wasn't walking around with a pistol at 14 years old, he would still be alive. If your kid
Listen to him. Listen to him. Listen to this nigga. If your kid wasn't walking around, did we? Oh, I didn't even see this. I don't recall. I gotta look that one up. Cause what? But listen to him. Saying that basically this boy fucked around and found out because he was just carrying a gun. Not that he took the gun out. Not that he pointed it at anybody. Not that he actually was in there robbing somebody. But because he just simply had it on him, that's what resulted into him. That is what resulted into his death. Not taking into account that what resulted in his death was the child's making very poor decisions in that moment. Very poor decisions. Very bad decisions. Not because they felt threatened. How can you feel threatened when you're running after someone? Talking about he fucked around and found out. What them niggas, did they fuck around and found out when they robbed your ass? Little dirty ass? Little skid mark draws ass nigga? Did they? I'm sure they could do it again. I'm sure they could do it again. Yeah.
Kid was imposing with the pistol and embracing his toxic culture and saying that this is cool, he would still be alive.
But that's what we're assuming. We
nigga walking around with a Chucky shirt on and a goddamn pistol.
So if you touch my car and you got a gun, I have it.
I think that was their excuse after shooting him. I think they lied and said that he pointed the gun because he wanted to justify himself for shooting that little boy in his gun. I don't care what nobody say. I think he lied and said that the boy pulled the gun. How are you pulling out a gun while you're trying to flee? Because if he wanted to pull the gun out, he would have pulled the gun out before he even left the store. He would have pulled the gun out when he first took off. They're saying that
they have time to lie.
He stopped running
because they called the police and they turned his body over before the police got there.
Shot in his back, though. Why are we not talking about that?
Exactly. How would they have time to lie?
Getting shot in your back doesn't matter when you have a gun. You can run and shoot behind you. What the fuck is getting shot in your back have to do with anything?
Because when did they see the?
See, there you go, House. What the fuck is getting shot in your back have to do with anything? If I'm getting shot in my back, that means I'm running away from you. That means I'm not a threat to you. If I'm running away, why are you running after me? Why are you running after me? If I'm running away from you, how are you threatened? I'm threatened now. It means everything. How do you not see that? And on top of that, remember, the gun fell out. Oh, child. We're going to get through this and then we're going to move on, child.
Well, first we said they said he had one and he had one. So what does it matter when they saw the gun? They said it was a gun. There was a gun. So when does it matter? It wasn't a lie. They said they saw a gun. There was a gun. Why do you keep saying that? Why do you keep saying that?
Because why would somebody?
Why do you keep saying that?
We would have to see the gun. What do you mean? Why?
Okay, Brittany, can you answer this?
There was a gun. So why does it matter when they saw it?
Because why would they shoot him in the back?
It matters when they saw it because that would determine if it was justified. And when you look at the evidence and you listen to the witness statements, he never pulled out a gun. He never shot at anybody. He never pointed a gun at anyone. He tripped and fell, came out of a shoe. Mind you, you're out of your shoe. You're off balance, right? You're off balance. You didn't fail. You're probably hurt. You probably wasn't even running that fast. At what point after the gun fell out of his jacket and he continued to run, was he able to then pick up that gun, turn around and point it, and then turn back around to be shot? Shut the fuck up, Quentin. You sound fucking dumb. All of y'all sound dumb. All of you. None of it makes sense. Just because you see a gun doesn't mean that entitles you to shoot and kill somebody. Especially if they're not using it on you and never pulled it out on you. And there's no factual evidence that proves that he pulled it out and did this. So what? He pulled it out and didn't shoot? Because according to the son's testimony, it was he pulled out the gun and my dad said pull down the gun. And so he didn't. So he didn't, but he turned around for him to be shot. He didn't put the gun down, but he turned around. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
If they didn't see a gun, that would be self-defense if they saw the gun, right? What do you mean? Why am I asking that? It
Not
makes sense.
self-defense. Stop using words you don't know what they mean.
That would make sense. But you're not answering.
Yeah, Q probably should just shut his bitch ass up. Let it see this the problem. They not understanding it. They don't care, bro. I'm telling you. People that I'm gonna let y'all finish this. I'm gonna say this. People that don't see our children as children, I think they fucking pedophiles. It don't matter what instance that you're trying to hold this 14-year-old to the standards of a grown man. That might be a reflection of your mating choices. Because people like that, they don't care about the ages of children. They feel like they're consensual with all things. So see, now they feel like this boy Cyrus is a consensual adult and made the right decisions. Oh, the 14-year-old boy had a gun. It was okay to kill him.
No.
Because he black.
Exactly.
But I don't know.
Thank you, House of Hypocrites, for this amazing breakdown. I got some super chats. Let me read through real quick, because we didn't even get to the one that I wanted y'all to see what Molly said, because she said some very chilling, sinister things at the very end of this conversation. Hold on, here we go. I am Universe with the $4.99 super chat. Crouton is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Not Crouton. I can't believe his following is as big as it is. Keep up the great work, Jazz. Chi-Town, stand up. Southside. Hey, let's go. Yes, Chi-Town in the building. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. My Life Your Entertainment 999 says, chill, Jazz. You speak about his daughter again. That was wrong. He got plans from you from what he said. Just like Corey and Lakeisha. Where's the slander? Make it make sense when you were slandered. What did I say? What did I say about his daughter? I said he don't care about his daughter? Is that slander? That's just my opinion. I don't think he give a fuck about his kid. No, I don't. And I am on record. And I am on record saying when Corey Holcomb did what he did to his daughter, I immediately rejected like that shit was fucked up. That shit was wrong. You keep kids out of y'all shit. That ain't cool. But I also said that when you are so disrespectful to other people and other people's kids and you move the way you move, you leave the door open for people to attack your family. you're not protecting your daughter by doing and moving the way that you move. So I don't know, but I ain't never said nothing bad about that little girl. I wish that girl all the best. For real. Straight up. But thank you for the super chat. KLA the Wanderer with the $5 super chat says, Jazz, anybody ever told you act like Pam from Martin when you get on AD? LOL, that's just me. No one's ever told me that, but I can see that. I grew up on Pam. You know what I mean? My mama named Pam. You know what I'm talking about? So yeah, I might got some Pam energy. You know what I'm talking about? It's all good. It's all good. Thank you so much. My life says, yeah, Q, stay in room 9. He says room 9 equals the special ed class. Exactly. And according to all this banter, that was all special ed shit. That was nothing but special ed shit. You know what I mean? I don't know. Let me get through this. I'm trying to get through the chat. Sorry. All right, I'm gonna go to this to the actual original video real quick because I want y'all to hear exactly what the fuck these motherfuckers said towards the end. But thank you again, House of Hypocrites, for your awesome breakdown per usual. Make sure y'all go like and subscribe to my boy, even though he talked about me that one time, but that's okay. People are entitled to their opinions. All right, we don't always have to agree, but I want to pull this up because there was more that was said that I think you guys should know and hear about. So give me 1 second to find it. Make sure y'all get the likes up and all that jazz. I'm just trying to find the timestamp. Here we go.
Stop saying that. Wouldn't I think that
if they're chasing him to hunt him down and kill him,
I can say what the fuck I want.
why stay at the crime scene? Why try to help resuscitate him? Why panic? Why say call 911 if you are maliciously trying to chase somebody and gun them down where they're walking?
So this is their original video, y'all. Because House he chopped it up really well, but there was more that was said. So I'm gonna just start it right here, and let's take it from there real quick, and then we're gonna move on.
And then your community look raggedier.
That reminds me of when black people decided to burn down their cities because of in the '67 riots. Nigga, you hurt yourself. You ain't hurt nobody else. Now you got a food. Now you got a food desert, and you got to travel 10 miles just to get a banana. Your fault.
Respectfully, that's moving the goalpost, and I agree with
you.
You
brought it up.
It's not in this case.
You brought it up. You said, well, that's why they got his score toe up. You
in their
community
up because you trying to say he's winning over taking somebody's life.
Jesus. I'm saying that y'all tearing his store up doesn't hurt him. It helps him. That's called winning. If you
Nobody tore his store up. Nobody tore his store up.
Give me a bailout because I don't have to run this raggedy fucking store and worry about this shit no more, then you give me a bailout.
Does it help him?
Yes, it helps him.
He need to sue the state of
It helps him. If he can get an insurance payout and don't have to go back to the same store.
He could have did that from the jump. He could have got an insurance payout for his water that was never taken. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Now you want to talk about insurance payouts. That's how you get the insurance payout, is by manning your store and making the claim. But they decided to chase after a nigga. Okay.
That everybody is boycotting, it helps him.
Morally, you can't be no more than wrong. Like,
morally,
what
no
are we
more
talking about?
14-year-old child with a pistol and his parents. This is the problem with black folks.
He's winning because he beat the case.
You can't tell these parents nothing because It's always everybody else's fault. always.
Facts.
Lord Jesus.
I did not say that the parents weren't.
I'm on the side of Molly and Anton Daniels.
For having a gun at 14. That's crazy. And how his parents didn't know he didn't have or had that gun and he's posting on social media. That's crazy. I don't agree to none of that. But I cannot agree to that and also say that I think that son lied on that phone call saying that there was a gun and that was their justification for shooting him in his back because they assumed he stole, hence why they chased him. And I don't think that they felt like their life was in danger. I felt like they felt like he stole something and they wanted, like Anton said, their property back. They were defending their property. So I think they wanted their property back that they thought he had because the mama said something in her language that he stole. Yep. So they walked and followed him and chased him out that store. Why are we not?
So if they're chasing him,
it was just a big
store,
coincidence that he said that there was a gun and there happened to be a gun.
I think they seen the gun after fell out of his thing when he fell. Nobody's saying that there wasn't a gun. Stop saying that. When I think that
if they're chasing him to hunt him down and kill him,
I can say what the fuck I want.
Why stay at the crime scene? Why try to help resuscitate him? Why panic? Why say call 911 if you're a malicious?
Because that's what you're supposed to do after you kill somebody and try to get your sword together, dumb bitch. It's not that hard to understand. It's not that hard to understand. Of course, it's going to look like they're trying to save his fucking life when they didn't give a fuck about his life to begin with. Shut your stupid ass up. Shut your dumb ass up. With that struggling ass, like, where's your weave at, bitch? Bring it back. Because this little Robert you got going on, this ain't even no Bob, bitch. This little Robert you wearing, it ain't flattering. Bring your weave back. Where that blonde ass wig you used to wear.
Maliciously trying to chase somebody and gun them down where they're walking. Why try to save their life after that?
I don't think that's what I said, Molly. I said that.
But you're not making it. It doesn't make sense. Do you understand? It doesn't make sense. You're saying he chased after him, but at the same time he's gonna kill him in cold blood, but try to save him.
They thought he had. They chased after him for property. They didn't chase him because they seen a gun in the store, right? They chased him because they thought he had property. That is why they chased him. It had nothing to do with the gun at first.
Okay, but you're saying he killed him in cold blood because he chased him out to kill him. That's what you said.
I never said that. What I said is that the gun fell out, and I think they seen the gun, and I think that at that point, because he shouldn't have had a gun on him, that they shot him. I don't believe that he pointed the gun.
He didn't.
Okay. So they shot him and then tried to help rescue him and tried to call 911.
Why the fuck did they have to rescue him? They didn't have to shoot him in the first place. There wouldn't have been no rescuing. There wouldn't have been trying to resuscitate if they hadn't shot him or chased him down in the first place. That's what you're missing. That's why you're looking up in the sky looking dumb like you are, because you're trying to rationalize your own fucking bullshit. Clown ass bitch.
Yeah, because people started coming
even
around.
Though they seen it and they just said,
oh, you want to talk about that little thing in the background, baby? I'll believe that Anton sent you one of his little plaques before I believe that you earned one on your own. That YouTube sent you a motherfucking YouTube plaque to set on the back of your motherfucking background, girl. You don't do shit. You ain't no content creator. You are literally a panelist. You don't have no motherfucking subscribers. You ain't getting no views. You got to do a lot of motherfucking work to get them plaques. I'll give you that. Anton did earn his motherfucking plaques for how much he shows up on this motherfucker, but you're not finna sit here and try to brag on a damn hand-me-down ass YouTube plaque that I'm sure your daddy that you like to suck the dick of, Anton, gave you, little bitch. Girl, don't nobody subscribe to you.
Oh, the gun fell out. It's right here. Let me just shoot this boy in the back and then try to save him.
To do CPR because she said she couldn't. She didn't know how. So the other person started doing chest compressions, and he started breathing in the mouth after the older lady told them to do CPR.
He was still screaming, call 911 though. He was still screaming. When his son was on the phone, he was still screaming for someone to call 911 for the little boy. I heard it. Yeah, I heard it.
Hold on, y'all. I need to play a clip, and I need to ask y'all another question because we are gonna start pulling people up.
Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find it, girl. I thought I had the damn timestamp, but I had the wrong one.
Him pulling a gun. I don't think he pulled the gun. Should he have had it? No. Two things can be true, but I don't think he pulled the gun. I think the son lied. Is my whole point.
He said it. So you going based off of what you feel, not based off of the truth.
The testimony I heard.
Yeah, the son.
Because I think you could hear the father saying, "Put the gun down. Put the gun down."
He was already shot by them. So what do you mean?
How was he already shot?
laying on the ground.
You can't shoot him before he start pulling the gun out on your son.
He was when
you telling him to put the gun down.
But when they called the police, that little boy was already on the ground, dying.
Yeah, because he got already
So
fallen.
who was he telling to put the gun down? Not the kid who's dying.
That was before. Yeah, that was before he shot him. Like the whole thing. If it wasn't. I don't understand. I don't understand how y'all are so perplexed. The man got off. He should have gotten off because he did not murder the boy.
He should have gone down for
the boy died as a result
shooting at somebody
of having a gun on him. The little boy died because he had a gun in his pocket. The boy died because he had a gun in his pocket.
I don't believe that. I believe if he didn't have a gun, he would still be shot in his back.
I don't.
I do too.
I don't.
And that's my point. I do too.
I don't. Well, this would have been a completely different story, a completely different trial. I did not hear anybody from the Black community talk about this before today. So nobody cared before today. Nobody was outraged before today. I'm not going to be outraged just because Black folks is outraged.
Actually, in 2023, they went
and nobody talked about it. Nobody was talking about this.
I was when it first happened. I was actually talking about it because
I was doing Anton's panels in 2023. We never ever talked about it.
Y'all might not have been, but
but he covers everything in popular culture that's relevant.
But nobody sees
that was probably relevant to Columbia, South Carolina. Nobody cares about Columbia, South Carolina until today. Because that man got found.
Kim said that's the point.
But that's the point. Nobody can know about everything. You know how many people die every day? Nobody.
How many Black people die from the hands of Black people? And it's
we upset about that too. And that's why we were talking about the teen takeover. Remember?
Exactly.
Nobody was outraged when them four black cops killed that one guy. Nobody. Like
yes, we were.
Y'all rob so many things of chance when y'all come up with.
But because it was two different races,
it takes away what matters. Y'all keep
what matters. What matters, Lex? What matters, Lex?
Sanctity of human life.
On what end?
Look at the laugh. She said, "What matters? The sanctity of human life." Look at the laugh on this nigga. That should tell you everything you need to know about him.
Whose life is more important? Because they both had guns.
The criminals.
They put property over human life.
I'll leave that
up to the criminals. The Black boy. Because
sanctity of human life never matters when it comes to the people that are obeying the law and the people that are trying to run their businesses and shit. That don't matter. Hey, listen, you can take whatever the fuck you want. Sanctity of human life. Do whatever you want. Walk around with guns. Sanctity of human life. No,
that's a liberal talking point. That's them liberals, and that's why the cities be out of control.
That's crazy how y'all say that's a liberal.
This is what I know. They told
very
me,
liberal minded.
You keep
they told me when I went to get my license to carry,
at all costs,
property and human life. I run out there and shoot them. It's on me. It's not on them anymore because there wasn't.
Unless they pull out a gun to shoot you first.
If they did
the exact same gun, they taking pictures.
I go after
gun ownership and how you're using a gun inside of that situation.
And it's so funny. More of the onus is always going to be on the person that is not committing the crime than the person that is walking around a motherfucking 14. What good can come from a 14-year-old? What good can come from a 14-year-old? If I was Mr. Child, I would actually sue the parents for putting me in a position to have to go and get this shit in the first place. If I'm Mr. Child,
listen to them. Listen to these niggas. Oh my God.
Now that I beat the case, I would sue them for my legal fees. I would sue them for lost wages. I would sue all of them for your child.
Lost wages. He didn't take nothing.
Running around unsupervised, doing what he's supposed to do.
Running away.
I would have to go and get my money back for what I had to deal with.
Running away from your establishment because 3 people walked out after me.
That's
put me in a position where I have to deal with this foolishness.
Every time I bring up time, distance, de-escalation, and proportion of a situation that could lead to a deadly situation, y'all want to call it a liberal talking point. But those are literally the things that gun owners are taught to consider. If that's the case, don't be a gun owner.
Nah, this is more than just a gun. This is a business owner.
KP out for a super chat. I don't know. You're pretty hot-headed.
Guess what?
So
all of that.
I'm sorry. I don't know if I can trust your judgment about being calm, cool, and collected while having pistols.
It ain't about you.
I gotta be honest.
And you're trying to bring it back.
I mean, sanctity of life should just be sanctity of life across the board.
It don't matter. I don't trust nothing you say. You contradict yourself.
I'm just saying. I'm not contradicting anything.
And I'm just saying, it's not about me. It's about the facts of the case.
The facts of the case
is that he was found not guilty by a diverse group of people that listened to the evidence on both sides.
You are taught to consider certain elements, whether you like it or not.
The facts of the case is the 12 that judged them, including half black people, a portion of it white people, and 2 of them others, found him not guilty because they listened to the evidence on both sides.
And the facts don't become more true or less depending on who's saying it either.
They even sent a note back.
No, I'm trying to wait for the moment where this little bitch says the YN deserved it. And the world is a better place without him. She is doing that. I don't know when she said it. I thought I had the timestamp correct, but I can't find it. But I will, and I will post it. Let me try to listen a little bit more.
What does malice mean? They were hung up on that word. Had involuntary manslaughter been on the table, I think this man would have been convicted.
Thank you, my life. He says they approving to defend materialism. A couple of people here know what I do. I'll never delete to defend my business because I got the money. I got the money, knowledge, and resources to bring it back. No morality. Exactly.
They got hung up on malice. They could not prove malice. There was reasonable doubt for malice, and that is why he got off.
It took them 9 hours to come up with the verdict, though. So
they didn't even do it for 2 days. They did it in less than a shift.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
They didn't even think about it. They went to lunch and then they came back and was like, all right. So
that's why they sent a note back asking, what does malice mean?
That's not abnormal in a regular case. It's not abnormal. Bro, they did it in a shift. They said, listen, we got to get back to work tomorrow.
It's coming up.
Go ahead and come up with this verdict. Let's rock out. They did. They did it in a 9-hour shift. A half-hour lunch, 2 15-minute breaks, 8 hours. It was like, hey, man, come get this.
Because they were trying to prove first-degree murder.
They don't even have degrees in South Carolina.
You
it's
can't
either
say
murder or manslaughter, and the prosecution did not put manslaughter on the table. So they said it's murder or acquittal, and they went with acquittal because there was no malice to be proven.
Exactly. So yeah,
that's all that matters.
Y'all not guilty of that. Cool. But
y'all are just mad because they ran out the store.
Wait. What do you mean it doesn't mean? Listen. If they came up with the determination that he did not murder him, what are y'all arguing?
In malice,
murder because of malice. He still killed him.
We're arguing because they went for the wrong charge. It's hard to prove first degree. We can't prove that, but manslaughter, malice intent, because you ran. What was your intentions of running towards him or running after him with a weapon?
The door.
By their definition of murder, no, he did not murder him, but he did kill a human. He should have been convicted of manslaughter.
So anytime a human dies or a human dies at the hands of another person, even if they truly believe that it's self-defense, they should automatically go to prison for manslaughter.
We have different
what are y'all
types
saying?
of murder.
No, because the case that y'all trying to make is because another human died at the hands of another human. So all of a sudden you gotta go to prison for it for man. That's not manslaughter.
Red light and kill somebody.
It's not manslaughter.
But that's different. That's not self-defense. That's
my point. This wasn't either.
If I'm fearing for my life or the life of my child, and you have a gun and it's visible, I'm scared to death. I have to defend us.
What manslaughter is in most
and that didn't happen. You goofy ass bitch. That never happened. He never pointed a gun at anybody. He never did. He never did. That is a false narrative that y'all are running with to justify this killing. Period, point blank. And I agree, Joel Breezy. It's really murder. It's not. It was flat out murder, but it's so hard to prove the first degree murder charge that they was trying to slam him with. I pray to God, and if there's a petition or something, we need to sign it so they can appeal this case and get that man in jail. Because, like House said, this isn't his first time. This isn't his first encounter. He has done this several times before, and he gonna do that shit again. I hope. Let me shut up.
Is something happening due to reckless actions?
There's voluntary and involuntary though.
It's due to reckless actions. If I am reacting to something that you are doing and I believe that my life is in danger, that is not manslaughter, I'm pretty sure that they would have charged that nigga with manslaughter.
Like
voluntary.
Like Joe just said, how you feel for your life and they chase him out the store, but you scared. How do you fear for your life and you chase somebody out of the motherfucking store? That makes no sense. That means you on some vigilante, I'm brave. You ain't scared no more. The threat has removed itself and you went after the threat and you want to convince us that you were scared? You were so scared that you ran after the person that allegedly has a gun that you didn't even know had a gun? They didn't even know this nigga had a gun until it fell out after they chased him down. At what point were you fearing for your life? Stop it. The fact that y'all trying to make sense of something so nonsensical is so retarded. Well, can we say that? It's so slow to me. It's so slow.
Intentionally trying to kill somebody in the heat of the moment is voluntary.
They did not charge him for that.
Involuntary is unintentionally killing by negligence and reckless conduct.
That's not reckless conduct. It wasn't nothing out there that was reckless conduct. Nothing that they did was reckless conduct.
And that's why the thing that y'all keep leaning on wasn't on the table.
The thing that y'all keep trying to lean on is the chasing you.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the only thing that y'all.
Yeah. If you're chasing someone, you are the threat now, not the person you're chasing after. Especially after they didn't physically do anything to harm you or anybody else in that store. Yes, the chasing matters. The chasing matters. All of a sudden, you don't care about context. All of a sudden, you don't care about nuance. All of a sudden, you don't care about the truth. Mr. Truth Teller, Mr. I'm always keeping it real and 100. But when it comes to the facts of this case, you want to just bypass all that and try to justify why he pulled out a gun or used a gun to kill this 14-year-old boy. Shut the fuck up.
Keep that y'all trying to lean your hat on is, well, why did he chase him out of his store?
You are acting like that element.
That's what y'all leaning on. That is not manslaughter.
As a key element owner, if I run out of my house chasing somebody and I shoot them down, I'm going to jail.
He didn't just shoot him down. That's y'all keep on omitting so much information. He had a gun. The gun came out. He said that he pointed it at it.
The gun came out. The gun fell to the fucking ground. So my thing is this. Where was the testimony saying that after the gun fell out, we saw him pick it up and then turn to us? That never was said. The gun fell and he kept running. So when did he have time?
What are y'all missing?
He said that he did. But that is my.
He had the gun. I showed y'all it on his.
He had the gun because it fell out. But I don't think just because
he didn't have the gun because it fell out. He had the gun because he brought it with him.
Just because he had the gun don't mean he pulled the gun out
in his pocket.
Right? You cannot two things be true at the same time.
What are you talking about?
You can have a gun and not point it. People can own guns and not walk down.
You can be 14 and not have a gun at
You
all.
said you don't believe that he pointed it. Doesn't matter what you. Let me tell you what happens in life. Winners write history books. We are the ones that determine what history is. The losers don't get to have input. Winners write history. And the winner in this case is Mr. Chow because
the person that lied.
Is Mr. Chow.
I have to take a second. That is some dark ass, sinister ass shit to say that the winner is the grown ass man that ran down on a 14-year-old boy, shot him in the back over an alleged taking of a bottle of water, which he never took, over an alleged gun that was allegedly pointed, which there's no factual evidence to back that claim. He said this nigga Chow was the winner. I'm sorry. At this point, anybody that is literally listening, agreeing, supporting this nigga Anton, at one point, you know what I mean? Like at some point, you just got to be like, yeah, no, I can't fuck with it. And I had to learn that too. At some point, you just be like, yeah, you know what? I don't even want to sit up here with this nonsense. To call this man a winner is sickening.
And the reason why Mr. Chow
He ain't winning too much. His store
because
just
he
got
did not
destroyed.
murder that boy. He didn't murder
He ain't
him.
winning enough for me. Your store is trash right now.
Well, he got an
So what
insurance
you
policy.
want?
It don't hurt him.
It's-
All he
that's
do
a
is
black
get the insurance
community
payout.
store.
Now he don't.
No shit, Sherlock, which is why he shouldn't have ran down on the boy in the first place. That's what I've been saying from the jump. It's a retail store. You have an insurance claim. Why put your life or your family's life in danger over some material shit, over some products that you can get back on insurance? That's the whole point. Why couldn't y'all have ran with that? Why run him down over a bottle of water when you could just get that? You can file an insurance claim and get it back. That's the whole point. Oh my God, y'all.
Don't have to deal with y'all no more.
Exactly. That's the black
Listen,
community store that they trash in their
y'all
community.
do realize that because they tore his store up, he gets an
in their
insurance
community.
payout, he gets a cash out, and he gets to go and take a vacation. Y'all help me.
And
Y'all
then your
help
community
me.
look raggedier.
That reminds me of when black people decided to burn down their cities because of in the '67 riots. Nigga, you hurt yourself. You ain't hurt nobody else. Now you got a food. Now you got a food desert, and you got to travel.
And then you also have to consider, Magnetar, this was also in a stand your ground state. So of course they're going to use that to their fucking advantage every single time. Every single time. And he knew. That's why he could stay shooting at motherfuckers. Because all you got to do is say, I stood my ground.
10 miles just to get a banana. Your fault.
Respectfully, that's moving the goalpost, and I agree with
You
you.
brought it
It's
up.
not in this case.
You brought it up. You
brought it
said,
up.
well, that's why they got his store tore up. You
In
brought
their
it
community
up.
because you trying to say he's winning over taking somebody's life.
Jesus. I'm saying that y'all tearing his store up doesn't hurt him. It helps him. That's called winning. If you give me a bailout because I don't have to run this raggedy fucking store and worry about this shit no more, then you give me a bailout.
Does it help him?
Yes, it helps him.
He need to sue the state of
It helps him. If he can get an insurance payout and don't have to go back to the same store that everybody is boycotting, it helps him.
Morally, can't be no more than wrong. Like
morally,
what are
no
we
more for
talking
a
about?
14-year-old child with a pistol and his parents. This is the problem with black folks.
He's
This is the
winning because he
problem.
beat the case.
You can't tell these parents nothing because it's always everybody else's fault. always.
Facts.
Lord Jesus.
I did not say that the parents weren't.
I'm on.
They
But at the
chased
same
after
time,
him
he's
for
gonna kill him in
comfort.
cold blood, but try to save
Because
him.
they thought he had.
Quickly.
Man, by
Quickly.
And
Quick. Oh, they
things when we do that type of things.
Y'all's neighborhood and set up shop A. But I always
y'all fell for the okie.
get y'all's nails done every week, even though you don't claim to be broke every 5 seconds.
he has a mental illness, like just as a whole, especially the ones who still get sucked in with the civil rights movement, black versus everybody else. Stop letting them set up shop in y'all communities if y'all hate them so much. I don't get it. I don't get it because almost every place in the hood is owned by a foreigner.
That's not our fault. We didn't let that shit happen. The government set that shit up like that. They funded their asses to come in to build businesses in our communities. and defunded the people within that community. Are you dumb? I thought you were so smart. You don't know history anymore?
And y'all spend y'all dollars there proudly. So I don't get it. I don't know. Y'all ain't tired of y'all communities being messed up? It's already a tragedy. A boy died somewhere outside of there, and then y'all just got to make it look worse because an Asian man did it. But if that boy killed another little black boy, it would be business as usual. The black community wouldn't be doing nothing. It'd be hush hush.
And they set up in communities that are less they basically set up in communities. I'm gonna say black communities, because they know y'all gonna spend money. They know that y'all are gonna be the ones that's gonna spend the money, because let's be real, it's cheaper to set up in a low privileged neighborhood, but then on top of that, they know y'all gonna spend all y'all little paychecks to go in there and buy y'all's little hair products. Y'all gonna go get y'all's nails done every week, even though you gonna claim to be broke every 5 seconds. Y'all are gonna spend the money. Do y'all ever stop
they checks there?
Yeah, seriously, you never stop to think why they come to y'all's neighborhood and set up shop. But I also wondered why, at one point, why they did go to the hood neighborhoods. But it's because they're gonna spend the money. Y'all are the ones spending the money. Then white people don't care if they don't want them people setting up all them shops in their neighborhoods. That's a fact.
It's by design. It's by design. It was purposely put in place like this to keep black people as a community as a disadvantage and to exalt everybody else. If you are a different minority, they will incentivize you to set up shops in our communities as long as they are anti-black within that community and not helping black folks. This is the name of the game.
So if you really wanted to stop racial profiling or whatever you want to call it, then stop supporting their business or stop letting them set up shop in the first place. Y'all spend your money there. Hell, I spend my money there sometimes. So I'm not even gonna sit there and lie, but I'm also not sitting there boycotting thinking like, oh, this is gonna change something. No, it's not. Tearing up their stores is not gonna change nothing.
Nobody worried about y'all. Y'all don't even like other black people. What the fuck is y'all talking about?
I mean, and that's true too. Black people don't even care about each other. So that's a fact too.
Ain't nobody thinking about these people, man. This fake outrage shit. Again, I think that this is easily highlighted. Took them 3 years to get this shit popping, to even do the trial in the first place. Weird. You know what I'm saying? And y'all fell for the okie doke. So I don't take none of this shit serious. I think it's all.
We know. You call Rick Child a winner for killing a 14-year-old boy.
It's all funny to me. So what?
Interested in seeing what the black community is gonna
think, like, because we watch TV and things happen, and then it's all
what happened is
wrong with shitty people. He wrong.
Who been Tory Lanes? No, I ain't here.
No. Forward, got this
casino. I am about to drop the link. That hold on, y'all. Too sad.
In that video that you played with,
that this man had the forethought to.
Y'all, I can't find it. It's in there. I'll find it. Don't worry. We won't have the end of this. This is not the last of this. But she's definitely on. Unless they deleted it, she's definitely on record saying that he deserved it. The YN deserved it. It's clipped somewhere because I saw it. But see, I don't be thinking that fast. Like, oh, I need to record this. But she said that shit. But you already heard what's going on. But now, as we wrap up the show real quick, let's get into what the Asian community are actually saying or has been saying about the outrage that we've been having, right? Because of this show. If y'all can find that clip of Molly saying that shit, of her saying that he deserved it, literally out her fucking mouth, please send it to me. Please send it to me. But now I want to talk about real quick the Asian backlash, because it is crazy. Okay, it is insanity. So I would say go and subscribe to Anton, but fuck him. We ain't on that. Let's get into this video real quick. because I find it very interesting that instead of showing empathy for what has happened in this Rick Child case, that this is the response that most people in the Asian community are having when it comes to this. I'm sure y'all seen this video, but let's watch it together.
The Nikes you wear, the shower caps. I love when the black community says, let's boycott Asian businesses. Please do. We'll get rid of the Chinese takeout, the dry cleaners, the laundromats. Let's get rid of the liquor stores as well. Get rid of the Jordans you guys wear, the Nikes you wear, the shower caps, the Hondas, the Hyundais, all your car electricians, the electronics in your house, the Sony, the TV system, your sound system, the microphones that you guys use to rap and speak about awareness for the black culture and the hip hop culture. Where do you think that's made in? That's made all in Asia. And here's another thing for you guys. You guys want us to leave the neighborhood so bad? Oh, Asian people are in our neighborhoods? We're in white neighborhoods. We have our own Chinatown. We have our own Koreatown. You think we really need you guys to benefit off and make money? A lot of us do go to college as well. You're being outworked by immigrants who barely speak English. And you're not embarrassed? Go to the bank, start your own businesses, and deal with your own people.
Hey, you stupid Asian bitch. Don't you know that we've been doing that? Don't you know the fucking history? Don't you know you wouldn't even be able to have anything in this country if it wasn't for black people and their fight for civil fucking rights? You weak Asian ass bitch that doesn't have a clue about what the history is of why you're even here and allowed to have the businesses that you do have. It's very disgusting to me that the response is to demonize the black community for being upset at an unfair trial of a man that unalived a 14-year-old black child for absolutely no reason. And we're saying, you know what? We need to go ahead and do a little blackout. We need to do a boycott because this is ignorance. And we're not going to continue to support this community if this is how they keep acting towards us. And instead of empathizing with us, this is the shit that you say.
I want to see your own women get on their hands and knees and do pedicures and manicures and deal with nasty ass attitudes, okay? Please boycott Asian business. I'm all for
it. Wasn't because we were lazy and didn't want to work hard. We built towns. These people got to listen. These people stay on our neck and keep us oppressed because they know what we are capable of. We are nation builders. That's who we are. They're not worried with you, sir. You're happy just with a business. You're happy with a degree. So what? We have created institutions. You know what I'm saying? We built them up. We built this country. You're not even in your homeland building that, but you over here trying to tell us something. This guy got some nerve. This guy right here got some nerve. Why are you not in your homeland building up your homeland?
Right.
You talking about you doing better than us here. Why don't you do better than us in your homeland? Listen, I got all the smoke in the world for people like him. I'm not talking about immigrants that don't speak that way. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about people like him. They got that mindset. You had to leave your homeland, talking about you want to come over here for a better life. And then you get over here, you get a little business, you get your little degree, make a little money. And then now you're talking about, oh, black people, I'm doing better than you. You're never going to do better than us.
And they have no idea that their rhetoric is nothing. It's not their own thoughts. They have no idea how indoctrinated they are by racism and white supremacy. They don't want to be adjacent to black people. They want to be everybody that is anti-black, that isn't black, thinks that being in proximity to whiteness brings them power and respect. And they see how these white people gain their power is by disrespecting and harming other communities and other marginalized groups. So they want to align with them. So they spew all these things. We're doing all these things. Why are y'all doing nothing? As if niggas were ever lazy. All this free labor that we did, all of the things that we built, the roads, the buildings, the inventions that were taken from us, everything appropriated, the redlining, the burning down of our towns, all of that history and facts go out of the window when black people speak up from themselves and say, you know what, we're actually going to withhold our vote. Actually, we're going to withhold our dollar from this community since this community is not in support of us. I can't stand people who are so obtuse and refuse to understand the history of why our communities are in the position that it is in and could just go full stop blaming us as if this is what we've always done and always wanted. We were thriving when you left us the fuck alone. The problem is y'all don't leave us alone. There's a whole trend in somewhere in Asia and China of people de-stressing themselves off of torturing little black dolls. a trend of Asians, Chinese, wherever it is over there, they are buying little black dolls and torturing them and calling it de-stressor, ways to distress and decompress. We're hated worldwide, and we haven't ever earned the hate that is always given. But because these white folks have the power in media and have the say and have the play, it perpetuates a certain image to make y'all believe that black people ain't on shit and ain't never been on shit. But when you look at the actual historical facts, we are the shit. That's why y'all do so much to keep us at bay, to keep us at a disadvantage. Y'all are the real jealous ones. And I don't know why y'all acting like our dollars don't matter. You see Target is struggling. Huh? Y'all thought we was playing about that Target boycott. Niggas ain't been back to Target. Not like that. Not like that. The numbers show. Numbers don't lie. When black folks say, we're gonna remove ourselves, they took a hit. They took a hit. We know our dollars matter, and we're understanding that a lot more now. So we're going to continue to remove our dollars out of these communities, out of these businesses, and create our own. What I think we need to do as black people is do more crowdfunding and not rely on these government programs and loans and grants, because when they see what we're trying to do within our communities to try to make them thrive and reinvest into them, they put up all these roadblocks to stop us. Right? But let's continue to listen. And I'm gonna play another video and then we're gonna get out of here. Thank y'all so much for being here. I know we went 5 hours. I don't care. I had to get it off my chest. All right. It's a late night little happy hour. All right.
We didn't leave. We stood and fought right here. You left, sir. You did. If you want to do it, show me how much better you are by going to your homeland and doing better. That's what you listen. All the people, and I don't know what ethnicity you are, so I'm not going to say what country, but the people I respect the most is the people from your homeland, sir, who's over there right now, who's building themselves up right now, who's making their country a better place right now. They wouldn't like you in particular. Why are you pushing?
What you say, King? Listen, listen. What can they say? They've called me names, call me a funky ass bitch, call me all type of names, said crazy things to me. What we doing? If they can go over there and talk that shit and want to come over here and try to strike my channel because I'm talking my shit back, then that just shows how much of a coward they are. I'm just commenting on what people say out of their own mouths, and now they like, we finna sue you. It's cool. I understand. It's a lonely place to be in the position that I'm in. It's cool.
Black people to boycott you. You don't even know what you're asking for.
Exactly.
Because we will make
And in on the black community saying, how are the blacks gonna boycott?
And they're covering it in a very racialized way. Top search result for news articles about this is from CNN. And in the first couple of sentences, CNN refers to Cyrus as black teen and clarifies Rick Chow, who is Asian. And now we've got white supremacists on both sides of the divide, both sides, either spewing the whole black people are dangerous, this was Cyrus's fault, or start Asian hate. Yes, that's something that's been trending on X since like 2 days ago. Start Asian hate. They want black folks to be out in the streets so that they can unleash martial law, so that they can do police brutality.
And we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Y'all can go ahead and march. Y'all ain't seen us in no marches for a long time as of late. We're done with that. We're going to hit you where it hurts, in your motherfucking pockets. I don't know where this Asian girl is coming from, but let's see. And I'm gonna play another video and then we're gonna get out of here.
But the thing is, they're gonna get minority police officers who are not black, or perhaps even who are black, to do it. And they want Asians to abandon solidarity, go over to the white supremacy side, and bolster their dwindling conservative numbers. That is to convince us that black folks are so scary that we have no choice but to vote against our own interests, which historically have been aligned with theirs. They have Asians going against affirmative action, which is why we could go to all those fancy schools in the first place, They have Asians being racist to Black people, and we're doing.
And they always have, okay, this is the Asian lady that gets it. This is the Asian lady that gets it. Shout out to her. But I wanted to highlight more of the anti-Asian rhetoric that I've been hearing.
A business.
So shout out to this channel. What's his name? Black Dozier. Make sure y'all subscribe to him. I'm gonna play this video real quick because this is the one I saw today. And I was just like, bitch, I know you fucking lying. I know you fucking lying. So let's get into it.
Unpopular fuck. This is gonna be an unpopular fucking opinion, and I'm gonna call you out since you motherfuckers don't seem to fucking understand. Every single one of you over there boycotting Asian business and spreading more Asian hate, you fucking Black fucking people with your Black fatigue, okay? And what your people call niggerism. Yeah, not my words, those are your people words. You people that is living in that Black culture mentality, the poor victim mentality, thinking that people still owe you fucking reparation. Yeah, you motherfuckers. I'm the one talking to you motherfuckers. Every single one of you failing in life.
Imagine having all this hate after seeing one of our own being unalived by one of yours. And because we want to respond tactfully and financially and pragmatically, listen to all of this. This ain't new. This hate was already sitting on this lady's spirit. And it's been sitting on a lot of these people's spirit. All it takes is us to say, and that's why I can't stand this whole, Black people need to just stop responding, stop chipping out, don't be reactive. Fuck that. Why y'all always antagonizing? Why y'all always brutalizing? Why y'all always killing? Why y'all always villainizing us, criminalizing us while we're just minding our fucking business? So the moment we say we ain't gonna fuck with you anymore, because you probably know we do have the power and we always have. Now you got all this hate and want to call. Okay, we gonna see, lady. We gonna see.
And then you want to blame everybody else. You see this whole Cyrus case and Mr. Chow? None of this would have happened if you motherfuckers raised your fucking kids right. That fucking little boy witnessed some of his business trying to steal fucking water, okay? Now, I might not agree with Mr. Chow chasing the fucking boy and shooting him fucking in Timbuktu, okay, wherever the fuck he was. But here's the crazy part. If you had disciplined your fucking boy right, he wouldn't be in someone's store trying to steal fucking a 50-cent bottle of fucking water in the first place, okay?
He wasn't, bitch. And this is what's so scary, is because these voices are the loudest. And these are the voices that paint the narratives. And these are the voices that will have people thinking that this is truth. Black people, I'm telling y'all right now, in 2026, we got to say fuck everybody else. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. But we have to say fuck everybody else. It's always been us versus them. And we need to be on that fucking type of time. They let it be known that it's always them versus us every single time. Why y'all trying to assimilate and accept and do all this weird ass shit? For what? Enough is enough, but this lady's about to piss me off.
Not only that, you go and attack the fucking attorney defending his clients, and then here's the truth of the matter. Your people, there are 7 Black jurors who found your kid responsible, making Mr. Chow, okay, not guilty because they understand your fucking culture, your mentality. You failed your kid. Your society failed your kid. Your mentality failed your kid. That niggerism fucking attitude.
Look at her just saying niggerism so eloquently, so easily, like it's just rolling off the tongue. You know this bitch been saying shit like this about us. King Rooster, I didn't think you was talking about me, love. You good. I'm good. My heels is hot right now though. Okay? Not because of you, because of the stupid shit like this ignorance. These weird ass minorities that wouldn't have shit, wouldn't be able to be over here if it wasn't for us. That's what pisses me off the most. Bitch, without affirmative action, without civil rights movements, you would not be able to have shit. Nothing. They don't like you either, bitch.
You failed your fucking kid. Now, if you can't reflect on that, and if you can't understand and take accountability for your fucking failure, this will continue. More black kids are gonna die. Your community is still gonna struggle, and your people will fucking continue to be in poverty. No one's gonna give you a fucking handout. Stop asking for a fucking handout. Stop thinking you're gonna fucking make bank off your fucking kid's death, okay? What you need to fucking do is self-reflect on your people, your culture, your fucking community, and stop blaming everybody else.
Bitch, shut the fuck up. Dumbass bitch. We want to be left the fuck alone. Since this country's inception, we have been the only group of people who have been tortured to death just by being black. We ain't never did shit to no Asian community, no white community, no Latino community, no Indian community, nobody. But yet everybody wants to fuck with us. We are old, you dumbass bitch. And I'm gonna tell you one thing right now. You will deliver. Every chicken come home to roost. Every dog has his motherfucking day, bitch. We are old. It ain't no handout. It's what's old. We try our best to do everything, and we've been bogged down so much now niggas don't even want to come together anymore. Now niggas don't even want to come together and actually really organize for the community for the greater good. And you over here yelling and screaming at the top of your lungs because a couple niggas talking about boycott. It seems like you know that you might be hurt if you don't get that black dollar, bitch. You and your Asian community, y'all don't feel it. Please understand, niggas. The way that they move with that Target boycott lets me know we're not playing with y'all no more. We're not accepting it no more. The only people that's gonna be frequenting y'all businesses is these coon ass niggas like Anton and Mali and Quentin and everybody else that's anti-black over there. And think that this is okay and think what Mr. Child did is a win for society. Please understand, I'm gonna find that clip of you, bitch. Molly, please understand. Miss, the young YN deserved it. Miss, the world is a better place, bitch. Because people like you always need to be put on blast. How fucking dare you, you Asian ass, scum of the earth ass bitch, to come up here and yell and scream at us after we took a loss in our community for no reason. And then to say we're going to continue to see our children being unalived by you? When that boy did not raise any type of threat to that Asian family, to that Asian store at all, to be deserving of that, and then to try to say, well, I don't agree with him chasing him down. He would be alive if your people didn't feel the need to go and avenge their bottle of water from their broke ass store. He will be alive if your Asian ass counterparts, right? Your Asian community, your people were thinking with common motherfucking sense and said, if we think, let's take inventory count, let's file a claim, we'll be all right. The audacity. And this is how you really feel. When motherfuckers is mad, this is how they really feel. This is how you always felt. You know, you're shaking in your Asian ass boots, bitch. Because you know, you're going to feel it. Talking about, you think we need you to live? Yeah. Because like old boy said, y'all so great, but y'all got to come over here and do some shit and get in our motherfucking way. Yeah, you're going to feel it, and you're going to feel it soon.
Let me tell you, boycotting the fucking Asian community, they're probably thanking God that your fucking black ass don't fucking go into their fucking store and it's gonna be an unpopular This is gonna be an unpopular fucking opinion. And I'm gonna call you out since you motherfuckers don't.
That was the end of her little goofy ass rant. I don't know who she is. Dr. Umar came up with this video. No, he be posting random ass shit. But this is their energy right now. How dare the black community speak up for themselves? Because if it was the other way around, bitch, y'all would be in outrage. There will be a law passed tomorrow. If it was a black store owner that unalived a little Asian kid, a little white kid. Are you out of your mind? Thank you so much, Trail Mix, for the $2 super chat. Jazz is so gorgeous and her skin is stay glowing. I'm trying. I have a little breakout going on, but you know, life be life, and I appreciate you. We're about to wrap this thing up. Exactly. Who is this woman? This shit don't make no sense. This is how hateful these people are. But anybody who believes this, hold on. I missed a couple. Okay, hold on. My Life with the 999 says, yep, the Democrats passed immigrants' business and Trump with his beautiful bill and helped elevate it. Anton and Mali are majority Democrats because that's who approved it as major. Exactly. Exactly. So I don't want to hear this shit. You already know what time it is, bitch. We on y'all ass. We on y'all ass. Shout out to the Asian community that's actually speaking up and speaking out against their other Asian bros and sisters that's talking crazy like this, because they on y'all ass too. They are. Last video and we out, y'all. Last video and we out. So after all that Asian hate by these Asians,
I was taken out by.
Now we have the lawyer of Rick Chow giving his response to his stance as the lawyer of Rick Chow. Listen to what this motherfucker got to say.
So I just got done defending a pretty high profile case that I think most of the world knows about. And a lot of folks have been.
Also, shout out to this beautiful content creator, Queen Penguin Uganda. I'm gonna subscribe right now. Thank you so much for this video. Make sure y'all go and subscribe to her. And let's see what she called.
Asking a lot of questions, and usually I don't talk about the cases, but in this situation, given the negative attention and the vitriol and the racist threats and the death messages that myself and my family, I thought I'd address some things. And one of the biggest ones people have asked me is, why would you take on this representation? Now, first, I've been practicing law for over 25 years. Here recently and shortly, and actually throughout that entire time, I've represented 3 African-American males who are accused of raping a little white girl. I have represented an individual who was accused of being a person.
And you know they needed a nigga to represent him, right? This is all a play. You know they like to play in our face. This wasn't coincidence. They deliberately handpicked this coon-ass, bitch-ass black man to represent this family to try to make it seem like, see, we're not biased. They think we're dumb. I need to let y'all know the veil is lifting on niggas. The veil is lifting. All right. Your mask is falling and the veil is lifting. All right. So just understand the overplay for the underplay. Your time is running out.
Folding his body and sticking him in an abandoned building in Florence, South Carolina. I represented a young lady who was accused of eating and drowning her newborn baby. I represented countless individuals who have been accused of criminal conduct, countless individuals who have been accused of child pornography. So I represent an individual in Florence who was accused of
okay, get to the point, bitch.
A rival along with his wife, who was also in the car. So there have been countless individuals who I've represented in the past. And so when someone says, why did you take this case? I don't judge. God judges. If you pick and choose who are you going to judge in your cases, it makes you ineffective of what you're doing. And so people say, why this case? Well, why not any of those ones with the outrage that has come forth? As criminal defense attorneys, we represent the Constitution. We represent individuals. And so when people say comments to me, and I've heard a lot of them, like, you didn't have to take this one. Well, I don't have to pay my mortgage either. But if you don't, they end up taking that from you.
You see, you see what he just said there? Well, I didn't have to take this, but I also didn't have to pay my mortgage too. See, when that dollar is in front of you, y'all some weirdos to me. I'm sorry. If you'll do anything for a dollar, for a buck, stay the fuck away from me. You are a liability. You will put me in harm's way. You are someone that cannot be trusted. If you can do anything for a buck, anything, like taking on cases like this when you know that motherfucker is wrong, but because you know you'll get some money and it's a guaranteed win because it's all corruption, stay far away. You don't get points for that.
when the individual came to me and requested representation, that's the second thing. Oh, you're just a token. You were just put on the team because you're black. I'm pretty fucking what I do. And I find it insulted that for someone who would just say the only reason somebody would ask me for representation is because I'm black. If you check and see the things that I do, I am very damn good at what I do, and I'm a very good lawyer. And I will not apologize for being somebody.
You're a horrible fucking lawyer. Horrible. My Life with a Super Chat 1999. Thank you so much, friend. I appreciate you. The funny part is, Yah Christ God is going to come down swinging with a sword at the end, because we are truly God's chosen people, and the ones aligned will be spared, not the WS and the. I gotta get my new back. Not the WS and the. I think that's a coon. Not evil. I'm just sitting back watching. Exactly. Y'all gonna judgment day coming. I'm telling y'all right now, the Lord, that God up there, whatever higher power is, he don't fuck with y'all. They don't fuck with y'all. She don't fuck with y'all. The Creator, because I don't like to put gender on it, because I feel like there is a socialization of like misinterpretation of religion. That's a whole nother rabbit hole that we're going to. But God, Creator, Yahshua, y'all not getting in the gates. Ton Dawg, you're not getting in them gates, baby. When it's time for you, y'all remember that movie Ghost? Let me know if y'all remember that movie Ghost. You remember how when I can't think of the character names, but when he died, he was still alive, right? Well, his spirit was still roaming the earth, and he was trying to give a message to what's her name? Demi Moore played her. You know, it was Whoopi Goldberg, Demi Moore, Patrick Swayze. One of my favorite movies, and I cannot think of the character names, but I know the actor's name. Anyway, he was killed, but his soul was still roaming earth. He was able to hone in on his spirit and move things in the physical realm while he was, you know, still trapped in a, you know, in the in-between. He was basically in the in-between. And when he would see other people get unalive, there will be these dark spirits that come up. There will be these dark spirits that come. Yes, Pisces. Ghost is a classic. One of my favorite movies of all time. You in danger, girl. Right? The spirits will come up from the ground. Real sinister, like little dark little energies. Bring down the ones that's going down to the ground on that judgment day. And the people that got in the gates, you saw that light and you were ascended above. I believe that's how it's going to go. In some way, shape, or form, I believe that's how it's going to go. You think you roaming this earth, you know, not being watched? God is always watching. And God be on y'all ass. All he doing is like taking notes, making claims. And when it's your time, please understand the way you moving, and it ain't even about how you move physically, right? Or like in a way that we can see. What's on your heart is what's gonna bring you to hell. Yeah. So while you just said out loud, Mr. Anton Big Titty Daniel, talking about Mr. Child 1. Oh yeah. God clocked that. Straight to hell you go. Amen.
When someone needs a contact and want a good lawyer. And the assumption is, which I hate, when someone says they want the best lawyer, by saying that, you're saying the best lawyer can't be African American. That's disappointing on our parts. As far as the legal defense, when a person comes to us and says the following sentence, look, a gun pointed at my son, I thought he was going to die, so I fired and shot. That was the legal defense. There was nothing creative, there was nothing tricky, there was nothing fancy. That was the legal defense. Nothing was hidden. I want people to say there was all this great stuff.
Look at him, how he's doing this. I'm a little lazy out on one of my eyes, y'all. So if I look up and one of them going this way, just disregard that. But peep how he's speaking about this. He's like, there was no, there's a line. There was nothing hidden. There was no condescending. almost reminds me of the documentary I just saw, The Crash, of that girl that killed that boy and his friend in that car crash. We may have to unpack that one, y'all, because I knew that bitch was guilty as fuck.
That was the legal defense. This was presented to a jury of 12 individuals, 7 of which were minorities, who heard that legal defense and said, yeah, that makes sense. I didn't create those facts. I'm also hearing, finally, probably most importantly, that that people are saying we need to boycott Sean Kent. I'm not fucking Target. I'm not TJ Maxx. You're going to boycott me. And then someone says, we're going to boycott him and we're going to take our problem to a white lawyer. Okay, yeah, that'll show me that we don't need him.
It's the condescending. It's the lack of empathy for me, the lack of understanding, the lack of compassion towards a situation where a boy was unalived for no reason. No reason at all. For you to be a lawyer here with all of these accolades and all this education and to try to do about it. I mean, he said he pointed the gun, but you didn't even bring up any actual factual evidence. And that's one of the things that scares me about lawyers is because they'll lie to win. And that brings an injustice to the victims. Exactly. I think we should unpack that, Pisces. I think we need to review that. That shit pissed me off. That shit right there.
I'll enjoy jail, enjoy prison. Boycott me if you will, but I will constantly, always fight for what's right. You didn't messages, and there've been some there've been some creative messages. I guess the number ones that you have no eyebrows and stuff like that, which I know is true. So there've been some very creative messages, but there have also been some insulting ones. And there's been a lot of people who have requested phone calls, and I've talked to them. If somebody sends me a message and it's nice and polite and say, I just disagree with what you do, I picked up the phone and I've talked to them, because I do think a system works better if you have an actual intelligent conversation. I do think there are problems with the way, and let me make this clear. The state of South Carolina did
looking around, can't look in the camera.
Everything that they needed to do in this case. They tried their damnedest to present the case that they wanted to present. There's some very good lawyers in that office who I respect tremendously, and I know they're getting a lot of hate also, which I think is unfair, because they do what they have to do, as do we, and that's what makes the system work. If we do not fight for everybody equally, then the system fails and stops to work. And so I hate it, and I hate it for the young man's family. I hate it for Cyrus's family. I hate it that a young man died. I 100% do. Prosecutor said some stuff that did a lot of things he's not going to be able to experience in life, and I fucking hate it. I can't control that part. But I did. It saddens me. It saddens me that a young life has been snuffed out entirely.
Yeah, you look so fucking sad. A man with integrity would have looked at that case and said, yeah, nah, bruh, I'm gonna go make my money elsewhere. But when you are driven by money, this is the shit you end up doing.
Too early, and I think whether people believe it or not, the defendant would agree with that. He felt that he was in a situation that something had to be done or his son would be dead now. That's his position. People disagree with it, but that's his position. And a 12-member jury heard that position and said the same. So again, people who are telling me, I'm getting a lot of the last one. I can't believe you defended that racist. You fucking racist. You fucking, and you rat. And I finally figured out what those little emojis are that you're putting on my pages. I guess that's supposed to be a sellout, you're a race. And I'm just like, am I a sellout by showing the world that, you know what? I'm really good at what I do, and I'm going to fight like crazy for you or for anyone else. And so
you're a sellout ass bitch because you know that man was fucking wrong, and you took the case anyway because you knew it would be an easy fucking win. And I know you were paid off, and I know that judge was paid off, and I know everybody else everybody is in cahoots. Everybody is in cahoots, including you. You're not a good lawyer. You got an easy win, nigga. You got an easy win.
the threat messages and all the other situations.
Genius, I'm gonna go. I didn't mean to go this long, but chill.
Really damn good lawyer, the best one you can be. And I hope someday we get to the point in our society where we say the best lawyers in the world have to be white and not necessarily black or people of color. We start to realize that good lawyers come in all shapes, sizes, and colors. And this is the task that we have chosen. This is the job we have chosen. This is the obligation that we have taken on, and this is one that I'll take on. I hate it though. I hate the hate, and I hate the fact that we cannot look past and realize that sometimes people can be good lawyers and still good people.
So defense.
And you're neither. And you're neither. And you're neither. I just wanted to show y'all that in case y'all didn't hear what the lawyer of that case had to say. Bullshit, full of shit, deflection. I'm just a good lawyer. I'm just trying my best. Blah, 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 blah. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All bullshit. At the end of the day, y'all, we're going to always be in this fight if we don't start coming together for real again and locking in and showing them that we care. We care about our communities. We care about what happens to us, and we're not just going to stay complicit and just stand behind the bullshit anymore. I'm all for backing up off of these Asian businesses, right? All for holding back on seeking other ways to get our nails done. I know some black owned beauty supply stores. Why not go shop there? You know what I mean? We got to do something. And at the end of the day, money talks, bullshit walks. That's why that man was willing to take on that case, because he knew money talks. You know? Exactly. So you mean to tell me that the Chinaman who had a store in the community for the amount of time could not find a white lawyer? This black dude got set up and it got good for him. Exactly. We already know this is a setup. DC says, oh, what is this? Guy Carlo Blackfoot. That's a new name. Hey, how you doing? He says he's not a good lawyer. He's married to an Asian woman, and there it is. Sometimes when you're like Mali's married to a white man. Sometimes when you're laying down with your oppressor, you start getting dumb. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying Asians are the oppressor, but when you are a black person dating a non-black person, you may lean into their biases in order to be accepted amongst them and their people, because it's not just the woman that you're marrying that woman's family. You want to be accepted. You want to be one of the good little niggas. You know what I mean? It's disgusting to me, y'all. But I appreciate y'all so much for being here tonight. We went hard tonight, y'all. I know I wasn't planning on 5 hours, but sometimes it takes 5 hours to get your shit off. You know, if you just getting in, make sure you hit the replay. Make sure y'all get the likes up, share the video. I appreciate y'all so much. We will be back very soon to talk a little bit more about all of the things that are happening. We're going to stay updated on the Karmelo Anthony case. Hopefully, you know, it works out in Karmelo's favor, but we're going to keep an eye on it. Yes, exactly, Pisces. Yes. That exactly. And that's what we all need to just get on board to do. If we could do it to Target, they lost billions. Okay? If they can do it to Target, if we can do it to Target, we good. We got them in our pockets. So let's lock in as a community. I'm here for y'all. I love my black brothers. I love my black sisters. I love my black community. And I love anybody that is for the betterment of our community and just in general, so we can all live in harmony and in decent humanity for the world, for the children. You know what I mean? We got to do better. But anyway, you say his wife going to leave him. I hope so. I appreciate you. You were here the whole night. Thank you. You went in. You went hard. I appreciate you. Thank you. Pull up next time as well. Until next time, y'all know what time it is. We're gonna dance up out of here. Keep your head up. Enjoy your week. Stay black. Stay proud. Shut down anybody. Black, white, Asian, whatever. They on that racist shit with you. Don't sit there and be silent. Speak up. Speak up. Call it out. Shout it out. That passive aggressive shit. You know what I mean? Those microaggressions. Call that shit out. Enough is enough. You got more to gain. You got more to gain when you call out shit like this, okay? I appreciate y'all so much for being here. Until next time. Put my glasses on. My drink is done. I'm feeling some type of way. Happy hour to you. And God bless. Bye.